Here. Recording in progress. Recording stopped.
Tanya, can you hear me?
Yeah, you loud and clear, Mario.
Speaker mic, Tanya, can you hear me?
Coming through loud and clear. Thank you, Mario.
Thank you.
Two.
Recording in progress.
The House Chairperson.
There will now be an opportunity for silent prayer or meditation. Please be seated. The Secretary will read the first. Honorable members, the Secretary will read the first to fourth orders together.
Consideration of reports of Joint Standing Committee on the Financial Management of Parliament on Parliament of the Republic of South Africa's 2023-2024 first quarter reports. Consideration of reports of Joint Standing Committee on Financial Management of Parliament on Parliament of Republic of South Africa's 2022-2023 annual reports. Consideration of reports of Joint Standing Committee on Financial Management of Parliament on Parliament of Republic of South Africa's draft 2024-2025 annual performance plan, and consideration of reports of Joint Steering Committee on Financial Management of Parliament on 2022-2023 annual report of Parliamentary Budget Office.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, you may be seated. Thank you. The Honorable Emily Suma.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair, fellow South Africans, honorable ministers, deputy ministers, and team, financial management of Parliament. I greet you all and the executive, the speaker, and the deputy speaker, and the presiding officers. We here stand before you to table a report, 3 reports in one, on behalf of the Joint Standing Committee, which we are looking and we are presenting. We only walk through the recommendations that we are tabling 2022-23 annual report, as well as the annual report on the Parliament Budget Office, as well as a draft annual report 2024-25 performance plan, which was adopted by the committee in November as well and in September. We urge and plea and table this report for the consideration of the National Assembly for consideration and adoption thereof. The committee recommends that the executive authority should ensure, and periodically we are going to do the oversight in terms of the feedback as they appear before us, that our recommendations on the first report is that they should give us a progress report within 30 days upon the adoption of this report, equally having adopted in the NCOP as a parliament, as it were. That the revised framework that has been provided or taken through the committee should be a thorough and a clear milestone breakdown of the resources required to ensure that the administration is able to successfully implement the revised reporting framework, which will then quantify and scientifically measure the performance of the institution. The committee further recommends that the filling of vacancies, which is, it was an issue at the committee, starting from the head of the administrative head of parliament to all other critical senior management committees, must be filled with speed, but without short-cutting the processes that are expected in the HR protocols. We further recommend that the broadcasting strategy that has been presented before us should also develop an existing legislative framework that will empower it to be programmatic and should be developed and be reviewed by the broadcasting in line with the public broadcasting bill that should have been at that time has been finalized, so that also our South Africans are able to watch parliament proceedings not in a pay system or channel as it was, as it happens now, the channel 108. We further, in terms of the second report, we further recommend that the EA, which is according to the periodical accounting issues oversight, notwithstanding that physical, this committee also must embark on a physical oversight where we also can feel and touch the work that is done other than just dealing with this desktop soft issues at work. We are recommending that the PPO should consider measuring the satisfaction and perception of members of parliament in the same way that the non-financial performance of parliament was measured, to ensure that members are satisfied. Not only members, it's because members are doing the work on behalf of the electorate or South Africans as a whole, which is very important. And also, they must also provide us periodically with a detailed report on the role and responsibilities of the PPO advisory panel, the matters of governance and concerns brought to its attention and its efforts to have these resolved issues. We must say, fellow South Africans, that the PPO, when it was established, but it needs a legislative framework that it operates within, and ensure that also there are predetermined objectives are measurable and are value added as the AG, when it assess audit the departments and entities. They also look at the value for money, not only the financial compliance, as it were. We are noting that the PPO is not well-resourced. However, moving forward, we will ensure that the executive authority takes to account to that. The last one, Honorable Chair and colleagues, is that the transformational performance, we are recommending on that one, or that subheading, that they must provide us a quarterly progress report as far as the achievement and target related to transformation aspects, noting that transformation is not about only the human capital that you invest in or you acquire, but also the way you conduct and execute your business must also talk to that in terms of the IT and policies and systems that they should be in place. They must be transformative so that you are able then to respond to the current conditions, material conditions, as it were. The oversight priority model must be also be looked at, and we are recommending, we'll include it in the legacy report, that the 6-7 parliament must look at that the country must, the indicator dashboard to measure progress towards the achievement of the NDP goals and the strategy towards improving public trust and confidence in parliament, as well as when there are public hearings or community engagement or stakeholder engagement must be done thoroughly so that there's value for money in terms of the input, as well as the
Thank you.
administrative processes as it were. We are
Thank
here
you
to
very
bring a
much,
report for the House for
Honourable
consideration
Suma.
and adoption. Thank you very much, Honourable Chair.
I now recognize the Honourable, the Chief Whip of the Majority Party.
Thank you, Honorable House Chairperson. I move that the reports be adopted. Thank you.
Thank you. I will now recognize political parties wishing to make a declaration. The usual times for declarations of votes will apply. The DA.
The role of this committee must never be overstated. It is the watchdog over the work and the budget of the national legislature, and that is why it is incredibly concerning when this committee falls short of this task. The oversight work of the committee should be the standard that we set of how we are meant to be holding the work of government to account. A joint committee which has extensive powers that does not hold the executive authority of Parliament to account as it should is a shame. There are a number of issues which ought to have been dealt with by this committee this year. The most crucial being the reconstruction and the rebuilding of Parliament, which has taken nearly 2 years to have any meaningful progress. This is not only an expensive undertaking, but it requires the committee to work seriously to demand regular updates. And this is why it is important that the Houses of Parliament, it is important that we recognize that the Houses of Parliament that were engulfed by the fire do not belong to us, but they belong to the people of South Africa. And so while we wait for the rebuilding projects to be completed, Parliament must find ways to get back to work fully. It has been the DA that has consistently called for the resumption of the business of Parliament. And even in a financially constrained environment, we can never accept the throttling of Parliament's work. More importantly, we can never leave the public behind. This is why we call for the temporary housing of Parliament so that we can have the full complement of MPs back at work and open the doors of this institution to the public once again. People must be able to access their Parliament and attend its sittings and observe the work of its committees. This is a constitutionally protected right for its citizens. Over and above the regular financial performance updates from Parliament's executives, the committee ought to also respond to issues which arise pertaining to the finances of Parliament. Recently, it was alleged and later confirmed by Parliament itself that the salary of the Secretary to Parliament is not what the Speaker and the NCO Chair claimed it to be. When the STP was appointed over a year ago, we were assured that the 2.6 million rand salary package that was advertised would be the final offer that would be made by this institution. Yet it has been revealed that the STP now earns over 4 million rand a year, a fact which was concealed by the Speaker and the NCOP Chair. Financial reports and documents that have been made public reveal that this House is likely to have been misled. Not only is there an inexplicable salary hike, this was done in absolute secret and backdated to when the STP's contract began. This is the committee that should be demanding answers from the Speaker and the NCOP Chair. The DA has made numerous requests for the full facts around this matter because we know that misleading Parliament is an incredibly serious offense. If indeed the Speaker and the NCOP Chair are guilty, then we ought to have been found out through the accountability mechanisms of this committee. As usual, the members on this side of the House and the committee will be quick to shut down questions and slow to act when it comes to accountability. But I have news for you. We are not going to let this matter go. Not a single cent of public money should be spent without the knowledge of those who are meant to hold the executive authority of Parliament to account. Chair, we must do better with public finances. These accountability mechanisms are there for a reason. Parliament has often been found wanting throughout this entire 6th term in terms of the oversight role that it plays. If we cannot hold the legislative head and the arm of the legislature accountable, how do we expect to hold government accountable for its work? We must do better We must be better. We owe that much to the people who elected us to office.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. EFF.
Thank you very much, House Chair. Chair, the EFF rejects the report tabled by the Joint Standing Committee on the Financial Management of Parliament. Today, the sitting of this Parliament, including committee sittings and committee meetings, and public participation are broadcasted on DSTV channel 408, a pay-to-view channel instead of the SABC. It means we are using Parliament, an institution that is supposed to be the most accessible and epicenter of South African participatory democracy, to market and advertise multi-choice of course back air, instead of encouraging people to pay TV licenses and watch their Parliament on an SABC channel. House Chair, we are told that there is a contractor appointed to fix Parliament after it burned down. It is now clear that there is no political will to move Parliament to the city of Tshwane, even when there is a cost-benefit analysis study paid for by Parliament, which shows that such a move will benefit both the public purse, the people, and the state. Why is the ANC hell-bent on holding onto an apartheid relic? Why such a rush to restore Parliament, spending billions of rand instead of building a new Parliament in Tshwane, a people's Parliament? We're not told the time frame, the amount of the contract awarded, or how much has been spent thus far. Instead, Chair, the new Secretary to Parliament is busy presenting a new strategy. A new strategy is less than 8 months before we get a new Parliament executive that will not be formed by an ANC majority. We are going to implement a different strategy to make this people's Parliament instead of some elite arrangement here in Cape Town. It is nothing but a looting scheme. But the people of South Africa want to know, Chair, did Parliament increase the salary of the Secretary? By how much? Who authorized it? And when? We don't want to hear stories that the matter is before some elite committee of Parliament. We want answers. Finally, Chair, we want to know, because that money could have been used for other important measures. We've been calling for Parliament to build capacity for language services and legal support to ensure that all languages are allocated appropriate resources and members of Parliament can receive the needed assistance to draft private members' bill. But no, you take the money and give it to one man. We reject this report, House Chair. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. IFP.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Chairperson, I'm just going to follow my two colleagues in saying that they have adequately canvassed. I need injury time, Chair. They have adequately canvassed the issue of the salary package of the Secretary to Parliament, and I think this House deserves a response to that. And the second issue that they have adequately canvassed is the issue of a more permanent venue for the 7th Parliament as we move towards it next year. I don't think we should expect new members of Parliament to come here and wait until 2026 for all 400 of them to be seated in Parliament. So they've got to do something. This is not suitable, Honorable Papo, where we are. And I think the new parliamentarians deserve better. But I understand and we accept that the Secretariat are doing something about it and that they will be providing us with a report which will be considered by the various bodies that are responsible for accommodation. But we look forward to that report sooner rather than later. Having said that, Honorable Chairperson, in this 6th Parliament, this institution identified only 2 strategic priorities. They identified it, we approved it. One was strengthening oversight, the other was enhancing public participation in parliamentary activities. And I must say we fell short in both these areas. A system of participatory democracy is one in which the people and institutions must be allowed to participate in the process of making decisions that affect them, whether it's looking at bills or here in Parliament. And if we look at the court findings in this regard, in South African Veterinary Association versus the Speaker of the National Assembly, the Constitutional Court held that, and I quote, democracies the world over varies in form and tradition. However, they share the common foundational value of government by the people, and they ruled against us. In Doctors of Life International versus Speaker of the National Assembly, the Constitutional Court also referred to public participation and ruled against us, Parliament. More recently, and our committee considered this in the Environment Committee, was the South African Iron and Steel Institute versus the Speaker of the National Assembly, and the Constitutional Court held that Parliament was duty-bound to facilitate public participation and not amend legislation when it goes to the NCOP without going back to the public. We are now have been asked to relook at this legislation. So these are matters that we really need to look at as we move forward, the issue of public participation. Very quickly on the question of questions. Honorable Chairperson, we have questions unanswered from February this year. That's my party, and I think all the parties will say the same. We can't have questions unanswered, and we are told that on the 9th of January, they will expire. What is the point of us submitting all these hundreds of questions with not getting answers? The last thing we have to look at in Parliament is the question of IT. I think that IT department is undercapacitated. There's 1 or 2 people that are required to do all the work. We have to ask them for the work. They are very obliging, but let us do something about ensuring that that IT section of ours is capacitated and we get much.
Thank you
better
very much,
than we are
Honorable
getting now.
Singh.
Thank you. We'll support this report. Thank you, Chair.
FF plus.
No declaration, House Chair.
Thank you very much. ACDP.
House Chair, thank you. The ACDP would like to commend the Executive Authority and all staff on the unqualified audit outcome with no material findings, which Parliament has sustained for the past 9 years, and this despite many challenges facing the institution. We do note, however, that there will be a 200 million rand budget reduction that will be that was announced in the medium-term budget policy statement, and this will undoubtedly have a negative impact on the core business of Parliament, and we need to be briefed how the institution will absorb this budget reduction. The ACDP also shares the concerns that Parliament is funded in the same manner as government departments. Parliament is reliant on the executive.
Excuse me, Honorable. Honorable Matole, please mute.
Thank you, House Chair.
Sorry about that.
The ACDP shares concerns about the way Parliament is funded in the same way as government departments. This is the same issue facing the judiciary, and the slow progress in negotiations with the Minister of Finance towards a funding process that is appropriate to Parliament remains of grave concern. We also share the concerns about their salary, about Mr. George, and we look forward to answers in this regard. Chairperson, given the funding constraints, one of the issues that we need to consider is our oversight over the executive, and we can clearly improve our oversight. Now, sufficient and significant deficiency in oversight relates to Parliament's functions in terms of Section 231 of the Constitution. And while the negotiating and signing of international agreements is the responsibility of the executive, international agreements referring to certain issues need to be ratified by this Parliament. And in my experience, Parliament signs these agreements and they only come to Parliament some years later. And it is only then that we have a say over these agreements. Now, case in point is the 2022 amendments to the international health regulations, which are at present being negotiated by the World Health Organization. These treaties will have far-reaching implications for the sovereignty of states when it comes to global health issues. The ACDP and other parties have raised concerns in Parliament about this issue, and following a parliamentary question, we were given the assurance that the pandemic treaty would be brought to Parliament for ratification, but it is not clear about these amendments to the international health regulations. This is extremely concerning, given the far-reaching implications of those amendments, and I'd urge every parliamentarian to look at that. That is for this reason that the ACDP and others in parliaments across the world, and I know Honorable Sheikh as well from the NFP, have formally lodged objections with the World Health Organization in this regard. And we trust that this aspect will receive more urgent attention by Parliament in exercising its oversight function. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. UDM?
Thank you very much, House Chair. Parliament has as its vision to be one of the leading activists and responsive people's parliament that improves the quality of life of South Africans and ensures quality in our society. However, still a lot still has to be done by this parliament to ensure the participation and the involvement of ordinary South Africans, especially those, because often, especially when it comes to committees such as finance, what happens is a select few NGOs which are funded by the West, which always seek to influence, even participate in budgetary process and the lawmaking process that takes place, especially in the finance cluster. We have to open it up to make it possible for South Africans to be able, ordinary South Africans, to make submissions, orally encourage them to come and influence the lawmaking process. It's important, House Chair.
Thank you.
I can't speak now.
Okay, Honorable Candice, could you please mute?
Thank you.
Honorable members, please take care of your gadgets.
Please.
Okay,
Thank you ever so much. House Chair, it's also important that the issue that centers around the remuneration of the Secretary to Parliament is resolved and that the executive authority of Parliament deals with this matter very transparently so that there can be proper accountability for it. It's also important for Parliament as an institution to form what we saw in Ireland. Ireland and EU countries have a portfolio committee on EU affairs, in addition to having a committee on international relations, because they prioritize the EU bloc over and above, for example, general international relations. In other words, since we're members of BRICS, in order to help Parliament to process resolutions and decisions that are taken at BRICS level, especially the BRICS Parliamentary Forum, it is perhaps important for this Parliament to establish a committee on BRICS affairs, something along those lines, so that this Parliament is not left behind by the decisions that are taken at BRICS and we're able to cascade them to the relevant departments. The other issue which has been of concern for us for a long time has been this issue where Parliament must go with a begging bowl to National Treasury, to an executive member of government, which is a minister, asking for funding, instead of Parliament being treated like a different arm of the state, where representations for its funding should probably be made to the head of state rather than to ministers, in order to respect the seniority and the independence of Parliament as an institution. There needs to be better communication. We have dropped the ball insofar as being able to produce magazines and communication about the constituency work that members of Parliament are doing around the country. That was important to be able to keep track of where the other parties are keeping up with their commitment to service communities, and to also share ideas about how creative and the extent to which different members of Parliament in our Parliament are able to service their constituencies. There also needs to be proper checks and balances put in place to ensure that the constituency offices which are opened around the country serve the purpose for which they were opened, and not that they are serving as branch offices or regional offices of political parties. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. ATM. Good. NFP.
Thank you, Chairperson. The National Freedom Party will support the report tabled here today. Allow me also to draw your attention to the fact that a housing complex and churches were blown apart by the Zionist state of Israel with high levels of casualties in this. And yet we have people here that actually, it's like a Judas story. They still support the Zionist state of Israel.
Now, Chairperson, let me start off first of all by congratulating Parliament on the services that they render and provide to us. I want to say that members' facility provides outstanding service.
Order, honorable members.
Are we there, Chair?
Please proceed. Honorable member.
I want to commend members' facilities, also legal services and many other of our structures in Parliament for the services that they render, and at very short notice, I must admit. I hear some of my colleagues complaining about the secretary earning 4 million rand, but why is it nobody complains about CEOs in this country that earn 500,000 rand a day? Let me repeat, 500,000 rand per day while their workers go hungry. And we're talking about 4 million rand annually. Does members of Parliament realize that with what you earn together with your benefits comes to about 2 million rand a year? Do you realize? Go and work it out and see. With what benefit it comes to about 2. So the 4 million rand, in my view, for the quality of service we're having from the current secretary, I think, in fact, it justifies it. So I don't think we should be complaining about that. But let us go out there. Let us go out there and address the issue of how company CEOs can earn 500,000 rand a day, and we think it's okay while those staff are hungry. Nobody's caring about those people. Why shouldn't that money be redirected so people can earn a better salary and a better wage? Now, the next question I want to raise, Chairperson. Parliament is in Cape Town. I think we need an estimate of exactly how much it costs us to travel from Pretoria. You have ministerial offices, staff, cars, everything there. You have all those staff from all 40 some odd departments flying here to be interviewed here, to be interrogated here, and fly back with accommodation, everything. Does it make financial sense? It doesn't. Can we reconsider that so that we can save taxpayers' money? Nobody will say anything about it. Let me ask you another thing. Why is nobody raising anything here about constituency funds? Why nobody wants to say, let's have an independent auditor to audit and make sure not a single cent is spent by the parties? I can say I raised it, Chairperson, in the Joint Standing Committee one. Not a single party stood up and said, yes, you're correct. Let's do that. The monies are being used by political parties, okay, at the expense of their parliamentarians, and that's why they can't perform constituency services. The NFP supports this report.
Thank you very much, Honorable Stray. AIC. Cope. AAC. Al Jamal. ANC.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, members of this august House, and the people of the Republic of South Africa. Good morning. Today, indeed, we are presenting the reports of the Joint Standing Committee on Financial Management of Parliament. That report, which plays a pivotal role on the oversight of the vote 2 of Parliament, which is the arm of the state. Over the years, the committee has advanced various budget recommendations to strengthen the capacity and the capability of Parliament as an institution. This is critical for Parliament to execute its constitutional mandate as the tribune of the people. We welcome the unqualified outcome with no material fundings which the institution has sustained over the past 9 financial years. Parliament has led by example in ensuring there's prudent financial management and good governance. For any institution to function optimally, it must have sufficient staff capacity and the appointment of key senior officials like the Secretary to Parliament, the Chief Financial Officer, and the head of the Parliamentary Land Protection Service has gone a long way in stabilizing the HR part of Parliament. But what is very important here is that with the welcome coming of Mr. George, the Parliament has continued to improve its services towards its citizens. Just like the issue of the financial statement, as I mentioned before, it is attained. When also speaking about the issue of the performance plan of Parliament, it is very critical that it is deviating from the past. Instead of ticker-box type of system, it now deals with the impact assessment. It means that as that performance plan is put in place, it assesses what the NDP has done. As the NDP has targeted that by 2030, we must deal with unemployment, poverty, and inequality. All the targets of Parliament, the purpose of Parliament is aligned to that. One of the critical areas we have focused upon is public participation, which is central tenet of our constitutional democracy. The Freedom Charter entailed this imperative in its first law, so that the people shall govern. As Parliament of the people, mechanisms and approaches to public participation should ensure that the people from all walks of life get opportunity to have their voice heard in the parliamentary processes, which require public involvement. But this parliamentary process, it does not mean that whoever comes with a suggestion in the public hearing, that suggestion must be accepted. That's why what is very important is that Busa last week was able to petition the Deputy President of the Republic, Honorable Mashatile. It was also able to petition the Chairperson of the Council, Honorable Masondo, that they stay a little bit on the issue of the NHI, because this is the Parliament of the people. That order, which was supposed to have been in the NSOP last week on Thursday, it was stopped so that these affected offices can engage with these people, because we believe that this tribunal of the people, Parliament is the tribunal of the people, it listens. Yeah. So it was stayed off, but it does not mean that we are going to take off the NHI bill from the agenda of Parliament, because that one is the mandate which was given by the people to the ANC itself. So we cannot shake that responsibility away from ourselves. So, but what is also very important here, another major area that enhances Parliament's work is the communication strategy. The work of Parliament is the public, and through various mediums of communication, it also increase the awareness of Parliament proceedings, increase access to information on the work of Parliament. The power and power of Parliament lies in its ability to ensure that Parliament is indeed the tribunal of the people. We have noted and welcomed the finalization of the institutional broadcasting strategy, which is dependent upon the finalization of the South African Broadcasting Corporation Bill. So, as Honorable Matu was raising this issue, already there is a strategy adopted by that. We're just awaiting the portfolio committee of Orlando of communication to finish its job. But what is very important here is that in relation to the year under review, Parliament has successfully adapted to the change conditions necessitated by the coronavirus pandemic and the tragic burning of Parliament. It is very unfair that the Honorable Falo will come here and say the people do not have access to Parliament. The Parliament is functional. Since 2020, when there was coronavirus, we adopted the rules whereby we're dealing with the hybrid system. The hybrid system entails the people from the public to gain access to that. So the Parliament is functional. The Parliament is functional. Yeah, the hybrid system is working.
Honorable members, Honorable Hatebe. Just a minute. Honorable members, let us not drown the speaker. Please don't drown the speaker. If the speaker flies high, please fly low, so that we complete the business of the day. Please proceed, Honorable.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Faruba raised the issue of the burning of Parliament, that it has affected, of course, it has affected the proceedings of Parliament. But what is critical here, we cannot just run around and say we go and build a modular structure to restore Parliament when the cost of that structure is almost equal to the restoration of the building of Parliament. So here, we must be financially prudent. We must be financially prudent. So that's why that the issue of the hybrid is working. It started, even the companies, the private sector itself, they are still working using the hybrid system. So the Parliament is working, it is working, and it is delivering the bills as it's supposed to do. But what is very important here, Chair, is that with the issue of the restoration of Parliament, there's something, as they say, that for each and every cloud, there's a silver lining. So here we're having a chance of reconstructing Parliament so that it can reflect the norms and the standards of the African continent. That's why the Parliament itself, that's why we must commend the Secretary to Parliament, that with this work of restoration of Parliament has called the public participation process, whereby the entire public is able to input what type of Parliament bills do they want. So what is better than that? What is better than that? Honorable Masipa, what is better than that? The issue that this Parliament, which reflected the type of Elizabethan type of infrastructure, we are going to have an African Parliament here. This Secretary to Parliament has done a good job. But what is very important, Chair? What is very important here, Chair? What is very important out of this, Chair? In the day in which you commemorate the death of Baba Mandela, what we see is that as the members of this Parliament, we must learn that this Parliament didn't come into being without the sacrifices of the people of South Africa. So whatever we do here must reflect the sacrifice of people like Ubaba Utambo.
Thank you very much, honorable member.
Support.
I put the motion again. Are there any objections?
Yes, House Chair.
No objection from the EFF noted.
Thank you.
House Chair, please note the objection of the DA.
Objection of the
House
DA
Chair,
is noted.
please note the ACDP's objection. Thank you.
Objection from the ACDP is noted. Any other objection? No objections. Agreed to. The Secretary will read the fifth order.
Consideration of budgetary review and recommendation report of Portfolio Committee on Forestry, Fisheries and Environment.
Thank you. And I recognize the Honorable Chief Whip of the Majority Party.
Thanks, House Chairperson. I move that the report be adopted.
Thank you. Requests for declarations of vote have been received. I will now allow for up to 2 minutes. One member each from each political party wishing to make a declaration opportunity to do so. The DA. 2 minutes. I've already started counting. Please proceed, honorable member.
Chair. The responsibility of the Department of Environment is to ensure that the environment of South Africa is protected. In 2019, the Auditor General handed the department a qualified audit opinion, which is about audit. In 2023, for the first time, the department have received an unqualified audit opinion. Did the urgency to comply become a paper exercise? While the department has improved greatly in reaching the set targets and an expenditure of 98% of the appropriate budget, it is of great concern that there is no visible improvement of activities on the ground. The goalposts have been moved continuously, baselines changed, targets reduced from 149 to 78, and some critical targets removed, which gives the impression of improvement when in actuality there is none. In 2019, most of the 130 air monitoring stations were inactive due to vandalism. In 2023, we have only 15 monitoring stations, of which only 4 are active due to load shedding. Without proper monitoring of the toxic air emissions, how do we measure South Africa's contribution to combat climate change? Sunparks from the dismissal of the CEO, costing us over 25 million, to 84 ranger vacancies not being filled, which increased poaching. Is the target set against the appropriate outcome? No, the target for rhino poaching should be 0, not 125. The non-compliance which legislation by mines and industry is destroying our natural wetlands and biodiversity through acid mine drainage and chemicals, reaching the target of 0 waste to landfill sites is only a whisper. The pollution of diapers, plastic, sewage, and invasive plants are destroying our waterways and access to drinking water. In 2018, 90 learners received bursaries to study to become an environmental science technician, but their studies were cancelled due to lack of funds. The department proudly exceeds their target of issuing 100 bursaries. The concern is whether the learners will be able to complete their course. Maybe the target should be measured on actual graduates. The fight to protect our environment will not realize unless the targets and outcomes are aligned to produce a positive result. on the ground. Thank you.
Thank you very much, honourable member. EFF?
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, we reject this report because we have made a commitment to serve the poor and working class people by holding this ANC government to account. In the 2021-2022 financial year, the department had 134 targets for the first quarter and achieved 94 of those targets, making it 70%. In the 2021-2022 financial year, the department had 134 targets. In the 2022-2023 financial year, the number of targets was reduced to 70, and the department achieved 53 of those targets, making it 76%. If the 53 out of 134, this department would have achieved less than 40%. In the 2023-2024 financial year, the number of targets was further reduced to 60, and the department achieved 51 of those targets. If that 51 was out of 134, this department would have achieved 38% of its targets. That's what the ANC is, underachievers. The department had a target of 30% for procuring goods and services from companies that are owned by 51% owned women. This target has been removed as part of the socio-economic transformation and empowerment of previously disadvantaged communities. Chairperson, can you please stop the noise here?
Please proceed, honourable member.
Protect me from
On a point of order, Chair.
I'll take care of that.
Why is
honourable
this
member. Please
department and this
proceed.
ANC-led government
point of order,
abandoned
Chair.
black?
Honourable Paulson, please hold. There's a point of order. What's a point of order?
I really didn't want to disturb my member, but really, it can't continue, and I'm signaling to you, and you are just allowing it to continue. So if that is how they want the House to continue, we can also howl, and we're going to do that. I've been signaling to you, just keep quiet. I'm not talking to you. I'm not talking to you. Keep quiet.
Honourable
So
member,
if we're going to
please
continue,
address.
we will also do that.
Thank you very much. Your concern is noted, honourable member. Please proceed, honourable Paulson.
He has no points to make.
Chairperson, the fishnet pattern on this Palestinian kafir symbolizes the relationship between Palestinians and the Mediterranean Sea. As you will know, the Zionist entity has Israel, the Mediterranean Sea, and Palestinians can no longer fish in that sea. The ANC government has done the very same to our indigenous fishers. They've Israel the oceans and given it almost exclusively to their friends who have monopolized our oceans. Voters have the power to peacefully remove this ANC when it goes to the polls next year and elect the EFF, the only party that cares about the poor, about women, and about indigenous South Africans. You mustn't be scared of these white people.
Honourable Paulson. Honourable Paulson.
We fear focal.
Honourable
Especially
Paulson.
not white people.
Honourable Paulson. Honourable Paulson, could you please just a minute, just a second. Honourable Paulson, don't accuse me of being scared. I'm not scared of you as well. No, please don't do that. Address the House. Honourable Paulson, please address the House. I will take care of the decorum. I will take care of the decorum. A point has been raised about the noise. I have repeatedly requested members to pipe down. So please, no one is scared of anyone. So please, Mr. Paulson, your time is up. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honourable Paulson.
Why are you so always angry?
That is not necessary. That, you know, honourable members, please. Honourable members, can I make a humble plea to you? Can we all be responsible for the decorum of the House and allow the debate to flow freely and uninterrupted? And what strikes me funny is that after all the chaos, then the member leaves the podium with a smile. Then I don't understand this. So please, man, it means we can proceed with these debates without all the animosity and conflict. Please. The IFP.
Thank you, Chair. Let me say with a smile to Honorable Paulson, what goes around comes around. But you did apologize, but thank you very much. Honorable Chairperson.
Order, honorable
R
members.
suggests an improvement in audit findings, and the fact that the department did not incur any unauthorized expenditure during the year under review must be commended. We note that this Mangaliso Wetland Park corrected all causes of findings that were identified in 21-22, and Sanby remains a cause of concern with repeated findings. And although Honorable Paulson spoke about the targets, we note that the targets were not met, targets were reduced, and this is something that we must not accept in the future. While financial audits are extremely important, it's more important to have performance audits. And departments set targets, and in many instances, you find that the monies are all spent, but the targets are not met, and one can't reconcile that. If you meet your targets, you spend your money, but you spend your money and you don't meet your targets, there's something wrong there. The Climate Change, Air Quality and Sustainable Development branch, initially as an example, set 18 targets, which were scaled down to 8. And then eventually they only achieved 63% of the 8. Now that's certainly not acceptable, given that climate change is upon us and this must receive high priority and attention. Honorable Chairperson, we implore Sand Parks and the department to ensure that there are greater security measures to prevent crime that is spiraling out of control in our national parks, particularly Table Mountain National Park, where there has been rising number of criminal activities. All our prime tourism destinations must give visitors the comfort knowing that their safety is ensured. Going to Durban, we find that headlines in the newspaper, Durban holiday water blues, erratic state of beaches, a red flag for tourism. And here is where the Department of Environment should be intervening and seeing how they can assist local government. We will support this report with those concerns.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. FF plus.
Dankie, huisvoorsitter. Huisvoorsitter, oor die algemeen hierdie departement en sy entiteite beter in hul audituitkomste as in die vorige jaar presteer. Almal behalwe Sanparke. Sanparke het 'n ongekwalifiseerde audit met bevindinge en daar is onder andere 'n tekort aan voldoening en gevolge bestuur. Daar is verder kommer uitgespreek dat daar nie besonderhede oor die poligraaftoetse wat op Sanpark amptenare gedoen is aan die komitee verskaf nie. Die komitee was ook bekommerd oor die hoë mortaliteit van renosters, veral in die Kruger Nasionale Park, wat direk as gevolg van stropery is. Ook was hulle bekommerd oor interne korrupsie, bedrog, georganiseerde landbou, bo en behalwe stropery. In gesprekke met rolspelers en organisasies in die industrie en met spesifieke verwysing na die Kruger Nasionale Park, is daar meer kommer wat ontstaan. Daar is gemerk dat kampe agteruitgaan, die toiletgeriewe in 'n swak toestand is of totaal afwesig is by sekere uitkykpunte, hides en ver afgeleë plekke. Toiletgeriewe vir gestremdes is meestal afwesig en daar is 'n gevaarlike rioolsituasie.
Order, Chairperson.
En dat daar heel waarskynlik riool in die riviere.
Excuse me, Honorable Member, could you please take a seat? There's a point of order. What's the point of order, Honorable Member? Honorable Zeki? Zeki? What is your point of order?
Ubedlula nje. Ubedlulela.
Leloko leqhwethwe. Okay, you may proceed, Honorable Member. You may proceed.
Dankie, huisvoorsitter. Daar is 'n gevaarlike rioolsituasie by die afsaal piknikplek en daar is heel waarskynlik riool wat ook in die riviere as gevolg daarvan inloop. Verder merk hulle dat daar gejaag word in die park deur die weermag, die parkeraad en selfs afleweringsvoertuie wat natuurlik ook die toestand van die paaie impakteer. Hierdie organisasies dui ook aan dat hul voel veiligheidskwessies binne die park daadwerklik sal aandag moet geniet. Anderste het ons weer 'n Tafelberg situasie op hande. En so kan ons die lysie van al die parke afgaan en die probleme identifiseer. Alhoewel die nasionale departement nie direk verantwoordelik vir provinsiale paaie is nie, wil ek tog die Malopo Natuurreservaat in Noordwes noem, waar diere gevrek het van die dors, die departement daarvan geweet het en daar nie opgetree is nie. Daar is egter gevra dat die nasionale departement moet ingryp. Dis 'n skreiende skande. Hoe kan ons dit aan ons diere doen as hulle nie self kan praat nie? Ons gaan beter moet kyk na ons natuurreservate. Ek dankie.
Thank you very much, honorable member. Honorable members from the professional platform, you are also requested to raise your hands if you have any objection to make. Thank you very much. ACDP, the Honorable Frank.
Honorable House Chairperson, as we consider this report, the ACGP notes that South Africa's forests are crucial for the delivery of building a capable state that serves the people. Forests are rural economic drivers and are of considerable importance to the national economy. Yet this industry, like so many others in South Africa, is facing several challenges. The ACGP notes the conflict in the department, given that the Forestry branch, which is the directorate, has a large number of employees. Over 71% of the branch's budget goes to the compensation of employees, which means that only 30% of the allocated budget goes to forestry work. And the directorate intends to increase the number of employees. Citing mismanagement, the portfolio committee noted that the branch has forests and nurseries that could be used to generate income, but are not doing so due to poor management. Acknowledging that targets are not met, the minister has acknowledged that there is a breakdown across the value chain due to mismanagement, and the process of maintaining the forests has broken down. This department should be upskilling management and staff to leverage on the vital role that wood and its husbandry plays in the economy. According to a report by Dr. Heath, the Director of Research and Protection at Forestry, South Africa, the sector has been beset by economic, social, and environmental challenges. Dr. Mahangu, the chairperson of the Forestry Sector Charter, informed the committee that there is a need for better collaboration between government and the council to deal with pressing issues such as timber looting and forest fires, citing a need for interdepartmental collaboration to effectively deal with issues related to land and water. Something so simple, yet this department seems incapable of implementing. I thank you.
Thank you very much, honorable member. UDM. ATM.
He has been formed.
Good. NFP.
By forming ATM.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Chairperson. The National Freedom Party will support the report tabled here today. And let us welcome the improvement in the audit opinion, which is now unqualified wood findings. However, we do note that a lot of the targets have not been met. And of course, we're calling on the department to ensure that these targets are met and that in line with expenditure, we must get value for money. But let me also remind this House, and I must agree with Honorable Paulson when he talks about what's happening off the Gaza coast. And constantly, hundreds of fishermen are being chased, harassed, intimidated, and killed by the Zionist state of Israel and the Israeli Defense Force. And in fact, they go further, over 200 boats have been seized. And some people think it's normal. I wonder whether what is happening there is normal or some of the people who think it's normal are normal. That is where my concern is. But be that as it may, one of the concerns I want to raise is the issue of the fishing industry if you just see what is happening in Lambert's Bay, where the department is calling for different fishermen and to be able to form one cooperative, okay, which I think is totally unacceptable. They are all supposed to be fishing for their own income. And here we want to now ask them to form a cooperative. The entire community's got to form a cooperative, which I think is totally unacceptable. And I think it's something we need to look at, particularly the community of Hout Bay, Lambert's Bay, and all those that are affected. The other issue is the issue of environment. It looks like black lives don't matter. What happened in Merebank went with all these years with Engine, Mondi, Sapref, the high level emissions, and the number of people that were affected with lung infections, cancer, TB and things. Very little or nothing has been done about it. The NFP will support this report, but these are matters we believe we should take into consideration. There was a report by the University of KZN, but very little has come of it. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Sheikh. AIC.
AIC supports the report, Honorable Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. COPE. PAC. Al-Jama. ANC.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson. The ANC supports the adoption of this BRRR. We acknowledge the enormous responsibility that the department is tasked with in terms of the Constitution, which include measures to manage, to protect and conserve South Africa's environment and natural resources, to afford everyone an environment that is not harmful to their health or their well-being, and to have the environment protected to the benefit of the present and the future generations. We note the current complexities that have been posed by the extreme weather conditions. Be that as it may, the ANC supports the climate change legislative framework, which aims at helping South Africans to respond to the reality of climate change, including the increased risk of droughts and floods, to guide the country into a more sustainable and climate resilient path. Now, we note that the department has drawn us to an improved unqualified audit opinion for this current financial year. We, however, implore on the department to address the concerns that have been raised by the Auditor General regarding the investigations of irregular expenditure of the department. Notwithstanding the improved performance of the department, the incurred irregular expenditure reflects poorly on the department's performance, which the department must adequately address. We agree unequivocally with the Auditor General that the current irregular expenditure investigations must be completed first, followed by the past years of irregular expenditure, and that many should keep a detailed report of this particular performance. The ANC supports this BRRR. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. I put the motion again. Are there any objections?
The EFF object, House Chair.
EFF noted.
Please note the objection.
Please note the objection of the FF Plus, House Chair.
It's noted.
And the ACDP, thank you.
Thank you very much. Noted. With those objections, it's agreed to. The sixth order. The Secretary will read the sixth order.
Consideration of budgetary review and recommendation report of Portfolio Committee on Justice and Correctional Services.
Thank you. I now recognize the Honorable, the Chief Whip of the Majority Party.
Thank you, Honorable House Chairperson. I move that the report be adopted.
Requests for declarations of vote have been received. I will now allow for up to 2 minutes, one member of each political party wishing to make a declaration an opportunity to do so. The DA.
Correctional Services is a receiving department, which means that problems originating elsewhere ends up with them.
which makes their work exceptionally challenging. Having said that, judging by this report, DCS is doing great. The vast majority of targets were reached, and for the second year running, they achieved an unqualified audit. But the low targets set by the department just to overachieve those targets do not have an impact on service delivery. We cannot celebrate mediocrity. Our prisons have a perpetual overcrowding problem. Let me be clear, setting sentenced prisoners free to make space for unsentenced prisoners.
Excuse me, honorable member. There's a problem. Can I address it? Honorable Modise, please mute. You may proceed, honorable.
Why have interdepartmental solutions not been investigated? The Department of Justice, the courts, and NPA need to be consulted to reintroduce night courts so that the high remand detainee figures can be lowered. It was done before and it worked. The objective of rehabilitation programs is to provide offenders with skills that will be used upon release to minimize reoffending. The Department of Correctional Services achieved its target in long operational skill programs, but only 16,000 inmates participated as opposed to 39,000 the previous year. But the target was reached. The true measure of success here is the percentage of released prisoners reoffending. Offenders are acquiring new skills in prison, but not the kind that would make law-abiding citizens out of them. We need a new approach. I strongly suggest that the department have an engagement with Dr. Casper Lotter, a conflict criminologist affiliated with Northwest University. He's doing great work on recidivism. Lastly, while the self-sufficiency and sustainability framework at DCS is commendable, I need to draw attention to what is happening at the Drakensberg facility. Cruelty to animals and mismanagement going on there can undo all the positive achievements and cast a shadow on this program. Urgent attention is required there. The DA will not support this report. Thank you.
Thank you, honorable. The EFF.
Chairperson, South Africa has a prison population of 157,000 inmates in various correctional centers in the country, and the capacity to only accommodate 120,000 of those. So this provides inhumane living conditions in prisons, exacerbating problems of crime, sickness in prison, making it impossible to rehabilitate such prisoners. The department is known about this, and the recent 2017 Judicial Inspectorate for Correctional Services raised alarm about this overcrowding. The committee in the deliberations is still concerned about the accuracy and reliability of information which is available on the reportable incidences. They still use manual reporting, and there's a need to implement the e-commerce or e-correction system. The Judicial Inspectorate must also be taking note that there must be a sexual abuse of boys and men, which needs to be a reportable incident. The Thabo Bester embarrassment also demonstrated that the minister said they will deal with this overcrowding, but failed. Instead, they want to outsource prisons. The EFF will make sure that that comes to an end. That is not happening. Chairperson, I think there needs to be a different approach to this overcrowding. Minor offenses need not be kept in prison. They should be encouraged or be monitored to do community service, as the EFF will reject this.
Thank you very much, honorable member. IFP.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Our justice system stands as a source of inspiration for development nations throughout the world as it meets and exceeds international standards. Despite this, the Department of Correctional Services still has a number of shortcomings which desperately need to be addressed. In the 2022 to 23 financial year, the department recorded an underspending of almost 107 million. This is despite the fact that more than 6 of the largest targets in line with its mandate have not been achieved. The various outstanding vacancies that are yet to be filled within the department do not inspire much confidence that it is adequately equipped to effectively deliver on its constitutional mandate to the people it directly or indirectly serves. Honorable Honorable Chair, I want to take this moment to congratulate the department for achieving yet another unqualified audit opinion and for its reduction of audit findings. However, I would be doing injustice if I did not point out the many challenges the department is faced with, such as overcrowding in correctional facilities, the intimidation of violence and amongst inmates, as well as the huge backlog of cases in courts of law. Notwithstanding the above, the IFP accept the report, and I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Prof. FF plus.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Let us be reminded that the mandate of the department is to uphold and protect the Constitution and the rule of law, and to retain inmates in safe, secure, and humane conditions in correctional centers, to provide needs-based rehabilitation programs and reintegrate offenders into the communities as law-abiding citizens. But what do we find in reality, House Chair? The continued misuse of state resources and persistent weaknesses in systems of transparency, accountability, and performance. In this report, the achievements reported by the annual performance report materially differed from the supporting evidence. Reported performance achievements of the South African Human Rights Commission are not supported by reliable evidence. The backlog in court cases result in delays on effective, efficient administration and the justice system conviction process, and efficient administration of the justice system conviction process and fulfillment of the department's mandate. Honorable Chair, the Freedom Front Plus will not support this report. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. ACDP.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, while the department received another unqualified audit opinion from the AG, the AG has again put emphasis on matters relating to uncertainty on the outcomes of all the litigation that the department is involved in. The department is a defendant in many lawsuits, and the outcome of these cannot be determined, and no provision for any liability that may result in the additions to the financial statements has been inserted. And this the HCDP does find concerning. And I think if we look across all state departments, the issue of state litigation and those contingencies is an aspect that the AG continues to raise. Overcrowding remains a problem at correctional centers, and the ACDP has continually raised this issue. We believe that not enough has been done to expedite criminal trials, as that has an impact on the remand detainees that are costing the state hundreds of rands per day. And when we traveled to the Free State, we found a remand detainee owed bail of 100 rand, but it cost the state 300 rand a day to keep him in remand detainee. So that clearly is an issue which we raised, and the judiciary addressed that. We also believe and support restorative justice programs where the inmate is not a danger to society. We believe that this contributes to the rehabilitation and will reduce in the amounts of recidivism. There are a number of concerns that have been expressed in the committee's report, and I think that these are issues which are ongoing and clearly need attention. We also see the challenges that JIGS is facing, and whilst they attempt to do the inspections of the correctional services to their best ability, they are also constrained. And in view of these numbers of issues and ongoing issues which over many years have not been addressed, the ACDP will sadly not support this report. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. UDM? ATM? Good. NFP?
Thank you, Chairperson. Once again, I see hypocrisy at its highest level in this House. And let me tell you why I say this. If you look at even the Washington Post report on the inhumane manner in which prisoners, now this is going back to the days of apartheid, okay, you're being detained without trial. Most of these people have not been charged, but they are living under the most inhumane, degrading conditions in Israeli prisons. And nobody seems to feel anything about it, but yet they are complaining there are some committing crimes in South Africa. They committed no crimes, but look at how, on what conditions. These committed crimes, let's protect these. These lives matter, those don't. This is the DA and others who have no mercy on human beings in Palestine. Now, Chairperson, I see a lot of emphasis is on overcrowding. Yes, it's a problem. But why not get to the root cause of the problem? Unless you reduce crime, you're going to continuously be building more and more correctional facilities. You know, I was in Limpopo over the weekend on an oversight. And that's the matter that came up. Are we going to eventually build a police station in every street corner? That's the direction we are going in. Why not get to the root cause of this dysfunctional state we're in so that we can reduce crime? Let's sit down together and address the contributing factors. And one factor that came up, I can tell you time and time again, was alcohol. But of course, some of them don't have a problem with it. Then there's a problem with tuberculosis because of overcrowding, the health conditions in the correctional facilities. I really believe that a criminal must be dealt with the contempt they deserve when you know what they're doing. You cannot do it at the expense of the victims. The victims must pay to provide them a beautiful service, 3-course meal in prison, provide them with all the facilities, many of them even graduate from there. So I think we need to have a relook in terms of how we treat criminals in this country. If you treat them with kid gloves, it'll become a business, and that's what it is right now. The NFP supports this report. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Sheikh. AIC?
I support the report, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much. COPE? PAC? Al-Jamaa? ANC?
Thanks, House Chair. The ANC support the BRRR on correctional services. The ANC has been and remains an advocate for self-sufficiency and skills development. Through skills development, meaningful contribution into the economy becomes possible. Rehabilitating offenders and equipping them with the necessary skills after incarceration will contribute to a safer South Africa. Moreover, effective rehabilitation will contribute to reduced reoffending. Incarceration must be safe and humane. Both the inmates and officials must be and feel safe. We commend the department for the continued implementation of the self-sufficiency and sustainability framework and encourage it to expand this and ensure that more inmates benefit from this. House Chair, all target sets under the rehabilitation program were met. We appreciate this as rehabilitation as a start is the heart of the DCS. The department completed 8 infrastructure projects in the period under review. We applaud the department on its improved audit outcome. In the beginning of the 6th administration, 2019-2020, the department received a qualified audit outcome with 214 findings. Since then, the department has improved. This year, the department received an unqualified audit with 110 findings, with the area of qualification being uncertainty on the outcome of exceptional litigation. House Chair, the overcrowding of correctional centers continues to be a concern for the ANC. Overcrowding compromises the rehabilitation of inmates and places the safety and security of inmates and officials at risk. While we understand that DCS is at the end of the justice value chain, we encourage the department to find effective approaches to reduce overcrowding. House Chair, the ANC supports this report. I think.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. I put the motion again. Are there any objections?
House Chair, please note the objection of the DA.
It's noted.
Please note the objection of the EFF.
Noted.
Please note
Please note the objection of the FF plus.
Please note the ACDP's objection. Thank
I
you.
noted them. With those objections, it's agreed to. The Secretary will read the seventh order.
Consideration of budgetary review and recommendation report of portfolio committee on public enterprise.
Thank you. I now recognize the Honorable the Chief Whip of the Majority Party.
Thank you, House Chair. I move that the report be adopted.
Thank you. Requests for declarations of vote have been received. I'll now allow for up to 2 minutes. One member of each political party wishing to make a declaration, an opportunity to do so. The DA.
House Chairperson. House Chairperson, notwithstanding the fact that Transnet incurred a 5.7 billion rand loss, it is now also costing the economy more than 100 million rands per day in lost revenue owing to the operational inefficiencies at our ports. House Chairperson, last week Monday, the DA conducted an extensive aerial oversight over the Durban port, and the magnitude of the crisis that we witnessed unfolding at this specific port convinced us that unless private sector participation in the operation and management of our ports is urgently prioritized, the situation at our ports will only continue to worsen. We reject the 47 billion rand guarantee facility provided to Transnet by government last Friday, as it will not assist this beleaguered entity to address the operational, financial, and governance challenges that it is currently experiencing. Despite being extended a 254 billion rand debt bailout by government, Eskom's net loss after tax worsened from 11.9 billion rands to 23.9 billion rands in the 2022-23 financial year. And so did its ability to keep the lights on. We've been subjected to almost 17 years of load shedding by Eskom House Chairperson. And the economic impact of this load shedding is beyond astonishing. Eskom itself informed the committee that in the previous financial year, load shedding cost the economy a staggering 300 billion rands, and 5% of the country's GDP was lost due to load shedding. House Chairperson, we welcome the recent load shedding judgment handed down by the Pretoria High Court. The judgment found that the countless but preventable failures by this government, including its failure to prevent load shedding, have infringed the rights of its citizens and the Constitution. This landmark judgment, House Chairperson, underscores what we already know. The ANC government is a failure. It is failing to remedy the electricity crisis that it has perpetuated and enabled for almost 17 years, and must definitely be voted out of government come May 2024. Nyahamba.
Thank you very much. The EFF.
Thank you, House Chairperson. Greetings to the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Economic Freedom Fighters, the officials.
Honorable members.
Must I proceed, Chair?
You may proceed, honorable member.
Okay, greetings to the Commander-in-Chief, officials, commissars, and ground forces of the 26th July movement. We want to send a special greeting to all young people who went out in their numbers to register to vote for the EFF during the voter registration weekend on the 18th and 19th of November. We want to encourage those who are above the age of 17 years to go out and register to vote, and they can still register to vote online, which is open 24 hours. House Chairperson, the EFF rejects the budgetary review and recommendation report of the Portfolio Committee on Public Enterprises, and we reject it for these reasons. The EFF is the only party that said that this ministry is not necessary and should be disbanded. We said take Eskom and Alesco to the Department of Minerals and combine it with energy. We say take the NEL to Defense, SAA, Mango, and SA Express before they were deliberately collapsed. We said move staff call to the Department of Forestry. We didn't just say move them, but the strategy must be aligned to building state capacity and massive industrialization. Instead, we see people who are hell-bent on deliberately collapsing of our SOEs so that they can sell them to their friends at a very cheap price. ESCOM reported more than 5,000 hours of load shedding in 2023 alone, Chairperson, and the year has not even ended. Transnet has come to a complete standstill. People are still stealing money from SAA, and the less we say about staff call in Alesco, the better. And we want to express, Chairperson, that ESCOM is the only company that advertises that people must not use their product, which is a bit of upset. The minister accounts to no one but himself. He comes to Parliament and to the committee when he wants to, not when he is supposed to. He is the cabinet, the legislature, and the judiciary in one. Mr. Jamnandas is looting state assets with his friends. But the report tabled here today does not give us a sense that people appreciate the calamity and destruction of our SOEs. And that is why the EFF will reject this report. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Member. IFP.
Thank you very much, House Chair. Sihlalo, indaba zomnyango ifuna ishayelwe izandla. Awukho umnyango oyinhlekelele njengalo. Futhi sesikhuluma kakhulu njengamember lekomiti sichaza ukuthi lo mnyango lona unaso isidingo. Njengoba nje kunakho ukukhuluma kokuthi awuphihlizwe bese kuthi inkampani zisiwe eminyangweni eqondeneyo. Kufakazela khona kanye ukuthi umsebenzi womnyango awukho ngaphandle ukuthi umoshe imali. I-National Development Plan enhle kakhulu kabi lo mnyango yehluleke ukwenza lokho okulindele kuwo ukuze unikele ekuthenini ibe impumelelo njengephupho lezwe. Kunye kuphela ke esikushoyo thina ukuthi ukukhuluma okuningi akusizi namazwi amaningi sesiwakhulumile saye sancama. Ukwehluleka kwalo mnyango lo kuchaza kanye nje kuphela ukuthi iqembu eliphethe amandla selehlulekile seliphelelwe isikhathi sekufika isikhathi ukuthi abantu bakithi balikhiphe emandleni. Ngicabanga ukuthi uma ufuna ukwazi kabanzi ngokwehluleka kahulumeni udinga ukuthi uthathe lo mnyango zonke inkampani oqolene nazo uyibeke phambi kwakho ubuke zona-ke iyona sibuko esifanele uba izwe lesibuke ukuthi lo hulumeni oholwa i-ANC wehluleke kanjani. Iqiniso lithi ngisho ungamiswa lo mnyango uqedwe ungasabibikho thathwe zonke o-ESCOM befaka ngaphansi ko-energy nani kodwa uyohlala njalo uyilegacy efana nayo lobandlululo la khona safunda ukuthi iy'mali zabantu zehliswa kanjani ngemlenze nokuthi lezi inkampani kufanele ngabe zakha amathuba emisebenzi ziwaqede kanjani inqoba abantu bakithi bahlezi emakhaya ngenxa yokuthi ugesi awukho iy'nkampani ziyavala ama-investors awakwazi ukuze ezweni lethu ngoba ugesi lona oyisisekelo noma inqala izinto ebalulekileyo awukwazi ukuthi uthembakale. Ngakho nje iqembu lelibusayo kungikhongolozi kufanele namahloni ukuthi lisibeke kule nhlekelele sihlalo hloniphekileyo. Ngakho siyanxusa ukuthi ithuba elihle selifikile abantu bakithi abakhuculule lokungcola bakhuculule lenqa esixaye kangaka neshonisa phansi izwe lethu nakungaba ama-founders of this democracy lapha bakhona abanakho ukuthula babona leli qembu leli esalikhetha ukuba liphathe indaba zethu seliphenduke amanqe namankentshane.
Siyabonga ndaba zethu.
Siyabonga sihlalo.
FF Plus.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, the President named the following as being government priorities for the year 2023. Load shedding, unemployment, poverty and the rising cost of living, and crime and corruption. South Africans are still suffering due to severe load shedding with stages all over the place. Unemployment is at an all-time high, even though the ANC celebrates a 0.7% decline in the narrow definition. We still have one of the highest unemployment rates in the world, higher than some war-torn countries. Load shedding obviously contributing to this situation. Poverty and the cost of living keeps rising. Food and fuel prices are through the roof, and government stubbornly refuses to protect our food security by refusing to protect our farmers. Crime like murder is at a 2-decade high, with 68 people murdered in South Africa every day, and the police are powerless to stop it. Thus, Honourable House Chair, if the ANC fares like this with the areas identified as key priorities, it's no wonder that everything else is falling to pieces even quicker. Daarom, agbare voorsitter, is dit van kardinale belang dat die regering sy lang korrupte vingers van ons openbare entiteite moet afhou. Daar is geen entiteit waarin die ANC raak wat nie 'n omkeerstrategie benodig nie. Want hierdie ANC-regering beskik nie oor die vermoë om behoorlike, eerlike en volhoubare bestuur van enige entiteit toe te pas nie. Ek hoef nie eers met die voorbeelde te trakteer nie. Die chaos by Eskom, Transnet en SAL spreek van self. Want waar het jy al in die wêreld gesien dat 'n entiteit wat 'n monopolie oor die verskaffing van krag of spoorvervoer of lugvervoer het, 'n volstrekte verlies maak? Dit kan mos slegs toegeskryf word aan swak bestuur en korrupsie onder die ANC. Hierdie entiteite kan slegs gered word deur privatisering. Maak hierdie departement toe, want dit is net 'n kontantkoei vir ANC knoeiery. Ek dankie.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. ACDP.
Thank you, House Chair. The Department of Public Enterprises has oversight over a number of SOCs, including Eskom, Transnet, SAA, Denel, Safco, and Alexcorp. Now, we all are fully aware of the impact that Eskom has had and the power outages that have devastated households, businesses, individuals, and of course also impacted other infrastructure such as water, IT, service delivery, at health and education. And whilst there are new reforms and investments are being considered, load shedding is continuing and is expected to continue for a number of years. In this regard, the ACDP welcomes the full bench of the North Gauteng High Court, which last week declared load shedding at schools, hospitals, police stations unconstitutional and gave the Minister of Electricity 2 months to address this issue. Now, obviously, the challenge will be how to implement this judgment at these essential areas, and that is going to be the question, and whether the Minister could in fact be found in contempt of court if steps are not done to address these issues. The ACDP is also deeply concerned about the logistics crisis at Transnet. Transnet Freight Rail was the heartbeat of the economy, particularly the mines to carry cargo around the country. Sadly, due to mismanagement and an inability to protect rail lines from thieves, freight volumes have plummeted, with the Minerals Council estimating inefficiencies may have cost the country a staggering 150 billion rand in forfeited mineral exports last year alone. Some estimate that this crisis at Transnet is even worse than the crisis at Eskom, and clearly far more needs to be done to address the serious logistics challenge at our rails and our ports, with the tens of thousands of containers that are waiting to be offloaded. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. UDM? ATM? Good. NFP?
Thank you, Chairperson. The National Freedom Party will support the report tabled here. But of course, I was surprised. I didn't know whether this was some dream or whatever it is, when I saw a report that the rail transport, passenger rail, will be resuming at a fraction of the cost between Durban and Johannesburg and Cape Town as well. I think it's what, 430 rand travel from Durban to Cape Town. Now, I think that's a remarkable achievement, and I think we should congratulate ourselves for that. We're looking forward to that for a long time, because many people not only traveling, but of course you'll enjoy the scenery. It's like, how can I say? It's perhaps an experience just traveling by rail, and we used to do this many years ago. So let's congratulate them in any case. Now, my one concern, Chairperson, is South African Airways. And I'm shocked at what I have now found out, that we sold 14 of our airplanes at 35 million rand each. We released it back to ourselves at 44 million rand. Okay. So in other words, we gave our 14 airplanes away for nothing. After giving it away, we gave them 9 million rand each on airplane. And that's what we did for SAF Air. And that's why SAF Air is where it is today. Now we need an explanation there. Really, we need an explanation. All right. On the issue of I want to just touch on the freedom front. Yes, you are correct. You are worried about people that are dying here. 700 people died in the last 24 hours in Palestine. You haven't said a word. To the IFP, you're raising concerns about the failures of SOEs and things. Maybe you should tell us, what have you done? One single thing you have done wherever you govern to improve the quality of the life of those people then. I must congratulate the DA, at least you're bringing energy. You are taking your own place to
Honorable
bring energy.
Sheikh.
But what have IFP done?
Honorable Sheikh.
No water, roads
Honorable
are
Sheikh.
no housing.
Honorable Sheikh
Speak to
Imam.
Samuel Magwaza, they had something before.
Honorable Sheikh Imam. There's a point of order. Could you please take your seat? Honorable
Thank
Singh, what is your point of order?
Thank you very much.
Order, honorable members, please.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Will the honorable member take a very reasonable question, which he talks so much about the IFP, I'm sure he will be able to answer if I ask him the question. Thank you.
Honorable Imam, would you take a question from the
No,
Honorable Singh?
No.
Honorable Imam?
No, I won't.
Oh,
And
you will not take the
but
question.
let me tell you why I won't take a question of the NFP. Because I know the NFP's got great division, got
Honorable-
serious problems,
Honorable Imam,
but all created by the IFP.
Honorable Imam, your time is up.
Oh, thank you very much. The NFP supports you.
Thank you. AIC? COPE? PAC? Al Jama? ANC?
Thank you. Honorable House Chair, honorable members, the African National Congress, the lead of the society, the government, and the government of 2024 supports the PRRR. The ANC notes, Honorable Chairperson, the ANC notes with concerns that the processing of the PRRR of the Portfolio Committee on Public Enterprise was not accommodated with more accountability. At the heart of this apparent contradiction was the inability of the four SOCs that are less called Denel, ESCOM, and SAA to submit their annual reports and annual financial statements to satisfy the accountability and oversight objectives. However, Honorable House Chair, we must not lose the sight of the fact that these four SOEs that have counted before are currently implementing restructuring and turnaround plans, which made it difficult to share both annual reports and financial statements for the detailed assessment by the Portfolio Committee. Nonetheless, accommodating concerns for the accountability remains their overriding objective. After the implementation of the restructuring and turnaround plans, accountability will get much more attention around the four SOEs. While Transnet submitted its annual report and a financial statement, this SOE paid a lip service to its annual performance targets. In short, Chairperson, Transnet dismally performed against its annual performance targets. However, Honorable Chairperson and honorable members, what is clear from the evidence is that Transnet performance was hampered by external factors, compromising but not limited to the unavailability of locomotives, load shedding, and the bad weather conditions. The solution of these external factors, because as the African National Congress, we are taking the lead. Of course, not outside Transnet preview. Hence, the African National Congress is convinced, Honorable House Chair, that the right support, with the right support of the Department of Public Enterprise, Transnet can withstand these external factors.
Thank you very much.
Honorable Chairperson, the
Honorable
African
member.
National Congress supports the PRRR.
Thank you. I put the motion again. Are there any objections?
House Chair, please note the objection of the DA.
Noted.
Please note the objection of the EFF.
Noted.
And of the FF Plus House Chair?
Noted.
And the ACDP, thank you, Chair.
Noted. Thank you. With those objections, it's agreed to. The secretary will read the eighth order.
Consideration of budgetary review and recommendation report of Portfolio Committee on Higher Education, Science and Innovation on Department of Science and Innovation.
Thank you. I now recognize the Honorable the Chief Whip.
Ke a leboga modulasetulo, ke tshitshinya gore pegelo e e amogelwe ke ntlo e.
Thank you very much. Requests for declarations of vote have been received. I will now allow for up to 2 minutes, one member of each political party wishing to make a declaration and opportunity to do so. The DA.
Thank you, House Chairperson. The mandate of the Department of Science and Innovation is to boost socio-economic development in South Africa through research and innovation by providing leadership and enabling environment and resources for science, technology, and innovation. This is a very important function, and we do need groundbreaking science and innovation in order to enhance the well-being of South Africans. But sadly, the ANC-led government has lost billions of rands in corruption over the years, leaving such important departments as the Department of Science and Innovation seriously underfunded. While cadres have been enriching themselves, their families and friends, critical departments like science and innovation have been neglected. Minister PLENARY has been failing to ensure enough funding for the Department of Science and Innovation is secured. House Chairperson, while the department has received clean audit outcome, it is concerning that there has been a decline from 92% to 80% in the department's performance achievement, especially around support for University of Technology and TVET graduates and the development of high skills in critical areas. The department has also failed to monitor entities under its watch to ensure that they comply with legislation. This is why entities like Technology Innovation Agency has regressed and received an unqualified audit opinion with material fundings. The Technology Innovation Agency submitted financial statements for auditing, which were not supported with full and proper records, and that effective measures and appropriate steps were not taken to prevent irregular expenditure of 4.5 million rand as per PFMA. House Chairperson, after next year's general elections, the DA-led government will ensure that departments like science and innovation have enough budgets to carry out meaningful research and innovation to enhance the well-being of South Africans through science and innovation. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I now recognize the EFF.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, the EFF rejects the budget review and recommendation report tabled by the Portfolio Committee of Higher Education, Science and Technology. It is clear that there is confusion and lack of strategy to use science, technology, and innovation to produce knowledge, information, skills, and talent needed to support, facilitate, and fuel a massive industrialization and economic growth. The report does not seem to appreciate this gap, and instead, we are dealing with recommendations that were copied from the previous report because there is no political will to tell the truth. Officials in the Department of Science and Technology are telling us that since the relocation of the Ministry of Science and Innovation and Technology under the Minister of Higher Education, Dr. Blaine Zimande, the department and its entities are being turned into a site of corruption. What used to be a vibrant and exciting space of research and development, it is now just an administrative site. We suggested, including recommendation that the budget must be increased to account for 2.5% of the GDP by 2024. We suggested recommending an increase of research grants, scholarship, and fellowship in the midst of the budget cuts. We also suggested including a recommendation to say that all schools must be connected to high-speed fiber. The building of artificial intelligence laboratories in all universities and TVET colleges. the building and upgrading of the computer labs in all schools, the mandatory intakes of science and technology enrollment in institutions of higher education, synchronize research and development objectives with economic growth. We have been tabling these recommendations, but because the government is still failing to give learners flushing toilets in the rural schools in the Eastern Cape and Limpopo, and students at institutions of higher education are going to sleep with empty stomachs. The resistance to include these recommendations as people are focused to budget part. Thank you very much. We reject.
Honorable member, I would really appreciate that you respect that watch. Honorable members, I now recognize the IFP.
Honourable Speaker, science and technology and innovation are crucial drivers of sustainable economic growth, economic competitiveness, as well as socio-economic development. These are the how to ensure the relevancy and the competitive advantage of South Africa youth in a global market. As a result, we can just investigate that our worth millions and even billions of rand to ensure the success. Honourable Speaker, we want to accept this bill and support it. But with the minister that we have, that we don't have a trust on him currently, we are reluctant to support this bill, because supporting this report will mean that we're giving him a blank check to go and do everything that he wants, as he has failed to give us an assurance that with him leading this department, we are going for a better South Africa. Honourable Speaker, this department 22-22 budget allocating 9.1 billion may have been inadequately in ensuring that the department achieves all its programs as a part of mandate. Currently, more than 94.7% of the total budget allocation has only gone up to 3 programs out of the 5. On top of failing to meet all the fulfilled targets, the department has seen as underspending approximately 24.4 million. This is due to the fact that crucial position remains vacant within the department, which is possibly contributed to the significant downturn of the 92% performance, which was achieved in 2021-2022. Nevertheless, the IFP accepts the report, although that we are still crying that the ruling party should give us someone who's energetic, who's new, who has a vision, who will take this department forward, rather than having an old and visionless minister that we have. I thank you.
Thank you. I now recognize the FF Plus. While the FF Plus comes before the podium, may I plead with honorable members who will speak. There's a watch at your left-hand side, and it must be respected. And I will ensure that it does get respected. Thank you very much. Yes, you may. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I promise to respect the innovation of a watch on my left-hand side. The Department of Science and Innovation is one of the key departments in economic growth, or it should be. The saying goes that there are only 2 sure things, death and taxes. We could add change. When change is positive, it is the result of innovation. It is when science or even technology is not left on a proverbial shelf to be admired, but implemented to enhance the lives of people. South Africa has much room for innovation. We have rich resources, yet most of our people are poor. We know we have to move away from fossil fuels, yet we know that it is not as easy as substituting potatoes for sweet potatoes. We have innovative people, but not always the systems to make the most of it. We have the advantage of clear and silent southern skies, yet we find it hard to let it benefit those living below it. The Department of Science and Innovation is indeed a bright star in the governmental sky. Generally, the department and its entities receive good audit opinions and reach most of its goals. It may be unfair to criticize its impact because we don't know how things would be without it. Yet, the department is underfunded. The goal of spending 1% of national budget on science and innovation seems to slip further out of reach. It is stuck at 0.88%, where it is unable to harness the natural resources in such a way that jobs are created in South Africa and products exported rather than the other way round. Now, the fiscal cliff, which has been mentioned often, is not something to fall off, but it's something to descend cautiously. And that's what happens to science innovation, a department starved of the funds it needs to reach its goal. I thank you.
Thank you. I now recognize the ACDP.
Honorable House Chairperson, as we consider this BRRR, the ACDP agrees with a policy brief put out by the OECD, which states that scientific advances and technological change are important drivers of economic performance. The ability to create, distribute, and exploit knowledge has become a major source of competitive advantage, wealth creation, and improvements in the quality of life. Science and innovation unleashes the positive impact of ICT on the economy and on society. It promotes the application of recent scientific advances in the new products and processes. It is evident that a high rate of innovation leads to a shift to more knowledge-intensive industries and services, as well as raising skill requirements. Clearly, the constructs of science and innovation are invaluable to the socio-economic development of South Africa. However, according to this report, this development will not be realized, where only 53% of planned targets are achieved, with 99.6% of the total allocated budget spent. It will not be achieved when TVET colleges' infrastructure plans are not approved as planned. It will not be achieved when the Auditor General identifies material findings relating to 4 delivery programs against university education, TVET skills development, and CET. It will not be achieved when in NSFAS, TVET colleges and universities, including UNISA, have outstanding audits. It will certainly not take place when higher education and training portfolio rakes up irregular expenditure of some 1.7 billion rand. The ACDP acknowledges the recommendations in this report, but we will not hold our breath in seeing its implementation. Unlike the ACDP, the ANC has shown that it lacks the moral and intestinal fortitude to implement the Zondo Commission's recommendations and those to fix Eskom, Transnet, PRASA, amongst other SOEs. I thank you.
I now recognize the UTM. ATM, Wood, NFP, AIC, okay, COPE, PAC, Al-Jamaa. I now recognize the ANC.
Honorable House Chairperson, we must be worried that people hold aspirations to run a country, but they can't figure out the difference between a declaration for science and innovation and the higher education. We must be very worried. Running a country is a serious enterprise. Honorable Chairperson, the African National Congress supports the adoption of this report without reservations, as we have seen the department's outstanding efforts and the entity's efforts to promote social and economic development. Despite severe funding constraints, they have effectively coordinated their activities in line with the objectives of the National Development Plan. Beyond reasonable doubt, we are confident that the department and the entity strive for success despite apparent difficulties. The committee observed critical findings after carefully reviewing the department's and some of its entities' performance and the planning materials. By noting the meaningful engagements that could further shape recommendations to the department and its entities, we hope to see a more in-depth intention from the department to investigate the root causes of problems that need more focus and attention. Perhaps we should also take note of the fact that we need to interrogate the effects of the sunset clauses on the performance of some of these departments that are slow in the uptake of the mandate to deliver to our people. Honorable Chairperson, we must commend the department for retaining its clean audit. To us, this reveals that the department is generally well managed. Its performance should direct greater attention to interrogating the performance achievement and the impact on the lived reality of South Africa's citizens. We have also expressed our concern regarding the regression in the audit outcome of the TIA. However, we are hopeful that with our recommendations, there will be strengthened oversight of implementing the audit action plans of the entity. As the ANC, we look forward to continuing with the excellent work of the department post the electoral victory of 2024. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable members, I put the motion before you. Any objections?
House Chair, please note the objection of the DA.
The DA,
Please note the objection of the EFF.
EFF,
And the ACDP, thank you.
ACTP, the objections will be recorded accordingly. The motion is agreed to. The secretary will now read the 9th order of the day.
Consideration of budgetary review and recommendation report of Portfolio Committee on Higher Education, Science and Innovation on Department of Higher Education and Training and entities.
Thank you. I now recognize the Chief Whip of the Majority Party.
Thank you very much, House Chair. I move that the report be adopted.
Thank you. The request for declaration has been made. The 2 minutes rule apply. I now recognize the DA.
Motsamaisi wa Mokoko, the value one has for everything in life is always measured by how much they're willing to sacrifice for it. And in this department, the sacrifice is again the poor students who depend on a sound D-head budget that will not lock them out of educational opportunities that would have otherwise given them a fair shot at one day landing meaningful jobs, putting food on the table for themselves and their families, fighting generational poverty and living dignified lives. The 2 billion NSFAS and 390 million universities downward budget adjustments are clear indications of how little the ANC cares. Dignity for students is an unimaginable offering for the ANC. You do not care about Tshepang Mohapi and every other poor young person in South Africa whose qualification is their family's only shot out of poverty. If you did, NSFAS wouldn't be the disappointing and dysfunctional mess it is. Students wouldn't be battling hunger, depression, destitution, and anxiety across campuses all year because God knows when their NSFAS allowances would be paid. If you cared, students would not be living in NSFAS-funded shacks in Madalabara, Limpopo, while you play victim and sweep matters under the carpet. See, this is why you will be voted out of power in the next elections. Students deserve a competent and caring government, a DA government with a proven track record of good governance. Yes, the DA gets things done. With a DA government, students will have unobstructed access to quality education. So I urge all young South Africans to visit www.check.da.org.za and register to rescue South Africa and our future. I thank you, Chair.
I now recognize the EFF. EFF, order, honorable members. EFF. Order, honorable members.
Thank you, House Chair. Indeed, 2024 will be our 1994 next year when we go and vote. House Chair, the EFF rejects the budgetary review and recommendation report of the Portfolio Committee of Higher Education, Science and Innovation and its entities. We are here again to debate the very same things that were copy and paste from the previous reports with no consequences, while students are suffering in the institutions of higher learning, particularly TVET colleges. Here, House Chair, recommendations informed by our lived experience and interactions with students and young people in the institutions of higher learning on the daily basis. The report must recommend that there must be a wide-scale investigation into corruption in the higher education sector, and these must include all entities with NSFAS and SETAs in particular. The report must recommend that the minister hands over the Professor Jonas Balim's report on the NSFAS collapse and corruption. The report must also state that an urgent war room be set up far from the Minister of Higher Education that must prioritize the payment of allowances to ensure that all students have study materials, a place to stay, eat, and attend all classes. Lastly, the report should have included a firm recommendation that there must be an investigation into the corruption of SETA training. We know it is not the students involved in this corruption. It is administrators benefiting from this corruption. House Chair, we know that the current chairperson of NSFAS was recorded sitting at the airport with his cronies who decided that they must appoint Weltmass attorneys because they have a corrupt partner who will narrow the investigation to protect all of them from this corruption of NSFAS and also sacrifice one person, the now fired CEO. But this report does not include any of these. Instead, it pretends as if everything is fine in NSFAS. And we know there's a huge corruption there by NSFAS. As the EFF, we reject this report. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I now recognize the IFP. IFP.
Honourable Speaker, the future of this country is glooming if we fail to direct and invest the state resources into ensuring the quality education for and invest into the youth. Moreover, investment into education is almost futile if the government efforts are not reflective on the productive needs of industries. The IFP notes with concern that the goalposts of youth development keep on shifting as more than a decade ago. South African youth were deemed unemployable, and now in 2023, when the youth are adequately skilled, they are unable to find employment and are thus prevented from the positive contribution to the country. None can challenge me when I highlight that the youth are a key demographic. Therefore, it is crucial we develop and coordinate the post-school education and training system that is responsive to the socio-economic need of this country. Despite the period of this objective set by the department, enrollment in TVET and SETA sectors have been below the set target even after the constant eradication of which funding remains the biggest hindrance to access the higher education. Honourable Speaker, we are concerned that despite this, the department achieving only 53% of its planned target, and yet more than 99.6% of the total allocation budget was spent on which the regression in comparison of 2021 to 2022 financial year. Honourable Speaker, as much as we want to accept this bill, this report, but there are looming and there are reports that are saying that the borders and the fireworks to stop the corruption in this department, in this and NSFAS, is still not being able to be detected, and there are no measures in place to ensure us and give us confidence that the department is looking at the matter and we are going to have it stopped in the near future. But there are a lot of ghost students that are receiving NSFAS, and those ghost students that are receiving NSFAS, it is through the department and officials of NSFAS and the alliance of the ruling party. And we need that to stop unless we accept the report. Thank you, Chair.
FCT, can you assist me? I now recognize the FF Plus.
Agbare huisvoorsitter, baie dankie. Die departement van hoër onderwys klink asof dit 'n akademiese soort van departement moet wees, maar eintlik is dit 'n maatskaplike departement. Die enigste departement wat meer geld uitdeel as die departement van hoër onderwys deur NSFAS is die departement van maatskaplike ontwikkeling self, met meer as 1 miljoen studente wat toelaag van NSFAS ontvang. Nou, dit is nie 'n slegte idee om mense te kry om te studeer nie, inteendeel, die potensiaal daarvan om mense uit armoede uit te lig is byna oneindig. Maar daar's twee probleme by NSFAS. Die ene is dis makliker om verkoue in 'n kinderhuis uit te roei as om korrupsie in NSFAS uit te roei. En die tweede ene is dat die geld nooit terugkom nie. Dit is nie beurse wat terugbetaal moet word of selfs teruggewerk moet word nie. Dis doodgewoon geld wat weggegee word. Nou, Suid-Afrika het 'n probleem met te min geld. Dit is hoekom die aansuiweringsbegroting hier en daar en oral geld weggevat het, ook by die Departement van Hoër Onderwys. Dit beteken dat ons universiteite en veral die TVET colleges wat reeds nie op 'n pyl kan presteer, wat hulle funksie kan of hulle doel kan bereik nie, moet met nog minder geld klaarkom. Die gemeenskapscolleges of die sogenaamde community colleges wat eintlik regtig vir die mees kwesbare mense bedoel is eintlik nêrens in hierdie begroting nie. Nou goed, uiteindelik beteken dit die staat se geld is op en hierdie groot herverdeling van welvaart van die belastingbetalers na die studente kan nie voortgaan nie. Uiteindelik is die een ding wat moet gebeur, dat NSFAS begunstigdes moet op die nasionale belastingbetalers databasis geplaas word sodat hulle kan terugbetaal sodra hulle begin verdien. Dit sal die departement uit sy krisis kan lig en dit kan beteken dat meer mense beurse kan kry, ook die missing middle. Baie dankie.
Thank you. I now recognize ACDP.
No declaration, thank you.
Thank you. UDM. ATM. Wood. I now recognize the NFP.
Thank you, Chairperson. The National Freedom Party will support the report tabled here today. Allow me also to advise this House that in Palestine, we saw a presentation by Dr. Mad Gilbert. And according to Dr. Mad Gilbert, the bombs are thrown only when children are coming out from school. Now, I would love each and every one of you to see this presentation and engage with Dr. Matt Gilbert firsthand, because he lived there, he experienced it, he served the people in that community, and you'll get a clearer picture of what is going on. So can you imagine, the children are coming out? As you know they are coming out, that's when you throw out the bombs. Do you know what is why it is deliberate? And I agree with you, Honorable Member. It is because it's an attempt to wipe out an entire generation. That is what it is all about. So I'd like us all who are mothers and fathers and grandfathers and mothers to picture this. Your child coming from school indiscriminately, there's a bomb thrown again there, but that's the problem. What I don't see here, Chairperson, is this, that with this 12 billion rand that we allocate for national student financial aid, 60% of them drop out in the first year, which means over 7 billion rand is thrown in the bin. That is what it simply means. What are we doing about it? The other thing is this, that we are giving funding for student financial aid, and there is this perception it's free, I can do what it wants with it. What mechanisms have we got in place to ensure that these students actually attend college? Go and see them. They are partying all weekend, not going to college at all. There's no mechanisms to monitor that you're giving them money and they must attend school. That's why 60% are dropping. And a further 30% drop out, fail because they fail mathematics in any case. So you can look at the money that you're spending, but you're not getting value for it. My time seems to be up. The NFP will support this, but I think we need to put mechanisms to have accountability and get value for money.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I now recognize the AIC.
No declaration, Honorable Chair.
Thank you. COPE. PAC. Al-Jama. I now recognize the ANC.
Thank you, our Chairperson. Let me start by indicating that as the ANC, we are not obsessed of 2024. Our work daily, our responsibility is creating a better life 365 days. Chairperson, can you protect me from howling?
Honorable members,
Honorable
order, please
Chairperson.
don't drown the speaker. Allow me to do so. Okay. Yes. Honorable members, order, don't drown the speaker. You are allowed to hear it, but not to drown the speaker. You may proceed, honorable member.
Thank you, Chairperson. The African National Congress supports the adoption of the budget review and recommendation report. Let us take this opportunity to thank all members of the PC by ensuring that when we engage with the department, they make sure that they do a recommendation and take trace in terms of what the department has to do. The spending of 99.6 of the total available budget for 2022-2023 to achieve 53% of the planned 111 target was concerning. The impact of the budget should lead to the achievement of the planned objectives. We commend the department for obtaining a clean audit opinion on its financial statement. The same must be obtained on the annual performance report. We are pleased with the performance of the QCTO, SAQA, and Chair. These entities have shown that despite the financial constraints, they did more. They all received the clean audit with over 90% achievement on their 2022-2023 APP targets. Our primary concern is the poor audit outcomes of the Sector Education and Training Authority, NSF, with irregular expenditure within the higher education portfolio, which was 1.7 billion in 2022 and 2023. It is critical to note that adhering to the PFMA prescripts is not a choice, but a requirement. We implore our sitters to ensure they comply with the PMFMA and that consequence management be implemented. The committee will continue to monitor and implement the audit action plan as adhered by the AG findings. And Chairperson, what short of all members who spoke here is that on the daily basis, as members of the PC, they make sure that they refer issues that has to do with NSFAS. So they are not truthful to themselves.
Okay.
They are doing well in terms of ensuring
Thank
that
you.
they do their work on a
Thank
daily
you.
basis. Thank you.
Honorable members, order. Honorable members, I will now suspend the proceedings until 14 hours.
You need to put the vote, House Chair.
1 second. No, I'm too fast. Thank you very much, Honorable Mtlangweni. Point taken. Thank you. Enkosi.
We
Okay.
object,
No,
House Chair.
No, let me do it. So
All
that
right,
can
thank you.
respond.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Okay, honorable members, I put the motion again before the House. Any objections?
House Chair, please note the objection of the DA.
The DA noted.
We object, House Chair.
EFF noted.
Please note the ACDP's objection. Thank you.
FF plus noted. The motion is agreed to.
ACDP. Yeah.
AC, no. Honorable Swart, I'm saying the objections shall be recorded accordingly. The motion is agreed to. Honorable members, I will now suspend the proceedings of the House until 14 hours. Bells will be rung to alert members to resumption of the business. The business now is suspended. Thank you.
Recording stopped.
My friend, how are you? I'm okay. Do you still have cold water? Yeah, like those bottles. Cold bottled water. I don't know. Yeah. But is it cold? Oh.
Zo.
The House Chairperson.
Thank you. You may be seated.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Honorable members, earlier we suspended the proceedings, now we proceed. I just want to verify with the table staff if we have Honorable Kubeka on the line. And if you are on the line, Honorable Kubeka, I would ask you to, yes, you are on the line. May I please request you to show your face? Open your video, Honorable Kubeka. Nomsa. We are waiting, Honorable Kubeka. We need to proceed. Please just switch on your video so that we can do this. You are on the line. What's wrong?
Yes, I'm on the line. It seems as if the video, it doesn't want to open, Madam House Chair. Can maybe the host can assist me?
On a point of order, House Chair. On a point of order, House Chair. Last week, House Chair, you ruled that one of my members may not take her minutes that was allocated to the EFF to do a declaration.
Wait,
So
we
now
are
we're
not
gonna
there
wait for
yet.
the ANC.
Wait,
no,
wait. I don't know what you're talking about. You are not doing that now. Please take your seats.
They are always angry,
Honorable-
these people.
Honorable Kubeka.
House Chair.
Yes.
My humble apology. I'm trying to press on the camera. It says it unable to access the camera.
Honorable Kubeka. I
Honorable
think
House
you
Chair.
were, yes, who's that now? Honorable
It's me.
Kubeka. Okay, listen, Honorable Kubeka.
Yes,
I think
House
the
Chair.
last time you gave
It's
the
Jonathan.
same. Honorable members on the platform, please mute. The House is in session. So. Yeah, I've seen. Honorable Kubeka, so you have been told before, and you could have at least alerted the Parliament so that you could be assisted, because I have a report that they've been calling you the whole day today so that you can prepare for this, and you did not respond. Honorable Chief Whip, your hand is up.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. Good afternoon to you and to the honorable members. Honorable House Chair, it is with regret that the same thing is happening which Honorable Kubeka was called into order. And we cannot waste the time of this August House by saying one and the same thing. I suggest that you find accordingly as the presiding officer. This is just too much, and we want to apologize as ANC caucus for such an embarrassment time and again. I submit. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me say this, that Honorable Kubeka,
Madam House
We have been trying to call you to make sure that you are ready for this moment, and you did not respond to the calls. And knowing that you have a duty to perform today in your name, you should have really asked for assistance. And for now, I take it that Honorable Kubeka is not in the house, because the instruction is that you should be able to show your face as we do this reprimand. So since you are unable to show your face, and the same reason as the Chief Whip says is given, this matter will be processed differently. And
Madam, my
Honorable
humble apology. I'm trying to log in
Honorable
into.
member, unfortunately, for now, I'm giving a ruling, and I don't expect any person to talk on this matter. I'm giving a ruling that Honorable Kubeka, Honorable Ntlangwini, what's your problem? Honorable Kubeka, please listen to me. I'm ruling on the matter, and I told you the background. So I'll just say this process of reprimand has actually failed, and it is not the parliament or the presiding officer, the speaker, that should be blamed on this matter. But we informed you, as I said, we have been trying to call and we couldn't find you. So please wait. Is your video on now?
Now it's on, Madam House Chair.
Thank you. Okay, please remain on your video as I do this. Please remain there. Please remain. Remain on the video, please, Honorable Kubeka.
Yes, Madam House Chair, I'm on the video
Yes.
camera. Yes.
Just remain there. So I'm not sure if it is because I'm speaking that it is not going straight to her. What should happen? I don't want to blame her, because maybe the cameras are on me instead of being on her. What should happen? ICT, can you please pin the video of Honorable Kubeka? ICT, I can't speak to her without her face being here. Thank you very much. Thank you, Honorable Kubeka, for trying.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Honorable members, on the 28th November, the House adopted the Joint Committee on Ethics and Members' Interest Report concerning Honorable James, Honorable Kubeka, and Honorable Kula. The report recommended a reprimand for the members concerned. It is noted that Honorable James and Honorable Kula are no longer members of this House, and therefore the reprimand will be issued for Honorable Kubeka. A reprimand in the House is a public act aimed at ensuring that discipline is meted out fairly, transparently, and applied consistently. I will now issue the reprimand and request Honorable Kubeka to stand or open her camera on the virtual platform. That is done. In terms of the Constitution, before members begin to perform their functions, they must pledge faithfulness to the Republic and obedience to the Constitution. They also pledge to obey respect and uphold all other law and perform their functions to the best of their ability. These pledges are not simply for individuals. They also serve to foster the image and standing of Parliament as an institution of the people and in whom the people place their trust. The Code of Ethical Conduct and Disclosures of Members' Interest is intended to provide a set of ethics and values for members when discharging their responsibilities. It comprises minimum standards of behavior, including upholding propriety, integrity, and transparency. Among other requirements, the code obligates members to annually declare their financial interest in a public register. The obligation allows the public to confirm that no member may have been exposed to a conflict of interest. Honorable Kubeka, you have failed to disclose your financial interest from 2022 and therefore fallen short of the conduct expected of you. It is apparent from the committee report that you were provided fair opportunity to present your records and not having done so to adequately explain your failure. Your action had the potential to erode the public trust in Parliament. Honorable members, this is unacceptable and deserving of repercussions. I have now concluded to reprimand and you may resume your seat. And thank you, Honorable Kubeka. You may close your camera.
Madam House Chair, with due respect, can I say something?
No, thank you very much. This is how the reprimand is done. All the explanation you were given opportune time to do them to the relevant office, not in the House. In the House is just a reprimand. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam House Chair.
Thank you. Honorable members, we proceed. Honorable members, on Tuesday, the 28th November, the House adopted the Joint Committee on Ethics and Members' Interest Report concerning Honorable Cele, the Minister of Police. The recommendation of the report agreed to by this House is that the member enter an apology in the House for his conduct towards Mr. Ian Cameron, the Director of Community Safety and Action Society, non-profit organization, during a community meeting with the South African Police Service and the communities of Guguletu and Nyanga in the Western Cape on the 5th July 2022. Honorable members, please. What's the problem? I have been informed that Honorable Minister Cele will be on the virtual platform. Can I confirm that, Joe? Okay. Honorable Cele, I now ask that in accordance with the sanction, what is the problem in this House now? Please, honorable members, can you respect the House? Honorable Tele, I now ask that in accordance with the sanctions of the House, with the sanction, the House has agreed to enter an apology for your conduct. The Honorable Tele.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable House and members. Chairperson, at this juncture, according to the matter that is in front of me, I have written the Speaker about the matter, and we have not exhausted the correspondence with the Speaker. He has acknowledged the letter but has not responded. And then I will request to be given the opportunity to take that matter forward with the Speaker of Parliament. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Tele. Your request has been granted. We will await that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Honorable members, I will now proceed. Where, John? Honorable members, I will now ask the Secretary to read the 10th order.
Consideration of recommendation of persons for appointment to South African Human Rights Commission in terms of section 1935 of the Constitution.
Can I ask you, honorable members there, did you hear what she said? What's wrong with us? No, I'm including myself because I'm in the House. Honorable members, you can't do that. You cannot continue like that. I've asked you to be quiet and you continue doing this thing. Please, we are in the House. We must maintain the decorum. You don't even know the topic that you are going to deal with because you were talking. Let us respect this House and the decorum of the House. I'm pleading with you. I'm not going to say this again. May I now invite the Honorable Magwanisha, the committee chairperson, to introduce the report. I'm going to call you by name if you continue.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson, honorable ministers and deputy ministers, honorable members. On the 30th of January 2023, the chairperson of the South African Human Rights Commission informed the National Assembly of the resignation of Commissioner B. Malachi with effect from the 31st January 2023. And on the 24th of April 2023, he alerted the House that a further 5 vacancies would arise when the term of 5 commissioners expire on the 31st December 2023. In all, there are 6 vacancies to be filled, of which 4 are full-time and 2 are in a part-time capacity. Section 193, subsection 4 of the Constitution provides that the President, on the recommendation of the National Assembly, must appoint the members of the South African Human Rights Commission. Section 193, subsection 5 of the Constitution provides that the National Assembly must recommend persons nominated by a committee of the Assembly and approved by the Assembly by a resolution supported by a majority of the members of the Assembly. Section 5, subsection 2 of the South African Human Rights Commission Act provides that the recommendation must also indicate whether the member is to be appointed in a full-time or a part-time capacity. The matter was referred to the Committee for Processing on the 16th of January, 2023, and on the 4th of May 2023, respectively. The committee advertised the position, requesting members of the public to nominate candidates for appointment. The names of all those who applied or were nominated were published on Parliament's website for comments. The shortlisted candidates were screened and their qualifications verified. Interviews took place on the 14th and 15th of November 2023. After deliberating, the committee resolved to recommend the following for appointment as full-time commissioners: Dr. W. Boshoff, Ms. Ikwinana, Mr. Chris Nissen, Professor T. Madlingosi. In addition, the committee recommended that Advocate Sandra Makwasha and Mr. A. Gungubele be appointed as part-time commissioners. The committee also considered the appointment of a chairperson of the commission as required by the Act and recommends that Mr. C. Nissen be considered for that position. The committee also recommended that the term of office for all those.
Uzayibona mos eyokuqala into inalanto yophukela pha ngaphakathi.
Honorable Tunjwa, really? Proceed, va.
The committee also considered the appointment of the chairperson of the commission as required by the Act and recommends that Mr. C. Nissen be considered for that position. The committee also recommends that the term of office of all those appointed be 7 years. We recommend that this report for your kind consideration, and I thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, I will now recognize parties that wish to make declarations on the report. The DA?
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. The committee is enjoined to recommend for appointment to the Human Rights Commission 2 part-time commissioners and 4 full-time commissioners. Interviews were held over a period of 2 days and 13 applicants and nominees were interviewed. The quality of the interviews was overall a little disappointing, and some incumbents have reapplied. The Human Rights Commission has overall underperformed, and their audit outcomes have not always been satisfactory, and therefore the current commissioners cannot be absolved of all blame in this regard. All the applicants were interviewed by the committee, and the vetting results were unfortunately only made available after the interviews. However, they were dealt with. All the applicants were carefully weighed and considered in the light of the requirements for commissioners and the shortcomings of the current commissioners. We found 9 of the candidates to be wholly unsuitable for appointment, either due to a lack of suitable expertise or experience, or due to a very poor track record. The DA does, however, support the following candidates: E. Kwinana as a full-time candidate, W. Boshoff as a full-time commissioner, Chris Nissen as a full-time commissioner, and Andre Gaum as a full-time commissioner. The nominees were a little disappointing, and we cannot in good conscience recommend 6 commissioners out of the 13 interviews that were done and assessed. Yet with what we have before us, we call on other members to make choices based on merit instead of political alliances. The appointment of ill-experienced commissioners will only further legitimize this Chapter 9 institution. An appointment based on skill and experience will ensure that the commissioners can reinvigorate the importance of the Human Rights Commission in investigating and reporting on human rights abuses. I thank you.
Thank you. The EFF?
Mgcini sihlalo ngiyathokoza kakhulu kwamambala. CEFF esingakutsho nge-Human Rights Commission ukuthi bahlulekile iminyaka yonke le ukwenza umbereko wabo. CEFF esingakutsho ukuthi laba esiba interviewile ba performe kuhle mara asikakarwa ukuthi kulaba esiba recommendile kukhona abangakabuyi obuyileko ngulo Mr. Nissen oyi-chairperson yena unayo i-experience ye-commission. CEFF asikajabuli ukuthi Mr. Sibanyoni naye onayo i-experience ene obereke khulu eMpumalanga ngenxa yokuthi bekabereka umbereko wokuhelebha ababereka emaplasini abahlukumezwa bosomaplazi And another thing, we were not happy that Mr. Tele, who is having a disability, was not recommended just because he had challenges with his financials, which issue we know each and every Black person who must still go back and support their families is having. What SEFF we also do not appreciate with the outgoing chairperson and some members of the committee is that they were failing to make sure that they promote human rights in the country, but further as well, they delayed to issue a report of Eastern Cape, where the current ANC government has failed abantu base Eastern Cape because of the issue efaced children who are dying of nutrition. Therefore, that is not recommended. Uguti sibe ne Human Rights Commission, which is failing to do their work. Currently, Chairperson, sisalinde a report yase yaga July, yama out uprisings. Abantu base Phoenix, baluza imindeni yabo. Khona manje siziloko salinde Human Rights Commission issue with that report. They are not issuing it. Families need closure in that particular aspect. They can't do that. And what I would say, Uguti, SEFF must take her over. That institution must be fully funded because khona manje they are not properly funded. They cannot do their work because of the fact that abanama resources. But we are happy that the new breed, when we are in government, they will have the resources to do their work properly. Ngiyathokoza Mgqinisani.
Sithokoze Mhlonishwa. The IFP.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair.
Order.
The South African Human Rights Commission's inability to retain staff members has been a cause for great concern in recent years. Furthermore, its inability to adjust to budget constraints has caused its performance to dwindle, especially relating to producing reports promptly. By now, we all know how unacceptably long it took for the Commission to produce the report on the 2021 July unrest. And we heard that this was due to the report writer resigning, amongst other things. The internal instability the Commission has experienced, especially in relation to the controversy surrounding the former acting CEO, has also once again indicated that this entity is in need of strong, ethical, and capable leaders and commissioners who will work tirelessly to ensure that they follow through on their mandate. Therefore, the appointment of the proposed part-time and full-time commissioners comes at a time when the Commission desperately needs it. Through these appointments, the Commission will retain some degree of continuity, whilst also adding new commissioners that will hopefully bring much needed innovation and creativity, especially in adjusting to the severe budget constraints in a manner that will not compromise the Commission's output. The IFP would like to commend the committee for following a fair and transparent selection process. We know the consequences of appointing commissioners who are not adequately qualified to perform the task. The sanctity of following the parliamentary selection processes that are based on meritocracy has time and time again proven to be the most effective way to appoint commissioners. We cannot allow for institutions as critical as the Commission to underperform or delay production and release of reports. Therefore, it is our hope that this
Honorable member, your
commissioners
time
will
is
be
up.
able not only to continue where the previous commission
Professor,
stopped, but also to
Professor.
go above and beyond to restore the entity of
Professor.
the standard we have grown accustomed to. I
Thank
thank
you.
you, Honorable.
Thank you. Achtbare leden, hou jullie bek. Alsjeblieft. FF plus.
Dankie, voorzitter, honorable chair. The South African Human Rights Commission is faced with enormous challenges, including the irresponsiveness of government to requests of information, a failure to implement the Commission's recommendations, and insufficient resources to effectively promote good practice and facilitate capacity building. The Freedom Front Plus is in favor of 2 of the recommendations of the committee to fill the vacancies as members of the Human Rights Commission, and namely W. Boshoff and A. Nissen. The FF Plus will however not support the report as it stands. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. The ACGP.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, the ACDP is deeply concerned about the institutional decline at the SA Human Rights Commission. And this obviously impacts on its effective delivery of its constitutional mandate and has an impact on the effective protection, promotion, and monitoring of human rights in South Africa. There are a number of issues that the Auditor General arose, and the underperformance was very clear to the members of the committee. When we then conducted these interviews, this issue had to be taken into account, and someone had to accept responsibility for the Commission's decline. And that somebody was chairperson, the previous chairperson, Professor Majola, who accepted responsibility. Then when one then has to consider the nominations and who should serve as commissions, one has to strike the balance between holding people accountable and then, of course, the need for continuity and institutional memory. Now, the ACDP supports the appointment of Reverend Chris Nissen. He's a very passionate person and who really works very hard to protect human rights. He really performed very well in the interviews, and he's always on standby. We also argued strongly for Advocate Gaum to be retained due to his extensive experience, his institutional knowledge, and the fact that he's busy with a number of projects and reports. Sadly, his nomination was not accepted by the committee, and we as the ACDP believe that the commission will be far poorer off for this omission. We also share concerns about the inexperience of a number of the nominees that the committee accepted, and this came to the fore during the interviews. When one then looks at the state of the commission, this is a matter of extreme concern, given the fact that the new commissioners that have been nominated will have to really turn around the commission to ensure that human rights are protected. I thank you.
Thank you. The UDM? UDM? ATM? Good.
Chairperson, we have no declaration, but we support the recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you. NFP?
Thank you, Chairperson. The National Freedom Party will support the report as tabled here in terms of the recommendation of those nominated to serve on the commission. How ironic, Chairperson, we stand here today to discuss a very important topic, and that's human rights and appointing a commission. And yet, in full view of us, there's human rights violations all over the world. So I do hope that this commission will also look at those with dual citizenship that are fighting on behalf of Israel, the Israeli Defense Force, committing atrocities. And by virtue of them having dual citizenship, I think we have some rights in being able to deal with that. And I hope that this Human Rights Commission will consider that. Also, I hope that they will consider the human rights violations, particularly in KwaZulu-Natal, where the rights of our councillors are being violated, where they are being killed, where their spouses are being killed because of a choice that they want to make on which political party they belong to and who they will want to serve and how they will want to serve in an ethical manner. So I do hope that, this will be part of their mandate to deal with that. Now, I think we are quite satisfied that all processes have been followed, that the best candidates have been chosen in this particular case to serve on this commission. All due processes, yes, indeed, we believe have been followed. And yes, I think we must admit that some of us have agreed on some of them. Not everyone can agree on everything. We've seen that that's norm in this house. But we've agreed to disagree, but ultimately we've come up with the names of those that we believe would be best suited for the position. On the issue of Chris Nissen, as the chairperson, once again, the NFP will support that because I think we believe he is articulate. He has the passion for this kind of work in any event. He has served for a long period of time. He's got the expertise, he's got the skills, and I think he will do justice. While there were concerns raised about the performance of this commission, we believe that, that they must do something about it to address this. And lastly, I want to say that let us not forget once again the issue of the Israeli Defense Force members from South Africa that are serving there. We need to find some common ground as to how we get them to answer for their human rights violations. They are South Africans in any event, and perhaps get some recommendations from this commission as to how we should actually prevent this. And lastly, I want to touch on one issue, is this, that politicians are also targets. And Human Rights Commission needs to come in here when there are allegations made about politicians and things using the public domain, or coming here and having it withdrawn after the damage is being done. And I think we need to look at that in a sensitive manner. The NFP supports this. Thank you.
Thank you. AIC.
Honorable Chairperson, the Human Rights Commission performs an important role in our constitutional democracy. The selection of its commissioners must be based on competency, talent, and exceptional track record. For us, the candidature of the recommended candidates is beyond doubt. Professor Madlingozi was the best performing candidate, and his commitment to social justice and human rights will enrich the work of the Commission. Honorable members, the work of the Portfolio Committee on Justice and Correctional Services has been outstanding. The caliber of members like MP Janji, MP Swart, and Advocate Breitenbach must not be underestimated. The recommended candidates are a function of competency of these members. Honorable Chair, our hope is that Human Rights Commission will gain meaningful insight from these candidates. They are dedicated, sharp, and committed constitutionalists. Professor Madlingozi and other candidates are trailblazers and will ordinarily improve the efficiency, capacity, and performance of the Commission's work. We support all the recommended candidates. I thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you. Cope. PAC. Al-Jama. The ANC.
Thank you, House Chair. Chair, today marks 10 years since the passing of one of the world's greatest human rights champions, former President Nelson Mandela. Tata set the tone for human rights in South Africa and abroad. During his term, Chapter 9 institutions, such as the South African Human Rights Commission, were established to support constitutional democracy. His contribution to the rights and freedoms we enjoy today will never be forgotten. The ANC's proposal to the final constitution declared, the constitution shall as far as possible empower the poor, the vulnerable to enforce their rights and shall entirely create a human rights commission and a public protector to perform this function, Honorable Mkhwebane. The establishment of the South African Human Rights Commission is one of the gains of our democracy. In an effort to fill the vacancies which would arise in the commission, the committee invited suitable qualified South Africans to serve as commissioners. The call was well received. Among those of the factors the ANC looked at in selecting candidates were a balance between continuity, change, women representation, the infusion of young blood, and looking at the aspects of skills, education, and expertise, Honorable Breitenberg, not what you would have alluded to. We recommend the appointment of the following candidates as full-time commissioners: Mr. A.C. Nissen, Ms. Ian B. Quinana, Dr. W.H. Boshoff, and Prof. T. Madlingos. And on part-time basis, we recommend Advocate S. Makwasha and Mr. A.A. Ngububele. House Chair, we recommend Commissioner Andrew Chris, known by Chris Nissen, as chairperson of the South African Human Rights Commission. Commissioner Nissen is a respected man of cloth, holding high moral ground, who has made a meaningful contribution in the struggle for liberation of this country. Having been on the receiving end of the brutal apartheid system, which actually dispensed injustice to the Black majority as a youth, Commissioner Nissen has depth understanding of the meaning of justice, Honorable Mkhwebane. As Commissioner responsible for civil and political rights, Ms. Chris Nissen has often been involved in issues relating to migration and refugees.
Please take your seat, Honorable Ramolobeng. What's your order, Honorable Member?
I think the member is harassing Advocate Mkhwebane.
Honorable Member, that's a point of debate. Proceed, Honorable Member. It's not a
Thinking
point
is
of
not for
order.
everyone.
Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Lalitsie, please stop trying to be in the house. Proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Our understanding of harassment might be different, but as I continue, I have an obsession. As Commissioner responsible for civil and political rights, Ms. Chris Nissen has often been involved in issues relating to migration and refugees.
Point of order, Chair.
Please take your seat, ma'am.
Chair, I rise in terms of rule. Keep quiet.
Order, honorable members. Are you now taking orders?
Chair, I rise in terms of Rule 83.
Yes.
Rule 83 does not allow a member to do what he's doing, reading everything word for word. Thank you.
Honorable member, that's not a point of order. Please don't waste our time. We have until 8 o'clock to be here. Don't stress us more. Proceed, ma.
Thank you, House Chair. Mr. Chris Nissen has often been involved in issues relating to migration and refugees, policing and human rights, decriminalization of petty offenses, and the status of human rights defenders. Many of us may recall that Mr. Nissen played an instrumental role in negotiations and calming the situation where protesting refugees occupied the Central Methodist Church in Green Market here in Cape Town in 2020. Even in the face of physical assault and threats of his life by the protesting refugees, he continued carrying out his duties diligently. Whether it is murderers of the Cape Flats or farm evictions in the Western Cape or protests, Mr. Nissen, on behalf of the South African Human Rights Commission, is the first port of call in many instances. With his ability to unite and find peaceful and lasting solutions to problems faced by South African communities across all racial lines, cultural and gender lines, we believe that the triennial Commissioner Nissen will lead the Commission well. Chair, the appointment of Ms. Quinana and Advocate Makwasha demonstrate our commitment to the representation of women and the ascension to the highest echelons of power. Both women are legally qualified and highly skilled. They expose the values of our Constitution, have demonstrated commitment to justice and the rule of law, and are champions of human rights. Having Advocate Sandra Makwasha on the Commission, who becomes the youngest nominee, is an investment into the future. We believe that she will contribute good ideas which will be beneficial to the Commission and the country as a whole. Chair, we believe that Dr. Boshoff and Prof. Madlingos and Mr. Ngungubele will bring in their diverse skills and expertise which they have acquired over the years. Dr. Boshoff has experience in local government for 18 years and has served for 2 terms in the Public Service Commission. Prof. Madlingos is locally and internationally respected as one of the South Africans' critical voices in the legal academy. His academic career aligned in socially and morally engaged struggles for social justice and democracy. Mr. Ngungubele possesses the experience and character which will be beneficial to the institution. He has worked extensively with civil society, has a heart for people, and champions the values of the Constitution. Chair, the Portfolio Committee expressed serious dissatisfaction with the Commission's decline performance over the term. While reasons for poor performance were proffered, a drastic step of overhauling the Commission had to be taken. While there should be continuity, there equally should be a change. All the recommended candidates did exceptionally well in their interviews. All interviewers indicated that their process was fair and equally were happy with how they were interviewed. We too believe that we have delivered a credible and a fair process, and we believe that the candidates will execute their responsibilities exceptionally well, and we wish all candidates well. House Chair, the INC therefore supports this report and the recommendation.
Thank you. Honorable members, order. Honorable Lotfred, you are ready with the mic. You are actually ready to speak. Order, honorable members. The question before the House is that the following candidates be recommended for appointment as commissioners on the South African Human Rights Commission as it appears on the order paper. Mr. A.C. Nissen, full-time commissioner and recommended for chairperson. Ms. E.N.B. Kwinana, full-time commissioner. Dr. W.H. Boshoff, full-time commissioner. Professor T. Madlingozi, full-time commissioner. Advocate S. Makwasha, part-time commissioner. Mr. A.A. Gungubele, part-time commissioner. I will repeat that and further that Mr. A.C. Nissen also be recommended for the appointment as the chairperson of the Commission for Human Rights. Are there any objections to the recommendations? Honorable Luttrell.
Chairperson, please note the objection of the DA.
Noted. Without
And the objection of the FF plus, please, Chair.
Thank you.
And the ACDP, thank you.
Thank you. With those objections that are noted, honorable members, even though there is no division that is being requested, in terms of section 1935B2 of the Constitution, persons recommended for appointment as commissioners must be approved by the majority of the members of the Assembly. As there is no demand for a division, members will be required to record their support for the nomination in order to establish whether we have the required majority in support of the recommendation. The bells will be rung for 5 minutes to alert members to the voting process. Honorable members, that will be the ringing of the bells.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Honorable members on the virtual platform, please switch off. Mute your mics, please. No more disturbance, no more coming in. Honorable members, the Speaker has determined that in accordance with the rules, a manual voting procedure will be used for this division. Firstly, in order to establish a quorum, I would request the table to confirm that we have the requisite number of members physically present in the chamber and on the virtual platform to take this decision. Yes. Party whips will then be given an opportunity to confirm the number of their members present and indicate if they vote for or against the question. A member who wishes to abstain or vote against the party vote may do so by informing the chair. Having confirmed that we have the requisite quorum, we will now proceed. Order. Having confirmed that, we will now proceed. The question before the House is that Mr. A.C. Nelson, full-time commissioner, Ms. Ian B. Kwinana, full-time commissioner, Dr. W.H. Boshoff, full-time commissioner, Professor T. Madlingozi, full-time commissioner, Advocate S. Makwasha, part-time commissioner, Mr. A.A. Gungubele, part-time commissioner, be recommended for appointment as commissioners on the Commission for Human Rights Commission. And further, that Mr. A.C. Nissen be also recommended for appointment as the chairperson of the commission. The voting will now commence. The doors of the chamber will be locked and members will not be allowed to enter the virtual platform until voting is concluded. Whips, could you confirm the number of your members present in the chamber and on the virtual platform and indicate if they vote for or against the question? Are you ready? The ANC?
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chairperson. In the House, we are 57. On virtual platform, we are 151. All in support, total 208. I thank you.
Thank you. The DA?
Chairperson, online we have 44. In the House 20, that is 64 voting against.
Thank you. The EFF?
Thank you, House Chair. In the House, we are 10. Online, we are 20. Voting in support. Thank you.
Thank you. IFP?
Thank you, House Chair. In the House, we are 5. Online, we are 6. In total, we are 11 voting in support.
Thank you. FF Plus?
Thank you, House Chair. In the House, we have 2 members. Online, we have 5. That's a total of 7 voting against.
Thank you. ACDP?
House Chair, I'm trying to confirm if we're 2 online, 2 in the House voting against. Thank you.
Joe, please check the online for ACDP as we proceed with the others. But did you get it from him? He said 2 in the House, not sure of the platform.
2 in the House, 2 on the platform, just to be confirmed, voting against. Thank you.
There's 1 online. So it's 3.
Correction, 1 online then, 2 in the House.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. UDM? ATM? There's somebody who wants to speak or what from the virtual. I hear it. UDM? ATM? Good,
House Chair, there are 2 online voting in favor.
thank you. NFP?
Chairperson, 1 in the House in favor.
Thank you. AIC? AIC? Mr. Jafta was declaring. What happened to him? COPE? PAC? Al-Jamal?
Chair,
Okay,
don't
Bab.
run. Don't run, Murife, don't
No,
run.
sorry, Bab Nyons.
PAC 1 and voting in favor.
Thank you. Al-Jama? Not here. Thank you. Is there any member that wishes to abstain or vote differently to their party? So all members have. Honorable Litsia, what is it? Honorable
No, I
Litsia,
want-
you appear
Yes.
again. I'm going to remove you, honestly. That's the last warning. You will be
I'm sorry.
removed.
I'm sorry. I wanted to say maybe Ntate Mesha wants to vote against ACDC.
Hey. Ungaqhubeki. You do it again, I'm taking you out. All members have recorded their support. Thank you for voting. Session is now closed. Okay, honorable members, these are the outcomes. Where is the total on top? Where? Oh, okay. The yes or the aye, it's 253. And the noes 74. No abstentions. That says the requisite majority, the required majority has been obtained in terms of Section 1935B(2) of the Constitution. The recommendation is therefore agreed to. Thank you. Can I now allow the secretary to read the 11th order?
Consideration of report of Portfolio Committee on Justice and Correctional Services on National Prosecuting Authority Amendment Bill.
Honorable Magwanisha.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson, honorable ministers and deputy ministers, honorable members. The bill amends the National Prosecuting Authority Act of 1998 to provide, amongst others, for the establishment of an investigative directorate against corruption as a permanent entity within the NPA. The bill also aims to provide for the appointment of investigators to ensure greater investigative capacity and capability. The committee is acutely aware of the criticism that the bill does not go far enough. Amongst others, the bill is criticized for not settling aspects related to the NPA's independence, and by extension, failing to guarantee the independence of the proposed investigative directorate. A further criticism relates to the failure to adequately address security of tenure. The committee considered the agency of the proposed amendments. The committee will address the issues raised in connection with the bill and the need for legislation that comprehensively addresses aspects relating to the NPA's independence in its legacy report for the attention of the 7th Parliament. In addition, the committee urges the minister to introduce such legislation before the end of January 2025. About the vetting of investigators, the committee requests that the President and the Minister of State Security intervene to ensure that this is prioritized so that IDEC's work is not delayed in any way. We recommend this report for your kind consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Makwanishe. I will now recognize the Chief Whip of the Majority Party.
Honorable House Chairperson, I move that the report be adopted. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will first recognize parties that wish to make declarations. DA?
Thank you, House Chair. Honourable members, we are here today to discuss a piece of legislation that the Deputy Minister of Justice refers to as stopgap legislation. In a country plagued by lawlessness, crime and criminality, greylisted by the FATF because we cannot get our house in order, this House is expected to occupy its time with stopgap legislation. The Directorate of Special Operations, commonly known as the Scorpions, was a specialized unit of the NPA. It was formed by President Thabo Mbeki and tasked with investigating and prosecuting high-level and priority crimes, including organized crime and corruption. An independent, or so we thought, and multidisciplinary unit with a unique methodology which combined investigation, forensic intelligence, and prosecution, the Scorpions were known as an elite unit that were involved in several extremely high-profile investigations, especially the arms deal, Jackie Salebi, Jacob Zuma, and Tony Yengeni. President Thabo Mbeki announced the establishment of the Scorpions in June 1999, promising a special and adequately staffed and equipped investigative unit to deal with all national priority crime, including police corruption. It was formally disbanded in January 2009 and replaced by the Hawks. Many in this House today probably enthusiastically voted for the disbandment. The model has been criticized for undermining the separation of powers between investigators and prosecutors. However, it was evidently successful, with the Scorpions achieving a conviction rate of over 90% during its tenure. By February 2004, they had completed 653 cases, comprising 273 investigations, 380 prosecutions, and 349 prosecutions resulted in convictions, representing an average conviction rate of 93%. Between 2005 and 2007, they initiated 368 investigations, completed 264 and prosecuted 214 with a conviction rate of 85%. During that period, they also seized 1 billion in assets and contraband worth 1 billion. In 2007, in the run-up to the ANC's 52nd National Conference, Mr. Zuma ran for the ANC presidency, challenging the incumbent, President Mbeki. A key part of his campaign platform was the disbanding of the Scorpions. Of course, in hindsight, we know why he was so eager to get rid of the Scorpions and later to decimate the NPA. The Constitutional Court found that the disbanding of the Scorpions had been constitutionally invalid. In considering whether the Hawks had sufficient autonomy to pass the constitutional muster, international norms and the Constitution provide that the state must establish some independent body to investigate corruption. So the legal question was whether the Hawks fulfilled this role. Deputy Chief Justice Dikgang Moseneke and Justice Edwin Cameron found that the Scorpions as a unit had been nominally independent of the executive branch, but the activities of the Hawks were effectively directly controlled by the Minister of Safety and Security, who had executive authority over the police and was therefore insufficiently insulated from political interference. The Constitutional Court judgment did not disband the Hawks and reinstate the Scorpions. Instead, Parliament was then given 18 months to make the legislation compliant with the Constitution. We still haven't done so. And here we are 10 years later, and the best that this government can come up with is stopgap legislation. This from a government that would have South Africans believe that it is serious about combating crime and especially corruption. Excuse me if I'm not convinced. We are being asked to recreate a smaller scale model of the DSO in the same place with the same problems, and when it becomes inconvenient, it will be disbanded with the same ease by the same simple majority in this House. ANC politics at its very best. The minister will carefully control the budget by controlling the budget of the NPA and will continue to function at a low level beset by problems both structural and financial. We should be here establishing a truly independent, separate from the NPA, probably Chapter 9 institution that will be able to combat corruption and organized crime and make South Africa safe again for South Africans. It should be in control of its own budget, negotiate its treasury and be accountable to Parliament. It should be a requirement that a heightened majority is required to disband it, so that it cannot be dissolved for the sake of protecting politicians. Instead, we are here with a sorry, incomplete, wholly unsatisfactory piece of legislation that took so many years to bring to Parliament. What a shame. What a disgrace. And yet we have no choice but to support it. It is better by a minuscule margin than nothing at all. We will not oppose it simply because it may well make the position in the short term somewhat more tenable. It is not by any means a solution, and the 7th Parliament will have to pay real attention to fixing this massive problem. I thank you.
Thank you. The EFF. Stanislaw.
Ngiyathokoza Mgcinihlalo. Chairperson, the proliferation of corruption across all sectors in the country is public protector wathola 3 clean audits and performed 90% of her work. You are lied to. So as this SEFF, we are saying these institutions' failure of justice and their inability to timeously and effectively to stop corruption and make corrupt to account, since there are a lot on my right-hand side. One of the most ineffective institutions of criminal justice in the country is the National Prosecuting Authority, which has not been able to successfully prosecute white-collar crime in particular. Not only that, the NPA has never prosecuted anyone for apartheid crimes, despite volumes of evidence made available to it via the TRC. Their failure currently is nomdeni a credit for umdeni owalahlekelwa their family members. Family Noktula Simelani, the Kosas 4, the Nyoka family, just to mention just a few. They failed to do that to this day. One of the most glaring weaknesses of the criminal justice system is the poor quality of investigations, which inevitably lead to poor prosecutions. The responsibility to investigate, however, must primarily remain with the police. They failed to even prosecute the Nulane case. We all have seen that. So this bill seeks to create an investigative directorate in a piecemeal a way, which as the EFF, we do not support. I mean, the NPA currently, and even the investigation directorate, together with the Hawks, they are just rushing to charge people to appear before court and embarrassingly have to withdraw those cases and strike them off the roll. The very same NPA has entered into unlawful settlement with ABB. I mean, allowing such a multi-billion, trillion company not to be prosecuted, that's unlawful. It's provided nowhere in their law. They have a backlog, or the current workload to court processes, both in the district and the regional court, is around 180,000. So I think, Chairperson, we do not support this rule. We've said it as the EFF that we oppose this legislation, and we still assert that we would want to see an NPA, which is a Chapter 9 institution, which is independent, which is fully funded, not an NPA which is currently failing to prosecute the Steenhoff corruption, not the NPA which is currently failing to hold the president to account on the Pala matter. They are failing and they are terribly not performing in their responsibilities. As the EFF, we reject this bill.
Nizaphuma la ngo-10 ebusuku ngiyanitshela. Nyamboza, Honorable Mteto, what is it, Baba?
Thank you, Chair.
Baba, Professor, just take your seat. Let me just hear. Are you rising on a point of order?
As a key component of
thank you,
our
Chair.
criminal justice system, the National Prosecuting
Baba.
Authority, NPA,
Help me. Baba, can you just sit a bit, Professor? Thank you. Honorable Mteto, why are you rising?
Thank you, Chair. I want to rise on a point of privilege. I would like to caution this House, Chair, on the violation of Babum Simang's rights. I think it is disheartening to see elderly people laughing at Professor Msimang on his disability.
Okay.
I think he needs to be assisted
Thank
rather
you.
than to be laughed at.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Honorable members, okay, let's leave it at that. Honorable Msimang, it is your opportunity. Thank you.
Honorable Chairperson, as a key component of our criminal justice system, the National Prosecuting Authority plays a crucial role that must be beyond reproach and free of political interference. It is essential to address the concerns raised regarding the amendment bill, which some argue fails to address the issue of independence for the NPA and its newly established investigative directorate against corruption, or the IDAC. Independence and security of tenure are fundamental in the fight against corruption and the ever-changing tides of political interference. To ensure a just and fair justice system, every aspect of the NPA must operate without fear, favor, or prejudice, solely guided by the Constitution and the rule of law. The IFP concurs with the Portfolio Committee's view that this bill needs to go further in settling the aspects related to the independence of the NPA and IDAC. It is essential, additionally, to recognize that the bill is an intermediate measure limited in scope and pending the recommendations of the National Anti-Corruption Advisory Council. To prioritize this matter, we propose placing in the legacy report of this committee, ensuring that it receives urgent attention from the 7th Parliament in 2024, critical importance of the issues raised, and we urge the Minister to introduce the necessary legislation before the end of 2025, end of January in 2025. In addition, agency must be placed on the vetting of investigators so that they may proceed with their given mandate. By addressing these concerns and acting without delay, we can strengthen the independence of the NPA and the IDAC. The IFP supports the report, and I thank you, Honorable House Chair.
Thank you. The IFP, the FF plus.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. South Africa need to prevent a repetition of a state capture during the 9 wasted Zuma years. The Honorable President Ramaphosa labeled this period. The state still experiences serious corruption and organized crime, and there is still no real reference to the bolding and binding criteria applicable to effective and efficient anti-corruption machinery of the state laid down by the Constitutional Court in 2011. This is a serious omission that will have to be corrected. the bill falls short of what is required in law. Any failure to have proper regard to the criteria minister lists would undermine the important work of the National Anti-Corruption Advisory Council and imperil efforts to counter corruption in the various ways recommended by Chief Justice Raymond Zondo. The Freedom Front Plus is not in support of the bill. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. The ACDP.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, it's undeniable that the Scorpions were a very effective crime-fighting unit, and had they not been disbanded, we would not have the levels of state capture and corruption that we have today. And the ACDP participated in the opposition to the disbanding of the Scorpions. Today, we consider this bill, and as we've indicated in the committee, we believe it does not go far enough in setting out the NPA's independence, as well as that of the proposed investigating directorate against corruption. It also fails to deal with the crucial aspects of security of tenure as set out in the Glenister judgments when setting up such anti-corruption agencies. Now, the DA and ACDP submitted a joint submission in an attempt to improve the independence of the investigating directorate and to improve the bill. We suggested that clauses be inserted that improve the security of tenure as well as the appointment process. The appointment process should be transparent and open, allow for nominations and applications, and include a public interview process. And the term of office should be 1 term for the national director with an increased retirement age of 70. These were eminently reasonable suggestions. Sadly, the committee did not accept the recommendations, mainly due to what was considered time constraints. The committee considered the urgency of the proposed amendments, which are very limited in scope and intended as an intermediate measure to improve the investigating directorate's capacity. Now, we appreciate that the committee indicates it will issue the issues in these outstanding issues in the legacy report. We also suggested from the ACDP side that the aspects of this should be included in the report of the portfolio committee that then becomes binding on the next parliament. However, we do believe, regrettably, that far more could have been done to ensure the independence of the NPA and, of course, to ensure the independence of the proposed investigating directorate against corruption. We believe that it is very necessary in view of the high levels of cases that it has to consider, as well as the state capture, that far more could have been done. I thank you.
Thank you. UDM? ATM? Good.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, we support the bill, but we share the concerns that have been expressed in the House regarding the slow progress of prosecutions arising out of corruption that predates even the State Commission of Inquiry into state capture. And we also share the concerns around the slow pace of prosecutions arising out of apartheid-era atrocities and for which no amnesty was applied for or granted. Thank you.
Thank you. NFP?
Thank you, Chairperson. The National Freedom Party will support this bill, but we also believe that the wheels of justice turn very slow in South Africa. There is no doubt about it, but we are. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, but I think this is very much needed initiative. There is no doubt about it. However, I'm very concerned, Chairperson, that if you do not make adequate funding available, this institution will also run into trouble. And I'm very worried because just in KwaZulu-Natal, you'll need this entire team. That's how much of corruption is taking place in KwaZulu-Natal alone. And whilst I hear some of my colleagues talking about this, let me tell you some of the corruption that's taking place and why it's very important to ensure there's a vetting process so people don't get bought off. What we find very often is this: those that are governed, particularly at local government level, are using money to buy people. And that's what's happening. Over and above buying councillors and things, they tend to buy police officers and things. If you look at the corruption in these IFP-run municipalities in KwaZulu-Natal, I hope, Chairperson, that there will be enough powers in the hands of these investigators that even if they get an anonymous call as far as corruption, they must be able to go and investigate it. And let us not try to defend this from IFP in Utugela to Pongola to Abakulusi. Just now, there's the latest, another one, an IFP parachuted to the acting municipal.
Honorable Sheikh Imam, please take your seat. Inkosi.
Can a member give the list of those accused of being corrupt, who have been arrested and charged for corruption that he's always preaching about?
Honorable member, that's not a point of order. You should have said maybe you want to ask the question. That's not a point of order. Proceed, Honorable Sheikh Imam.
Chairperson, corruption is rife. It's public knowledge. It's all over. I'm not sure why we all don't read the same media, watch the same media. I'm not sure why. But I think the problem is this, that we don't want to admit that there's high levels of corruption, that we sustain ourselves with this corruption. We promote it, actually. That's why we appoint people there. That is why we appoint people from our own political parties. So what I'm saying to you is public knowledge, Chairperson. Public knowledge about the levels of corruption in the IFP-run municipalities, particularly in KwaZulu-Natal. And it is for that reason I want to urge this particular team. They must do everything in their power to deal with these corrupt officials. But to such an extent, Chairperson, maybe we need to consider disqualifying political parties where there's corruption, where they govern, from participating in election. It's the only way. It's the only way you will ensure that there are services that are delivered to the people on the ground. And we need to make sure that we hold political parties accountable for the action of their officials. And the reason why they won't take action against the officials is because they know that's how they sustain themselves. That's how they benefit. So the corruption is rife in KwaZulu-Natal.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Your time is up. AIC. COPE. PAC. Babunyanzo ngibuyile ungangithethisi futhi. Akekho ke manje. Aljama. The ANC.
Thank you very much, House Chair. Honorable members, the ANC rises in support of the National Authority, the National Prosecuting Authority Amendment Bill. In a Supreme Court of Appeal judgment involving a case of corruption, the court made the following remarks. The seriousness of the offense of corruption cannot be overemphasized. It offends against the rule of law and the principles of good governance. Courts must send out an unequivocal message that corruption will not be tolerated and that punishment will be appropriately severe. It is thus not an exaggeration to say that corruption of the kind in question eats away at the way fabric of our society and is the scourge of modern democracies. As the sixth administration draws to an end, it is important to reflect on some of our achievements as the ANC government. In his maiden State of the Nation address in 2018, President Ramaphosa made the commitment of turning the tide of corruption in our public institutions. He announced that urgent attention would be given to the leadership issues at the National Prosecuting Authority to ensure that this critical institution is stabilized and able to perform its mandate unhindered without any fear, favor, or prejudice. Indeed, the leadership issues at the NPA were attended to, and the National Director of Public Prosecutions was appointed. Keeping true to his promises, shortly after the address, in terms of Section 84, subsection 1F of the Constitution, the State Capture Commission was established to investigate matters of public and national interest concerning allegations of state capture, corruption, and fraud. The terms of reference were concerned dominantly with the practice of executive members of the state and the nature of their relationship with private individuals. The Commission has been critical in ensuring that the extent and the nature of capture is established, that confidence in public institutions is restored, and that those responsible for any wrongdoing should be identified. It must be noted that the ANC gave its full support to the Commission of Inquiry. The Commission ultimately found that the state capture indeed took place in South Africa on an executive scale, on an extensive scale, and made recommendations which are being implemented. In 2019, the Investigating Directorate Against Corruption was established. In this year's State of the Nation address, President Ramaphosa pronounced that the Investigative Directorate Against Corruption will be a permanent feature of our anti-corruption law enforcement efforts. This move is aimed at ensuring the effective implementation of the recommendations of the State Capture Commission. The Investigative Directorate Against Corruption investigates corruption-related crimes uncovered by the Commission and the Commissions of the South African Revenue Services and Public Investment Corporation. A prosecution-led investigation model is the most effective way to prosecute crimes like corruption, as demonstrated by international best practices. This bill aims to provide for the appointment of investigators in the Investigating Directorate Against Corruption and investigators to ensure greater investigative capacity and capability. We have considered the urgency of the proposed amendment, which are limited in scope and intended as an intermediate measure to improve the investigative directorate's capacity, pending the recommendations of the National Anti-Corruption Advisory Council. A balance is needed. We are of the view that there is a need for legislation which comprehensively addresses aspects relating to the NPA's independence. This bill is a significant step towards enhancing the NPA's independence and ability to prosecute high-level crimes. Overall, this bill is a crucial step in strengthening South Africans' anti-corruption efforts and ensuring that those who engage in corrupt practices are held accountable for their actions. The ANC has long supported an independent investigative directorate and prosecuting authority. We have been unequivocal about rooting out corruption and malfeasance. While there is some criticism leveled towards the bill, this permanent structure is established by legislation and will enjoy legislative protection. We must stand united against corruption and embrace accountability, transparency, and good governance. The ANC supports the bill. I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable members, the motion is that the report be adopted. Are there any objections? No objections, agreed to. The second. Oh.
Chair, if I just shout out, you're going to say I mustn't
I'm
shout
sorry,
out.
I'm sorry. I didn't look.
Please
well.
note the objection of the EFF.
Thank you. With that objection, the report is thus agreed to. Can I ask the secretary to read the 12th order?
Second reading, National Prosecuting Authority Amendment Bill.
Thank you very much. As there is no list of speakers, are there any objections to the bill being read a second time? Yes, Honorable.
Please note the objection of the FF Plus.
Thank you very much. I will now allow the secretary to read the bill a second time.
National Prosecuting Authority Amendment Bill.
Thank you very much. The bill will be sent to the National Council of Provinces for concurrence. As we proceed and ask the secretary to read the 13th order.
Consideration of Prevention and Combating of Hate Crimes and Hate Speech Bill, and of Report of Portfolio Committee on Justice and Correctional Services on amendments proposed by the National Council of Provinces.
The Honorable Magwanishe, Committee Chairperson.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson, honorable ministers and deputy ministers, honorable members. Briefly, the bill creates the offenses of hate crimes and hate speech and puts in place measures to prevent and combat these offenses. It is clear from the frequent incidences of hate in South Africa, including incidences of racism, that the existing law is inadequate and does not act as a deterrent. There is a need for a clear message that conduct motivated by hate will not be tolerated, and as such, perpetrators will be harshly punished. The bill therefore seeks to address the frequently occurring conduct of persons, sometimes violent, who are motivated by a clear and defined prejudices. The National Assembly adopted the bill on the 14th of March, 2023, and it was transmitted to the National Council of Provinces for concurrence. The NCOP processed the bill and on the 15th of November, 2023, passed the bill with amendments, returning it to the National Assembly for concurrence. The committee considered the proposed amendments with which it agrees. These are largely technical in nature, except to provide for taking of victim impact statements if the victim is deceased or from an organization or institution with expert knowledge or experiences of the group to which the victim belongs or is perceived to belong. Reduce the maximum period of imprisonment which can be imposed from 8 to 5 years. And change the word regional court in the definitions to court. We recommend that this report be adopted.
Thank you. Now recognize the Chief Whip of the Majority Party.
Thank you, House Chairperson. I move that the bill as amended be passed. Thank you.
Thank you. May I now recognize political parties wishing to make a declaration? The DA.
Thank you, House Chair. Despite some improvements to this bill by the National Council of Provinces, it still does not pass constitutional muster when it's considered in the context of the precedents and pathways for criminalization of speech provided by the Constitutional Court. Far from it. So what does these precedents say? In 2001, in the case of Mamabolo, the Constitutional Court with great clarity held that, and I quote, freedom of expression, especially when engaged in conjunction with its accompanying fundamental freedoms, is of the utmost importance in the kind of open and democratic society that the Constitution has set as an aspirational norm. So, House Chair, the court also said that this was specifically so because of our past, during which thought control, censorship, and enforced conformity to the governmental theories severely limited freedom of expression, and that therefore future limitations should be limited to absolute necessity. In 2020, in a judgment that dealt with the constitutionality of the Riotous Assembly Act, the case of the EFF versus the Minister of Justice, the court in very simple terms again said that Section 16 of the Constitution and the 4 criteria mentioned in there, namely advocacy of hatred or violence based on race, ethnicity, gender, or religion, would not be problematic. But this bill goes far beyond that. In Kolani, Chair, the Constitutional Court made it clear that when assessing hate speech provisions that went beyond Section 16 and these 4 criteria, whether the prescription of speech takes the form of criminalization or not would be important to determine constitutionality. The court yet again in very clear terms issued the following guidance on the circumstances in which criminalization could be considered, and I quote, our approach accords with the United Nations Rabat Plan of Action, where it's recommended that criminal sanctions related to unlawful forms of expression should be seen as a last resort, emphasis on last resort. Yet, Chair, during the processing of this bill, that neither the Department or the Human Rights Commission could place on record any statistics or analysis on the number of complaints and cases brought in terms of the existing legislation, the Prevention of Unfair Discrimination Act, or any research or objective facts that could even provisionally indicate that the existing measures available under PAPUDA to deal with hate speech has been proven to be unsuccessful. So, Chair, in addition to the grounds that will constitute criminal hate speech, was expanded significantly and way beyond the 4 criteria contained in Section 16 during the parliamentary process, purely based on the feelings and the subjective views of those who advocated for the expansion of the list. An approach and a process that stubbornly turned a total blind eye to the pathway set by our Constitutional Court. And talking about feelings, while this bill pretends to establish an objective test to determine whether serious harm was suffered as a consequence of speech, a careful reading shows that the subjective feelings of victims, represented by the term psychological harm, will determine whether people will be held criminally liable. This is really, without admitting to it, criminalizing the causation of offense, something the court also warned against in Kolani. Add to this the overbroadness on the one hand and the vagueness of the bill on other critical aspects. For example, that it still does not contain a definition of hate, as well as the nonsensical and self-defeating nature of the clauses which pretends to protect the rights of academics, journalists, artists, and religious groups. And it's clear, Chair, that the President, after today, if he receives and considers proper legal advice, will soon put this bill on the same shelf on which the Protection of State Information Bill has been sitting since 2013. A shelf reserved for bills which was approved by this ANC-dominated national legislature in a fit of irrationality and unreasonableness. This is therefore a last and unique opportunity for this 6th Parliament to not strengthen the perception that we struggle to act in a constitutionally compliant manner when making laws. Reject this report.
Thank you. Honorable members, I now recognize the EFF Honorable Advocate Mkhwebane.
Ngiyathokoza, Mgcinisihlalo. Chairperson, when the bill was tabled in the National Assembly in March, the EFF supported the bill because we believe that it was and is still necessary legislative intervention to deal with the spiraling out of racism and other crimes of hate in this country. The bill seeks to address the Republic's obligation regarding racism, racial discrimination, and sexual bigotry and other related crimes. It aims to provide for the prosecution and appropriate sentencing of hate crimes and hate speech accordingly. Chairperson, since 2008, some examples, you'll remember a video which surfaced a group of white South African farmers brutally assaulting a black man, accusing him of stealing from their farm. 2015, a group of white South Africans, students at the University of Free State, were caught on camera assaulting and humiliating black university staff in a racist incident that received widespread media attention. In 2019, a racist incident occurred at a particular Durban beach where a group of white men assaulted a black woman in a racially motivated attack. So we see all this happening, and these are just a few examples of many cases of racism and assault that have occurred in South Africa. On behalf of the EFF, we acknowledge the work done by the NCOP on this bill. While we generally agree with the purport of the bill, particularly in relation to the protection of vulnerable groups, such as those belonging to the LGBTIQ community, we are still worried about the broad brush nature in which the bill defines racism. If the legal definition of racism is given a general application effect, it risks creating a false equivalence between racists and those fighting against racism. We want then, as we do now, that those fighting against and calling out racism, which is inherent in this country, must never be punished by racists who are too quick to go to court. I mean, they've just indicated now
that this bill will just sit there. If we can work together to make sure that we eliminate this serious scourge. So we have acceded to the Convention on the Elimination of Racial Discrimination as a country, though there's equality court, but now as the EFF, we are happy that now the issue of racial discrimination and hate crimes will be a criminal offense. Our support for this bill is based on the importance of addressing hate crimes and hate speech, as well as the need for statutory provisions to combat racism and prejudice against the vulnerable groups. In conclusion, the ultimate solution to this problem of racism as a country does not lie with the issue of legislative reforms, but radical transformation of the country to restore the natives to their humanity and their land. As much as we would want to do that, we will have to start by saying, sikhulume ngesintu, sikwazi ukuthi sonke as South Africans sanzi amalimi wonke, sizokwazi ukuthi we are progressively dealing with the issue of racial discrimination. That is the only way to deal with the racism of the settler minority in this country. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. I now recognize the IFP. Prof, can, Dr. Kodwa, can you assist me with the prof? Okay, he's fine now, he's coming. Okay. Is Dwasemzin? But before you proceed, Prof, can I ask the our team here of the front table to assist Professor, because all of us, we are aware now, it will be, it's very human to do that, and I will really honestly appeal to that. So we should be accommodative and have support and give support to all members. Prof, you may proceed. Something.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. Freedom of speech is a fundamental right as enshrined in our apex law, the Constitution, Chapter 2, Bill of Rights. While the Constitutional Court in the PLENARY judgment recognized that hate speech is not protected speech, it is essential to note that the limitations of freedom of expression must, and I emphasize must, be narrowly defined and strictly applied. Racism in any form must never be tolerated. Its consequences have far-reaching divisive consequences and only negatively impact upon the social cohesion that the vast majority of South Africans are striving towards in this country, where all are equal and all can live peacefully and in harmony with one another. Chairperson, the NCOP, having finalized their deliberations on this matter and undertaking the very necessary public participation and invitation for submissions by stakeholders is welcomed, as this is a very necessary aspect of our participatory legislative process, and one that we have been below par on in this Parliament. We support providing the court with a discretion as regards sentencing. However, we remain of the opinion that existing laws are on balance sufficient to deal with and punish hate speech in South Africa. We have the Constitution, the Promotion of Equality and Prevention of Unfair Discrimination Act, as well as the Common Law Offense of Crime and Injuria. In conclusion, once we completely support protecting all in South Africa from discrimination, prejudice, hate speech, and racism of any kind, we also have a duty to ensure that the fundamental rights and freedoms of all South Africans are not eroded in the process. Subject to the above concerns, the IP supports the report and bill. And I thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Prof. I now recognize FF Plus.
Thank you, House Chair. Honorable Chair, when the bill left the National Assembly, it did so with a bill encompassing subjective types of harm, such as emotional harm, and rebellious concepts such as social harm, which it defines as a detriment that undermines the social cohesion amongst people of South Africa. The definition of harm was wide, height undefined, and the majority increased jail sentence from 3 years to a maximum of 8 years, despite many public submissions asking for the jail sentence to be scrapped. Chair, nevertheless, there was hope and expectation that the National Council of Provinces would remedy many of these problems, particularly after the numerous public submissions asking them to do just that. The National Council of Provinces failed dismally to give effect to the public's input that hate should be defined as a criminal law so that people know when they are breaking the law beforehand, which is reasonable. Agbare voorsitter, die VF Plus is van mening dat hierdie nog een van vele stukke wet is wat net eenvoudig in die grondwet op gaan opeindig om dan uiteindelik weer terugverwys te word na hierdie huis. Die VF Plus steun nie hierdie wet nie. Dankie, voorsitter.
Thank you. I now recognize the ACDP.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, the ACDP broadly supports the hate crimes element of this bill, but we did express our concerns, and despite welcome exemptions and improvements to the provisions relating to hate speech, we believe it will have a chilling effect on freedom of speech and freedom of religion. It's important to note what the courts have already said in this regard. In the SANDF matter, the Constitutional Court said freedom of expression lies at the heart of democracy. The Constitution recognized that individuals in our society need to be able to hear, form, and express opinions and views on a wide range of matters. It also impacts on the right to religious freedom. In the Seagull matter, the Constitutional Court said the right to entertain such religious beliefs as the person chooses, that is the right to religious freedom, the right to declare these views openly and without fear of hindrance or reprisal, and the right to manifest belief by worship or practice. That is the essence of religious freedom. Now, I think it's very important to consider the Kulani Constitutional Court judgment, which was in a civil remedy setting. The court said very clearly that hate speech is speech that travails beyond merely offensive expression and can be understood as extreme detestation, extreme vilification, which risks provoking discriminatory activities against that group. This is a very important point. Thus, expressions which are merely hurtful, especially when understood in everyday parlance, are insufficient to constitute hate speech. Offensive speech is protected by freedom of expression. And I think this is the challenge that has been with this bill, where one tries to strike that balance. The ACDP agrees that anyone in whatever setting uttering any racial utterances must be held to the full extent of the law. However, what we are dealing here with is criminalization of hate speech, which is a very high bar. I also need to just mention that the Maseko judgment made it very clear that utterances against the Jewish community arising from what is going on in Palestine can also be offensive. And we need to bear that in mind about what we are saying in the context of that incident as well. Now, the bill was referred to the NCOP, and despite objections from civil and religious groups, it was broadly accepted, except there was a slight change to the criminal penalty, 8 years down to 5 years. Now, that is still excessive. The Cabinet's bill introduced was 3 years. 3 years for what you say. I'm not talking about hate crimes, which is a separate issue which needs to be faced the full extent of the law. Hate speech laws have been used internationally against Christians, street preachers, and we've got to be very careful of that. So the ACDP reiterates its opposition to this bill. I thank you.
Thank you. I now recognize UTM. Order, honorable members. UTM. ATM. Good. I now recognize NFP Honorable Imam Sheikh.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. The NFP supports the bill tabled here today. Now, the question that I want to ask is why is it a hate speech if a white person says something about a black person, but not hate speech when a black person insults a white person? I've been a victim of it myself, where I was told the ANC's got Praveen Godan, the IFP's got Naren Singh, Honorable Naren Singh, and the NFP's got Sheikh Imam. How long do we want these Indians, little Indians in our political parties? So that is for me hate speech. But let me also say, let us not be selective. When we talk about discrimination, it's discrimination if you discriminate against anybody based on race, on religion, on gender. And for that reason, I've always said that we need to call ourselves South Africans and take away this white, Indian, black, colored. Colored is derogatory. It should be removed from the vocabulary. And let's call ourselves all South Africans. Honorable Swart, when the Zionists say that even the Jewish are not of their own, you don't regard that as hate speech. When they said that Africans are barbaric and subhuman, you didn't take offense to that. Why? I can't understand. Why do you persist in what I call hate speech by yourself when you try to divide as Muslim, Christian, and Jews? Because that's what it is tantamount.
Sheikh Miyama, there is a point of order. Just take your seat.
Rise on Rule 85. The honourable member is casting aspersion on me by saying I'm guilty of hate speech. I would ask you to rule in that regard, Chair.
No, I'll come back to it. Honorable Sheikh Imam, you may proceed. No, you, please.
Chairperson, when you divide anybody on race or religion, that's hate speech. Now let me tell you, the Zionists have said this themselves, that they are superior to Jews. The problems are not the Jews. The Jews are saying we live side by side. But the ACDP under Mr. Swart, Advocate Swart, is saying, and is raising concerns about hate speech of the Jewish people. Now he's running away from the truth, because even the ACDP is promoting this division of religion, because the fight in Palestine is not about religion, but it depends on the votes that they're going to get out of a certain sector, but failing miserably anyway, let me say that. Okay? So let us respect everybody equally. Don't talk too much, because you come here and talk about hate speech, but you are part and parcel that have done nothing to protect the dignity of the people, the children that are being massacred, irrespective of what religion they belong to. And you won't do it because it's about money. Let me give you another 30 silver coins.
No. Honorable Imam Sheikh, just, Honorable, I wanted you to stay here by the podium while your time is up. Okay. And no, just stand up. Thank you very much. Honorable Swart, the member said, why do you persist in this hate speech? That's a debate, okay? Matter of debate, but a member, which all of us as honorable members, you are being cautioned that don't encroach in terms of directly reflecting to the integrity of a member. You may then leave the podium. Thank you. Honorable members, we shall proceed to AIC. Honorable Cope. PAC, Al-Jama. I now recognize the ANC.
Honorable Chairperson, honorable members of the House, and colleagues. On the 8th of January 1912, hundreds of South Africans met in Bloemfontein to establish the National Organization to protest against racial discrimination and appeal for equality before the law. It was that day that the African National Congress was established, declaring to have all Africans together as one people to fight, to defend the rights and freedoms, build national unity and promote national unity. And that was historically the objective of the ANC. Building a national and promoting national unity as a historical objective of the ANC. For centuries, human dignity and equality were consistently denied from the majority of South Africans. The freedom we enjoy today was fought for. We chose constitutional democracy as our new way of life. We adopted the Constitution, which is the highest law in the land, to heal the divisions of our past and to bind in all South Africans. We adopted it to create an inclusive society based on values and equality and human dignity. Our Constitution is an important tool for to transform society. Human dignity is the central value of the objective, normative value system established by the Constitution. The Constitutional Court in the case of Dawood versus Minister of Home Affairs explained that the Constitution asserts dignity to contradict a past in which human dignity for Black South Africans was routinely and cruelly denied. It asserts it too to inform the future, to invest in the democracy, respect with intrinsic worth of all human beings. Human dignity, therefore, informs the constitutional adjudication and interpretation at a range of levels. It is a value that informs many, possibly all other rights. Humanity's historical development across the world is littered with hatred of varying intensity, fueling in many instances blood conflicts and leaving behind a litany of injustices. It is important that we confront hatred as the root cause of many of the social, economic, and political challenges that humanity has been seized with since time immemorial. Chairperson, while we have made great strides by enacting progressive legislation in an effort to foster social cohesion and have established important state institutions, the damage caused by centuries of colonial rule, the entrenched division, degradation, humiliation, and hate are still embedded in the minds of people. Our nation is still deeply divided. It is still shocking that many children born during the democratic period can display acts of racial intolerance towards one another. We support the enactment of the Prevention and Combating of Hate Crimes and Hate Speech Bill, as it seeks to give effect to the Republic's obligations regarding prejudice and intolerance. It seeks to provide for the prosecution of persons who commit offenses referred to and provides for appropriate sentences. The bill seeks to provide for the prevention of hate crimes and hate speech and provide for effective enforcement measures. Chairperson, from time to time, we witness violent conduct of persons who are motivated by clear and defined prejudices, whether it is hate crime or hate speech targeting women or certain racial groups, or members of the LGBTQI+ community, or whether it is persons living with disabilities. Hate exists and cannot be tolerated. This bill seeks to address that. The message of deterrence is important. We want to live in a country free from hate and prejudice, where we are united in our diversity. The bill is critical for the realization of a united nation. While it is not a silver bullet or a panacea to all our problems, the status quo cannot continue to exist. We cannot turn a blind eye to hate crimes and hate speech, which often make rounds in our country. The bill will allow hate crimes and hate speech to be comprehensively prosecuted. The bill will send a strong message that hate and prejudice are unacceptable in our society. As the leader of society, the ANC supports this bill. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. Honorable members, are there any objections to the motion as moved by the Chief Whip of the majority party that the bill as amended be passed? DA?
House Chair, please note the objection of the DA.
Thank you. FF plus,
Please note the objection of the FF plus.
ACDP?
ACDP as well, thank you.
All those objections shall be recorded accordingly. The motion is agreed to. The bill will be sent to the President for assent. Honorable members, the Secretary will read the 14th order paper of the day.
Consideration of reports of Portfolio Committee on Justice and Correctional Services on State Liability Amendment Bill.
Thank you. I now recognize the Chairperson, Honorable Makwanishe. Over to you, sir. And next time, use this chair. Next time, use this chair. Thank you.
Thank you, House Chairperson, honorable ministers and deputy ministers, honorable members. The bill proposes to amend the State Liability Act of 1957 to provide for structured settlements for the satisfaction of claims against the state in cases of medical negligence. The bill is intended as an interim measure to address rising medical legal claims against the state. Pending the outcome of a larger investigation into medical legal claims by the South African Law Reform Commission. The committee is informed that the Commission's report is very close to being finalized. The committee is not in favor of a piecemeal amendments to legislation and is of the opinion that at this stage, it is not desirable to proceed with the bill. It recommends that legislation to amend the State Liability Bill or to amend the State Liability Act be tabled once the Commission has released its report and after meaningful consultation with stakeholders, including the National Treasury and the Department of Health are done. We recommend that this report be adopted. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable members, I now recognize the Chief Whip of the majority party. The Chief Whip.
Honorable House Chairperson, Honorable Chairperson, thank you very much. I move that the report be adopted.
Thank you. Honorable members, I will now recognize political parties who wishes to make declarations. We'll start with the DA. The DA, honorable member.
Thank you very much. Thankfully, this bill won't be passed today. What led to the need for this bill is, however, a very serious matter. And the extent of medical negligence litigation against the state and resulting costs have reached levels where it has a serious negative impact on service delivery in the public health sector and endangers every South African's constitutional right to have access to healthcare services. Because of failures at national government and the realistic threat of collapse of some provincial departments of health, an influx of lawsuits based on constitutional infringement is fast becoming a reality and will only become greater should systemic problems in the public health sector and concerns about the quality of public health services not be addressed. The current conditions in public health services have deteriorated to such an extent that the poor quality poses a threat to the financial sustainability of the government sector. This can be ascribed to the fact that healthcare authorities seem to be in denial with regard to the failure of the healthcare system and the fact that authorities lack understanding of relevant legislation. Poor health services is caused by system failures and human failures, which requires intervention from authorities from national, provincial, and local government. This, coupled with ever-increasing patient numbers and the lack of planning of how to deal with this, has put pressure on health resources, further compounding poor healthcare services. This government does not prioritize implementing existing medical negligence solutions. They prefer to blame lawyers and the Contingencies Fees Act for the healthcare crisis. This government claims to be a caring government. The mere existence of this bill is an example that this is not the case at all. Instead of identifying and addressing the problem, which is weak administration leading to shockingly poor health services, they choose to rather treat the symptoms of the problem, which is the tremendous outflow of money as a result of medical negligence and malpractice litigation. In other words, the objective of this bill is to limit the instances and amounts of money you could claim from government if treatment in a public healthcare facility resulted in bodily harm or death. It says a lot. Any court examining legislative amendments to implement a solution aimed at merely curtailing the outflow of cash to settle claims will do so against the backdrop of the existing healthcare system and the constitutional duty of the state to provide access to proper healthcare and the constitutionally protected right of the injured party to bodily integrity and access to the courts. Therefore, any solution which forces an injured victim back to the very institution that injured him or her in the first place can only happen if and when that institution is operating efficiently and effectively and can guarantee consistent quality health care of an acceptable standard. Currently not the case. This bill will not be enacted during this term. It will be for the 7th Parliament to do that. The new government will have to find a way to address the problems in the public health sector that goes beyond yet another piece of amended legislation and actually implement the legal instruments and reports already in existence. Until this is done, any attempt to change the basis of compensating the victims of medical malpractice by the state is premature, ill-timed, and ill-considered. The DA is in support of this report. Thank you.
Thank you. I now recognize the EFF.
Chairperson, the state liability bill was introduced as far back as 2018 in order to provide a legislative mechanism in terms of which the state deals with the increasing rate of medical negligence claims lodged against the state. The problem of medical legal claims is a growing concern and has been for years. The failure by Parliament to update the State Liability Act of 1957 has provided an opportunity for rogue legal people who are swindling the state and the victims of medical negligence of the monies due to them. I think we've seen as well one of the attorneys in the Eastern Cape who ended up claiming the money for himself. But then that Parliament has failed to take a comprehensive look at the necessity for these amendments and other amendments needed related to
Honorable Sharon, be taken out. ICT. Thank you.
Yes, it is not only a said indictment against this house, it also demonstrates a scant regard for the need to protect state resources and to protect victims of medical negligence. The bill lapsed at the end of the term of the 5th Parliament, and this house has done nothing of significance between 2019 and now to prioritize this type of legislation. The committee now claims that it is not desirable to continue with this bill because there is a comprehensive review of legislation needed so as to avoid introducing legislation on a piecemeal basis. While we agree with the assertion, we are of the view that if Parliament was serious about this kind of work ought to have been done years ago. Perhaps many of the alleged rogue unit or rogue elements who are benefiting from this legislative laxity are part or are in causing this delay and working with some in the ruling party. So since 1994, the state has spent, in estimation, 150 billion. And this money should have been used in building 24-hour health services, employing enough nurses, and as well making sure that each and every medical center has the necessary medication. This is badly affecting the poor and the marginalized. We agree that there must be a comprehensive review, but we condemn the delays. The committee ought to have conducted this work itself over the past 4.5 years, but it failed. That's incompetence. We do not support this report. Thanks.
Thank you. I now recognize the IFP.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. The State Liability Amendment Bill is needed to provide protection from state medical malpractice. It is particularly important that people are protected under legislation, especially when it comes to health care and the fact that many people in this country are forced to use substandard state services. The IFP has long sounded the call for professionalization in all government departments. This is especially important as a high level of standard must be exercised in the health department, given the implications on human life and quality of life. It is unfortunate that despite our calls for well-functioning healthcare system in South Africa, we have one of the lowest standards of state healthcare. Our hospitals lack necessities such as water, electricity, a reliable intake of medical supplies, and a general lack of health practitioners. Simple items such as printer toner cartridges for admin needs at hospital are coveted items. And yet the governing party feels that it is ready to take care of the high standards of all South Africans deserve through the ill-conceived National Health Insurance, NHI, almost as if they are blinded to the realities of our current state of clinics and hospitals. In its latest move to gear up for the NHI, amendments have been brought forth through the State Liability Amendment Bill to cater for possible shortcomings, as if the government is covering its tracks before it has even begun. The amendments to the acts state that if you have a successful claim against the state for medical malpractice, the state will only pay out corrective action if you use a state hospital. And if you use a private healthcare, the state will only pay the mega rate that a state institution would charge. These amendments are shockingly dire for South Africans. What
Thank you, Honorable
confidence
Member.
does
Your
a
time is
person
up.
have after they have been found?
No, this 10 seconds is more than enough. Thank you very much, Prof.
Subject to the above
The time is up, Prof.
concerns,
Thank you.
we accept
Thank
the
you, Prof.
bill, and I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable FF Plus.
Thank you, Honorable Chair.
DM Tolashe, you'll be taken out of the system.
Thank you, Chair. While the state has increasingly been held liable for harm arising from crime over the last few years, the Department of Health has seen a substantial surge in litigation respect of harm due to medical malpractice. The increased medical litigation trend, which is inextricably linked with the general decline in public health care standards, is a real crisis. The principal difficulty with the provisions of this bill as it stands is that it is nothing more than a stopgap interim solution pending possible greater legislative reform. The focus seems to be on limiting the compensation which victims of such malpractice are lawfully entitled to, whilst failing to address the obvious shortcomings which there is in terms of patient care in our state's hospitals and other institutions. The bill's intended retrospective application is neither justifiable nor reasonable. The Freedom Front Plus welcomes the committee's rejection of the State Liability Amendment Bill. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I now recognize ACDP. Honorable Swart.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, this is a very significant day. We, as the ACDP, have opposed this bill in the previous Parliament and in this bill. Now, the main motivation was the financial strain caused by medical claims against the Department of Health. What I want to focus on, when we had the public hearings in the previous Parliament, was the childbirth incidents of medical health. We have found it totally unacceptable that the state would not want to compensate poor women that have complications with childbirth resulting in children either dying or being born with cerebral palsy, and are expected to rely on those same public health facilities for treatment for the rest of the lives of those poor children. Absolutely disgraceful. Now, let me give you an example. In Sifumba versus the Health Eastern Cape, the mother sought and was denied emergency medical treatment. The hospital staff failed to monitor the baby's heart at 30-minute intervals, failed to detect or take precautions against fetal distress, failed to transfer it to another hospital, failed to perform a cesarean section. The child's brain injury resulted in cerebral palsy, and the court held that the defendant was negligent and granted relief. Now the state says, no, that poor woman is not entitled to relief. It must be staggered over the rest of the life of that child, which would even cost more. According to the submission of the Legal Resources Center during our public hearings, what is rather urgently needed is steps to address the systemic failures and shortfalls in the public health sector facilities provided to women for childbirth in order to guarantee the rights of the woman. And so what Parliament is doing today by rejecting this bill is in fact protecting the rights of women. We believe and we urge the Department of Health to rather investigate those shortfalls that are causing women complications with obstetrics, causing babies to die, causing babies to be born with cerebral palsy and other injuries. Those are very important, rather than trying to limit those women from claiming as a result of these injuries. Of course, the bill also wants to prescribe to the courts. There's another challenge there of the separation of powers. And the actuaries gave evidence to say that over the long run, it will cost more to the state, more to the state. So how can this be cost savings? The ACDP believes that during these 16 days of activism against violence against women, we submit that medical malpractice during childbirth is a critical issue that deserves our attention. We welcome this report and we welcome the rejection of this bill. I thank you.
Thank you. I now recognize the UTM. ATM. Good.
House Chair, we have no declaration. Thank you.
Thank you. I now recognize NFP Honorable Sheikh Imam.
Thank you, Chairperson. Yes, the NFP notes this report, supports the report, and welcomes the fact that this bill will be temporarily withdrawn until we resolve the matter. But let me start off by saying, yes, I do understand when a child particularly is born and as a result of negligence of medical practitioners, it's a serious concern because that affects the rest of that child's life. But equally, I'd like us also to be mindful of the fact that there were over 500 children. Let me repeat, Chairperson, over 500 children. Mothers that were about to give birth to these children could not get anesthetic despite being overdue. Many of them died. The children died, the mothers died. The Zionist state of Israel, when searching those vehicles that were transporting medicine, deliberately pull out the anesthetic so there's nothing available. Now, can you be more barbaric than that? So why are we selective when we talk about anyone? And yes, one child dying is one too many. But what about those hundreds of children which were deliberately murdered? That is the term. So let us be consistent when we talk about wanting to meet out proper and decent healthcare services. Now, I think the question we need to ask here, Chairperson, one is, yes, those that have suffered as a result of malpractices or weaknesses in the health system must be compensated. On the other hand, we need to ask ourselves, why is there so much of medical negligence? One is, we are employing anybody and everybody, recruiting anybody and everybody, not those that have a passion for healthcare. When you advertise and there's 20 million people that are now unemployed, anybody and everybody is going to apply for the job. That's one of the problems. Then you have those that have two different jobs, running from one to the other one. Then is that they don't have the necessary facilities and or the medication and things. Then you have the problem of high levels of corruption, Chairperson, between corrupt legal practitioners together with healthcare workers and those that claim to be victims. So I think we need to balance this to ensure that those that suffer are not victimized, but at the same time, be very careful that we are not exploited as a state, because people believe the state is a cash cow. We just pay and pay and pay, and that must stop. We can't allow that to continue. So in conclusion, the National Freedom Party will support the adoption of this report. And let's go into it and see how we can find a balance on this. But let us not forget the plight of the children of Palestine who have been dying by this Zionist state of Israel's conduct. Thank you.
Honorable members, we shall proceed. I recognize Honorable AIC, COPE, PAC, Al-Jama. I now recognize the ANC Honorable Masiko Jele.
Thank you, House Chair, members of the legislature, members of the House. The African National Congress rises in support of the report of the Portfolio Committee on Justice and Correctional Services. In the case of the Nyati versus MEC for Health, the court explained that the concept of state liability in South Africa was statutorily introduced in terms of the Crown Liability Act of 1910. It described the act as a relic of a legal regime which was pre-constitutional and placed the state above the law. Effectively, the state operated from the premise that, I quote, the king can do no wrong, close quote, that state of affairs ensured that the state, and by parity of reasoning, its officials could not be held accountable for their actions. The position has since changed drastically. Fast forward to the constitutional dispensation, the founding provisions contained in the preamble to the Constitution of 1996 echoes the principles of the Freedom Charter by stating inter alia that the Constitution as the supreme law lays the foundation for the democratic and open society in which government is based on the will of the people, and every citizen is equally protected by law. Accountability is an important value in our democracy. Chairperson, a person who suffers damages as a result of negligence, medical treatment has the right to claim compensation or satisfaction for damages in terms of the common law. Once and for all
Honorable member,
rule.
honorable member, Masiko Chele, 1 second. Honorable members, Dr. Krunevart and the young lady with the yellow outfit, honorable member, and here Dr. Gondwe and honorable member who's looking at you. Can we all be in the house, please? Thank you. You may proceed.
Chair, before she proceeds, Chairperson, can you address me properly?
Honorable Majosi.
Thank you.
Thank you. And also then what I've said as well. Thank you so much.
Chairperson, a plaintiff must therefore claim damages once for all damages already sustained or expected in future. The State Liability Amendment Bill of 2018 aims to amend the Principal Act so as to provide for structured settlements for the satisfaction of claims against the state as a result of wrongful medical treatment of persons by servants of the state. The bill is intended as an interim measure to address rising medical legal claims against the state, pending the outcomes of a larger investigation into medical legal claims by the South African Law Reform Commission. We are not in favor of piecemeal amendment to legislation, Honorable Mkhwebane. Nothing stop a stopgap about
order, honorable members,
the bill.
members.
Ours is the recommendation that legislation to amend the State Liability Act be tabled once the South African Law Reforms Commission has concluded its investigations and after meaningful consultation with stakeholders, including the National Treasury and the Department of Health. The ANC supports the report.
Thank you. Order, honorable members. Honorable members. Honorable members. Honorable members. Aibo. Honorable members. Honorable Masho. Honorable members. Honorable Sonti. Honorable Sonti, we have heard you. May I proceed if possible? Thank you very much. Honorable members, I put the motion again to the House that the report be adopted. Any objections? There are no objections. The report is, the motion is agreed to. The Secretary will read the 5th order of the day.
Second reading, States Liability Amendment Bill.
As there are no speakers list, I will now put the question. Are there any objections to the bill not being read for the second time as recommended by the committee? The motion is agreed to and the bill will therefore not be read for the second time. Thank you very much, honorable members. The Secretary will read the 16th order of the day.
Consideration of report of Portfolio Committee on Police on Independent Police Investigative Directorate Amendment Bill.
Thank you. I now recognize the Chief Whip of the Majority Party, Honorable Grace Tsege.
Thank you, Chair. On behalf of the Chief Whip of the Majority Party, I move that the report be adopted.
Thank you. The motion is that the report be adopted. Are there any objections? Honorable DA.
Honorable DA records that we are in opposition of the report. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable EFF plus.
EFF, House Chair,
Oh, your hand
and
is
will
up.
be the majority party in 2024. We object.
Thank you. FF
Please
plus,
note the objection of the IFP.
IFP, FF plus.
And of the FF plus, Chair.
And the ACDP, thank you.
Thank you very much. The objection shall be recorded accordingly and the motion is agreed to. The Secretary will read the 7th order of the day.
Second reading debate, Independent Police Investigative Directorate Amendment Bill.
Thank you. I now recognize the Honorable Minister of Police. Thank you. Or the Honorable Deputy Minister of Police. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairperson. This is the first substantive amendment since IPID came into operation on 1st April 2012, and the processes of affecting amendments to the Act commenced in 2016 following the Constitutional Court judgment of police and another. The bill seeks to entrench the institutional and operational independence of IPID, as well as to make it expressly clear that IPID must be independent, impartial, and must exercise its powers and functions without fear, favor, or prejudice, in line with the McBride judgment, where Judge Bushielo made certain pronouncements concerning the importance of the independence of IPID. The McBride judgment, the Constitutional Court stated that ascertaining what the independence of IPID should be requires the determination of a wide range of factors, amongst these being the method of appointment, the method of reporting, disciplinary proceedings, and method of removal of the executive director from office, as well as security of tenure. In order to give effect to the above-mentioned assertions, the process of appointment of executive director of IPID have been amended with a view to providing for a certain level of transparency. The drafting of the amendment in this clause were guided by the regulatory framework that governs the appointment of heads of national department. In terms of the new procedural requirements for selection of a suitable candidate for appointment as executive director, a panel will be appointed by the minister to assist the minister in identifying suitable persons for appointment. Thereafter, the minister shall submit the name of a selected candidate to the relevant parliamentary committee, which will either confirm or reject the nomination. I know the opposition will want to argue that IPID must be independent from the Minister of Police, and therefore the appointment of the executive director must be aligned to the Chapter 9 institutions appointments. The point they are missing is that the IPID's mandate is not to investigate the minister, but to investigate police conduct in the exercise of police powers. Madam Speaker, I am certain that we are all aware that the conducting of investigation is a core function of IPID. As such, without investigating officials, IPID will not be able to fulfill its mandate of investigating any alleged misconduct or offenses committed by a member of SAPS or municipal police services. It is therefore imperative that IPID attracts skills and experienced investigators who will be able to carry out their duties diligently. To achieve this objective, the bill sets out new qualification requirements for appointment as IPID investigator. This means that the investigators to be appointed at IPID will, after the commencement of this amendment, be required to have a diploma or a degree. A matric certificate alone will no longer be accepted. To increase the retention of staff and entrench investigators' powers, the salary dispensation of IPID investigators shall be determined by the Minister of Police in consultation with the Minister responsible for finance, and it shall no longer be on par with SAPS members appointed as detectives as stated in the Principal Act. The bill also seeks to bestow upon IPID investigators an additional function of taking the buccal samples so as to further enhance their investigative powers. IPID investigators will also be empowered to subpoena persons to appear before the investigator or provincial head. And this is another mechanism in which the investigative powers of IPID investigators will be enhanced. Inherently, police officers would have to exert a level of aggression to effect arrest in certain circumstances. It is therefore unreasonable and restraining to subject them to an investigation every time minor offense is used in the exercise of their duties. It also overloads the IPID unnecessarily.
Thank you, Honorable
That-
Minister. The time is up, sir.
I stand here to urge the House to support the amendment bill. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. I now recognize Honorable AM CRP. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable House Chairperson, Honorable Minister and Deputy Minister of Police, and other ministers and deputy ministers present in the August House, honorable members of this House. Today's debate on the tabling of the Independent Police Investigative Directorate.
Achtbare voorzitter, punt van orde.
Okay, may you take?
Chair, I
this,
just want to
Honorable
know
Member?
whether it is acceptable that members of parliament have the, call it lunch or dinner in this house. Because an honorable member here is eating in the house. I don't think it's acceptable. Can I have your ruling on it, please?
Honorable Member, all of us, Honorable Members, can I just indicate that all of us were aware that we are not allowed to drink any liquid except water? And secondly, to eat also were not allowed. May you, Honorable Member, desist to do that? You may proceed, Honorable CRP. Honorable members, and of course it's wrong, but I'm not too sure the reasons whether she's got a high blood pressure or sugar issues. I'm still going to check that. Thank you. Honorable members, I didn't see the member. I'm questioning the member. Just call her.
Order, order.
Member, if you can assist me. Honorable Siapi, can you sit down? Honorable Fudevat, can you assist me with the member so that I can be direct?
Thank you, Chair. Can I ask the honorable member to raise her hand? Can you just raise it? Everybody can see who you are. It's the one here in front of me.
Okay. Honorable, can we stop the gestures? Honorable, no, Honorable Asonti. Honorable members. Oh, honorable members. No, but we can't preside all of us in this house. It becomes a chaos, and it shall be no chaos here. Honorable members, Honorable Hunevat is correct in terms of Rule 64G. We are not allowed to eat, speak on the phone, drink water, none other than water, read a newspaper, any other conduct that disrespect the decorum of the house. Honorable member, please. No, you are not a spokesperson. Honorable members, I'm making a ruling and you are making a joke out of it. No. Honorable member, allow me. Honorable Sonti. Who turned me to now? Okay. Honorable member, whoever is that member, please go outside and finish your lunch and come back. Thank you. Just do that so that it becomes clean and orderly in this house. Thank you. Honorable member, I'm talking to you. You know yourself, please take a leave and come back later so that we can proceed. No. Honorable member, just for the sake of progress, please do that. Honorable members, no, honorable members, no, honorable Cowell. Can you, yes, you are shouting at me. No, but you are interacting now. If we are bored, honorable members, please excuse yourself and come back when you are ready to be in the house. And I can't call you more than 3 times as if I'm joking. I'll call you 2 times, the third time you leave the room. Thank you very much.
Chairperson, can I
You may
raise on a point of
proceed.
order, please?
On which rule?
I think it's Rule 84. I'm correct.
Okay, thank you. Proceed.
Yes, can I ask you, when the chairperson, while we concur with the rules that nobody must eat in the chamber, after the chairperson has made a ruling, rightfully so, not in dispute, is it necessary to expel the member? Is that not humiliation? Is it also right for another member to tell a member to raise his hand or her hand in order to identify that member? Can that be right? If that's utmost humiliation of the member in the house. And I certainly do not agree. I agree with you that you may reprimand the member when the member is eating or transgress on the rules, but we should not expose people to humiliation. Thank you.
Honorable members, I've made a ruling. Your point nevertheless are valid, but there is no rule that talks to that in terms of Rule 84. But I heard you, you said you think so. You might not be accurate, but I'll request that may we proceed with the debate and the business of the day. Okay. Yes, yes. Secondly, honorable member, while you are correct on a humanitarian and also respect, I didn't expel the member. I said she must go out and finish her lunch and come back. So then also we must be very accurate on that. Secondly, honorable members order, do assist the presiding officer by keeping quiet so that it's clear and also the ruling is very clear. If you scream and scream, then it becomes a chaos. It's just an appeal. I know we get excited sometimes. Thank you very much. Honorable Siabi, we have stopped the watch. You may proceed, sir. Thank you very much. Honorable Siabi, you may proceed. Thank you.
Honorable members, today's debate on the tabling of the Independent Police Investigative Directorate Amendment Bill takes place exactly 10 years since the departure of Tata Nelson Mandela from this world of the living. As we commemorate 10 years since Madiba's passing, we should do so mindful that this democracy we so much cherish was not free. Many compatriots lost their lives, families lost their loved ones, and many disappeared without trace. We owe it to Madiba and all the liberation stalwarts to continue entrenching the democratic system that guarantees and protects each other's rights. IP Amendment Bill of 2023 was approved by Cabinet for introduction in Parliament on the 24th May 2023. Prior notice of its introduction was published in the Government Gazette number 48756, dated the 7th June 2023. The bill was subsequently introduced in Parliament by the Minister and referred to the Portfolio Committee of Police on 20 July 2023 as a proposed Section 75 bill. The bill was officially tagged as a Section 75 bill by the Parliamentary Joint Taking Mechanism in terms of Joint Rule 106.6 on 16 August 2023. Honorable Chairperson, on the 6th September 2023, the Portfolio Committee on Police adopted a motion of desirability on the bill and decided to continue with the processes to consider the bill. The majority view was that there is an urgent need to strengthen, through legislation, the institutional and operational independence of the IPID and give effect to the Constitutional Court judgment in the case of McBride versus Minister of Police and another. Whilst there were concerns about the lack of certification of the bill by the Office of the State Law Advisor, as it relates to apprehension on the constitutionality of clause 4 of the bill, the committee underscored that the principles of the bill are accepted. The committee adoption of the motion of desirability is in line with National Assembly Rule 2866. The committee reiterated that it has taken due regard and consideration of the legal advice provided and will ensure that its processes are in compliance with the Constitution, laws and regulations of the country and National Assembly rules. The decision was necessary as Parliament is the only body that has the mandate to legislate the structural and operation independence of IPID in accordance with Section 206 of the Constitution. We must also emphasize that the decision was taken with full consideration of the legal advice provided and that every step of the process will be guided by legal considerations. Honorable Chairperson, our democratic system is premised on the principle of representativity and participatory democracy. It is born out of our Lodesta policy principle as enshrined in the Freedom Charter that the people shall govern. Informed by the said principle, the call for public submission on the bill was opened on 12 September 2023. And the advertisement was published in all official languages in national and regional newspapers. The deadline for submission was set for 2 October 2023 and was extended to the 6th of October 2023 to allow for late submissions. Additional to the publication of the call for submissions, a social media campaign was launched to create public awareness of the amendment bill. Several media statements were issued by the committee's chairperson, and the committee directly invited stakeholders in the policing environment to comment on the bill. The Portfolio Committee on Police received a number of substantive and non-substantive public submissions on the bill. Most submissions highlighted the significant power vested in law enforcement agencies to use deadly force and deprive citizens of liberty, and thus the need for independent oversight when such power is abused. The submissions were further based on clause 4 relating to the appointment, term of office, and remuneration of the IPID Executive Director, and clause 16 amending section 28 of the Principal Act related to the categories for IPID investigations. The important point to emphasize is that public participation is meant to allow citizens and interested parties to have a say in the process of drafting legislation. Honorable Chairperson, during public hearings, the committee considered South Africa's obligation under the ratified optional protocol to the Convention Against Torture and Other Cruel, Inhuman, or Degrading Treatment or Punishment, in short, OPCAT, for possible inclusion into the bill. The Directorate forms part of the South Africa's National Preventative Mechanism as required under OPCAT. Together with other legislated oversight bodies, such as the Judicial Inspectorate for Correctional Services, Office of the Military Ombuds, Health Ombuds, and the South African Human Rights Commission, to conduct inspection to sites where persons are deprived of their liberty. After much deliberations, the committee decided not to extend the scope of the bill to include the OPCAT obligations. The decision was based on the various factors, amongst which was a concern that such inclusion will cause a fragmented approach to the implementation of the convention, where it will be dealt with in different pieces of legislation. In addition to consultations with academic stakeholders during public hearings, the committee engaged with IPID and the Civilian Secretariat for Police Services. In conclusion, House Chairperson, allow me to thank the members of the Portfolio Committee on Police, the Minister and Deputy Minister of Police, the Acting Secretary for Police and his team, the Executive Director of the IPID and her team, and our support staff for the efforts to process this highly anticipated and significantly important bill. We had robust but respectful deliberations on the bill, which was encouraging and highly appreciated. Lastly, I wish to thank the public for their submissions and participation in the legislative process. Public participation is central to the business of Parliament as enshrined in our Constitution. Honorable members, the African National Congress supports the IPID Amendment Bill. And I want to thank you very much.
Thank you, honorable members. I now recognize Honorable A.G. Whitfield.
Thank you, Chairperson. The Independent Police Investigative Directorate was established in terms of Section 206 of the Constitution in order to serve as an independent watchdog of police conduct. In this debate, it is important that members understand the nature of IPID's independence, which is enshrined in the Constitution, and whether said independence can or should be strengthened. In this regard, it is instructive for the House to note what the Constitutional Court had to say about independence of such institutions in the Glenister judgment, which was cited in the McBride matter. And I quote, "What is required is not insulation from political accountability, but only insulation from a degree of management by political actors that threatens imminently to stifle the independent functioning and operations of the unit," end quote. Now, since the beginning of the 6th Parliament, IPID has featured prominently on the parliamentary and public agenda. The noise surrounding the unlawful suspension of Robert McBride and the non-renewal of his contract as executive director still echoed in the corridors. In 2016, the Court had charged Parliament to amend the IPID Act to limit the minister's powers to arbitrarily remove the IPID executive director, which Parliament did. Now, as the 6th Parliament begins to wind down, IPID is back in the news thanks to the introduction of a new amendment bill, which initially sought to remove Parliament's role in the process to appoint the executive director of IPID. When this bill was introduced in Parliament by the Minister of Police, it arrived without the requisite constitutional certification from the Chief State Law Advisor. Furthermore, both Parliamentary Legal Services as well as an independent senior counsel found the bill in its original form to be unconstitutional. The astounding arrogance and brazen determination of the Minister and Cabinet to knowingly introduce an unconstitutional bill exposes the ANC's utter contempt for Parliament and Minister Cele's nefarious agenda to fully capture the South African Police Service. In spite of this glaring constitutional flaw and in spite of objections from all other members of the committee except the ANC, the ANC ultimately wielded their majority and agreed to process the bill in order to rectify it, or to put it more plainly, to fix the executive's mess. So why was the original bill considered to be unconstitutional by 3 separate legal minds? It is because the original bill removed Parliament's oversight role in the appointment process of the executive director of IPID, which already existed in the Principal Act in Section 6. So in order to rectify the flaw, the committee has simply reinstated an existing provision in the Principal Act, effectively ticking a box instead of using the opportunity to strengthen IPID's independence. In this messy game of cut, copy, paste between cabinet and committee, Parliament has ultimately retained its bare minimum oversight role in the process to appoint the ED. However, this is only after the minister has nominated his candidate and only for Parliament to approve at the end of the process. The problem is that the minister has already demonstrated in the 6th Parliament through the appointment of the current executive director how he can manage the outcome through his disproportionate influence over the process. In July 2020, the minister brought his nominee for executive director to Parliament after a selection process run by a panel appointed by the minister and constituted of the following political actors: Minister Ndabeni Abrahams, Minister Lamola, and Deputy Minister Matale, as well as the Secretary of Police, a position appointed by the Minister of Police. Without as much as a sliver of scrutiny, the ANC members in the committee at the time moved swiftly to rubber stamp the minister's nominee, and the triumphant minister marched on proudly, stomach out, chest in. I have argued strongly since 2019 that to adequately secure IPID's independence, Parliament must play an even greater role than the IPID Act envisages, for reasons perfectly illustrated by the 2020 process. It must be Parliament that appoints an independent panel of experts to shortlist applicants, and Parliament that conducts the final interviews in order to transparently assess the suitability of the applicants. Thereafter, Parliament must recommend a suitable candidate for the minister to appoint. This would draw the appointment process out of the shadows and into the light for the public to scrutinize by placing Parliament at the beginning of the process and not at the end. Regrettably, the ANC have decided to retain the status quo, which, based on recent experience, does not adequately insulate IPID from the degree of management by political actors which directly threatens to imminently stifle the independent functioning and operations of the unit, which the Constitutional Court demands. This bill falls short of this requirement. Instead of strengthening Parliament's arm by sending the minister back to the drawing board after he so clearly revealed his nefarious intent, the ANC has chosen to try and unscramble his unconstitutional egg, which will have the inevitable consequence of leaving
Thank you, Honourable
Parliament
Member.
with
Time
egg on
is
its
up.
face
Thank you so
and
much.
relegating IPID from a police watchdog
Honourable Member,
to a
your time is up.
ministerial lapdog.
ICT. Thank you. I now recognize the EFF Honourable Giereka. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair and colleagues. The EFF is a democratic party based on the principles of justice and the Constitution, democratic Constitution, and will defend the culture of human rights wherever we go. No member, regardless of color and creed or religion, will be insulted or humiliated in our presence wherever EFF members are present. Chairperson, the Independent Investigative Directorate is a constitutional entity established in terms of Section 206, subsection 6 of the Constitution. The drafters of the Constitution envisioned that this would be an independent body guided only by the law, to which members of the public would lay complaints against the police. The IPID is therefore constitutionally required to be independent and to be free from political interference. While Section 6, subsection 6(11) of the IPID Act authorizes the minister to remove the executive director from office on specified grounds, the section is silent on oversight of the minister's action by Parliament. This potentially grants the minister wide-ranging powers to interfere in the operations of IPID, and the minister, of course, did when he decided to unlawfully dismiss Mr. Robert McBride as the head of IPID. Chairperson, the Constitutional Court judgment in the Robert McBride case has far-reaching implications for this Parliament and its committees. The judgment emphasized that the state of independence of IPID and the role of the minister in the appointment and termination of the executive director of IPID. It is vividly clear in this judgment that the Constitutional Court has given direction in terms of the separation of powers. Our constitutional democracy is based inter alia on the principles of fairness, justice, and the separation of powers. The court in this matter confirmed the constitutional imperative that the state cannot be referee and player at the same time. It is against this background that the committee had to amend certain sections of the IPID Act. Chairperson, part of the objectives of the McBride case was to ensure that power is not abused by any public office bearers, be it a DG, be it a minister, be it a mayor. It does not matter. No abuse of power will be allowed in this dispensation. It is for this reason that the court has ruled that the minister does not have the right or locus standi to interfere in the appointment or termination of the executive director of IPID without the involvement of Parliament. The EFF concurs with the judgment of the Constitutional Court in this regard and holds a similar view that no person, regardless of title or position, may assume authority that is not in alignment with the roles, responsibilities, and mandate of such an office. The EFF further holds a view that no political interference should be condoned by virtue of a concealed section in any law that may jeopardize, compromise, or conflict the independence of IPID or any other institution of state. The independence of IPID should be protected at all costs. This institution is bound to investigate transgressions and violations of the police. For this reason, we hold this very strong belief that this institution cannot account, and this is a very critical point, Madam Chair, cannot account to the same person who is also a political principal of the perpetrators that the IPID must investigate. The judgment is written and designed in such a way to prevent interference of any kind. And for this reason, Madam Chair, the EFF submits that the authority to appoint and suspend the executive director must be exclusively the role and responsibility of Parliament. This will ensure that nepotism, favoritism, cronyism, corruption, and political interference will be ruled out in this regard, which has become a culture of the African National Congress. The bill still falls too short of these requirements and still leaves too much power to the minister. While we are satisfied that the bill deals adequately with the judgment of the Constitutional Court on the McBride case alone, we are of the view that the legislature could have done much more to broaden the amendments and to strengthen the role of IPIDs. Madam Chair, to my colleague that has referred to 1912, with regard to the ANC, I want to draw your attention to the fact that in 1912, something else significantly happened. It was when the Titanic sank in 1912. History tells us that 7,550 people were on the Titanic. Only 2,224 survived. It's because cracks came into the Titanic and the water started to invade the Titanic. This afternoon, I'm reminded that the mighty, almighty ANC is busy sinking. You were just once the admired party of this country, but you are singing, you are drowning in the water because of the fact of abuse of power, corruption, cronyism, nepotism. And the more we talk to you, the more you howl at us. It is a sign of your arrogance. The public, the community of South Africa, the public of South Africa will no longer tolerate. The EFF is the next government to step up. That will make sure that we rule this country.
Thank you. Thank you, honorable members. Order, honorable members, order. Honorable members, honorable members. Now we shall proceed. I recognize. Honorable members, order. Order, honorable members. You shall indicate when you are done, honorable members. Sonti, you will advise me when you are done. Thank you. I now recognize Honorable Majos.
Thank you, Honorable House Chairperson. Accountability and transparency are the cornerstone of our democracy and the pillars upon which His Excellency Prince Mangosuthu Buthelezi founded the IFP. Therefore, we remain fervent of our support of those mandated to act as watchdogs over departments and entities that are tasked with maintaining the rule of law in our country. Low levels of public trust in the South African Police Service means that entities such as the Independent Police Investigative Directorate must take up their role in criminal justice proceedings by ensuring that investigations against the police are carried out effectively. The independence of our criminal justice system and all entities it encapsulates should be of a great concern to all of us, especially considering our country's recent history of state capture and corruption. Therefore, the IFP remains convinced that IPID must remain impartial to any influence that can hamper the fulfillment of its mandate. It is with this in mind that we cannot accept the bill's intent to centralize control over the appointment of the selection panel and IPID executive director in the hands of the police minister and cabinet. As the IFP has repeatedly stated, especially in the recent weeks, the involvement of Parliament in appointment processes has been crucial in retaining the integrity of this selection process and safeguarding them from succumbing to influence and bias. We have continuously said that and proposed in the committee that let the process of selecting a panel be a Parliament process, and by so virtue via the portfolio committee on police, but it fell on deaf ears. We cannot allow for a single minister to be a coach, a player, and a referee at the same time. Under the leadership of the current government, We have witnessed the devastation caused by political influence and agendas in crucial government departments, and we have seen how this has nearly compromised the integrity of our justice system. Instead of wanting absolute power, the minister should be advocating for IPID to increase its footprint, as currently it is only operational where it has offices. Perhaps the minister should focus on how we'll address the budget constraints to ensure that the services of IPID reach all South Africans. In consideration of the comments made, the IFP rejects the bill and subsequently we reject the report as well. Thank you.
Thank you. I now proceed and recognize Honorable Dr. P.G. Groenewald. Over to you, sir.
Dankie, agbare voorsitter. Chairperson, if you look at the process this bill followed, it is actually proof about the ANC government that is allergic to accountability. When this bill came into the Portfolio Committee of Police, I've raised my objection because the time is too short. There's not enough and thorough thinking about it. As far as consultation is concerned, everything was pushed by the misuse of the ANC's majority to get this bill in this house today. And if I say accountability, then it's no surprise that the governing party doesn't want to be accountable. Let's look at what happened with this process. The minister, knowing that the bill is unconstitutional, even went to a private senior counsel that cost the taxpayer about 78,000 rand for an opinion, ignoring the recommendations and the findings of the state law advisory, but it still continued. Now the question is, did cabinet did they know about the fact that it is unconstitutional? I actually asked a question, but I didn't get a clear answer. So I have no doubt that even the cabinet knew that it is unconstitutional. And that is the proof of the disrespect of the ANC government towards the electorate of South Africa. Because you don't want to be accountable. You are in government, you will do as you wish. And that specifically when it comes to the minister. Agbare voorsitter, 'n verantwoordelike regering sal alles in sy vermoë doen om te sorg dat hy deursigtig is. Hierdie wet en die wetsontwerp en die proses wat gevolg is, herhaallik, is bewys dat die ANC is absoluut disrespekvol teenoor die kiesers van Suid-Afrika. Hy wil nie verantwoordbaar wees teenoor die kiesers van Suid-Afrika nie. Die minister van polisie, wat 'n uiters belangrike portefeulje beklee, want elkeen van ons wat hier sit, elke Suid-Afrikaanse burger, elke vrou, elke kind, is afhanklik van die optredes van die polisie om hulle veiligheid te waarborg. Maar jy het 'n minister wat hom nie steur aan wat die oppositie hom teen waarsku nie. En ek wil vandag sê, u moet verwag dat hierdie wetsontwerp weer 'n keer in die grondwethof sal draai. 'n Verantwoordelike regering sal moeite doen om in belang van die kiesers te sorg dat daar deursigtigheid is. The Freedom Front Plus will not support this bill. And why can't we just have the same committee, like for instance the SABC board, like the Judicial Service Commission, where members of parliament can ask questions to the specific candidates for the executive of the IPID organization. Therefore, Honorable Chair, I want to put it quite clear. The ANC is actually also ignoring this house and is disrespectful towards this house. I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable members, I now recognize Honorable Reverend K.R.J. Mushwe. Over to you, sir.
House Chairperson, more than 7,000 sub-officers have been arrested in the last 5 years for crimes, including cash in transit heist, kidnapping, rape, and murder. But shockingly, only 686 of these, under 10%, were convicted. South Africa desperately needs a truly independent organization to investigate crimes committed by the police. Members, if the Independent Police Directorate is to be independent, it cannot have its leader appointed and removed by the Minister of Police. According to Section 4 of the IP Act, I quote, number 1, the Directorate functions independently from the South African Police Service, and secondly, each organ of state must assist the Directorate to maintain its impartiality and to perform its functions effectively, close quote. In short, the police cannot independently and properly investigate their fellow police officers. Every organ of state must help IPID to police the police independently and properly. The Constitutional Court has also ruled on the matter. According to the judgment of McBride versus the Minister of Police and another, the Executive Director of IPID cannot and should not be appointed, dismissed, or disciplined by the Minister of Police. Parliament should bring another amendment to change the IPID Act to prevent this from happening and thus be in line with the ruling of the Constitutional Court. If nobody can successfully investigate his or her boss, even then, how can IPID investigate the police while its executive director reports to the Minister of Police? We believe should be the Minister of Justice. Although the ACDP has noted the inclusion into the IPID Amendment Act of some parliamentary oversight in the appointment of the executive director of IPID, we believe that this is not enough. The bill gives the Minister of Police the power to appoint a panel to advise him or her on the selection of the IPID executive director, and the Minister of Police is still the one who nominates the IPID executive director. Although the Parliamentary Oversight Committee will have the right to reject the minister's nomination, the majority of members of that committee are likely to agree with the minister because they are likely to belong to the same political party as is the case now. In conclusion, Chairperson, the ACDP rejects the IPID Amendment Bill. The people of South Africa deserve a police force they can trust, and only a truly independent and effective IPID can deliver that. I thank you.
Thank you. I now recognize Honorable UTM. UTM, Honorable Kwankwa, I was advised you are on the platform, but we shall proceed if you are not indicating. Honorable ATM. Honorable Good.
House Chair, we have no declaration on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable NFP, Honorable AM Sheikh Imam, over to you, sir.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I think first of all, the question we must ask ourselves, if, and this is, I think, what is confusing here, the minister, if first of all, no, they won't, it's all under the control of the Zionist state of Israel, so it's their way or no way. But the question I think is, who does the minister, if the minister commits a crime, who does the minister, who is accountable to? Which law enforcement structure is responsible to prosecute the minister? Now, is the minister not a political deployee? Not a police officer, a political deployee. If he is a political deployee, then my understanding is that IPID cannot investigate him, because there are other law enforcement agencies that are responsible for that. If that is the case, then there's no conflict. But if the minister is accountable and can be investigated by IPID, then it's a different situation. And I think that's the question we're going to need to ask ourselves. Our understanding is no, the minister is not responsible, cannot be investigated by IPID because he's not a police officer. He's a deployee, a political deployee. That is our understanding. So maybe once we clear that, then we'll have a better understanding whether indeed he is the referee and the player or not. So an IPID has to report to somebody. If he's a deployee, a political deployee, then there's nothing wrong with him reporting to the minister. So I think that's the first thing. But let me tell you, IPID is not my chairperson, one of my favorites. And I'll tell you why. Because IPID to some extent, not as a result of them, because of IPID itself, but because of the act, has put a certain amount of fear into police officers. I don't hear anybody talking about the way police officers are dying in this country. But I hear about people talking about others dying, criminals dying as a result of police action. And that is where I have a problem. There's not enough protection for police officers. Maybe perhaps we need a separate unit just to investigate these police killings. And what measures can we put in place to protect police officers from the criminals? Because our focus is to protect the criminals rather than the police officers. And IPID has come here now, okay, with its watchful eye, watching every action of the police officers to the extent that police officers can't act. And when they can't act timelessly, they are dying. So maybe we need a better understanding of what the position is as far as the minister is concerned, what measures he's going to put to protect the police officers and not fear IPID so that they can't conduct themselves. Thank you very much. The NFP will support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I now recognize AIC. Honorable Cope. Honorable Al-Jama. Honorable Major General O.S. Teleblanche, over to you, sir.
Honorable Chairperson, honorable members and fellow South Africans. In a country like South Africa, legislators understandably wanted to ensure that the new democracy had sufficient scope for public participation to best promote human rights. There's certainly been a very clear attempt to build in checks and balances to ensure that the mistakes of the past are never repeated again. Police brutality and even murder were commonplace to control and deter opponents of South Africa's former regime. Departments such as IPID, formerly the Independent Complaints Directorate, were established to investigate complaints against the South African police and municipal police services to protect the public. For some secret and unknown reason, this draft amendment bill did not follow the prescribed route of being tabled in Parliament. In terms of Rule 2792 of the National Assembly, any bill submitted by a minister must be certified as constitutional by the Chief Legal Advisor and must be properly drafted in a format consistent with normal legislative practice. If it's not certified, the bill must be accompanied by a report or legal opinion on why it has not been certified. Yet the minister has failed to explain to the committee why he was so intent on this bill moving forward, despite it being unconstitutional, despite the objection of various opposition parties. It appears that it was an attempt to bulldoze this bill through at all costs, even to provide even greater powers to the minister with less Parliament oversight, and to ignore the Constitutional Court judgment of McBride, which ensured structural and operational independence. The DA's minority view is that the amendment clause 4 is insufficient to protect IPID from political interference. Currently, IPID is unable to fulfill its intended role, mainly due to budget constraints. It manifests itself in severe shortages of both human and physical resources that causes an ever-growing backlog of the cases that IPID simply cannot investigate. The Civilian Secretariat for Police missed the golden opportunity with this amendment bill. Unfortunately, their haphazard approach won't yield the required outcome, and the 7th Congress will have to go down this path again. The DA do not support this amendment bill.
Thank you. I now recognize Honorable NP Peacock. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. Before I would go to my speech, let me first speak to some of the members that have just been here on the podium. Proceed. Yeah, Honorable Groenewald, Honorable Tereblanche, you debated in the portfolio committee. You said what your issues were. Because you could not get through what you wanted, because it's what you believe that whatever you say should go. If it does not happen according to you, you'll come and say something different. From the speech that I'm going to highlight, I'll stipulate some of the things that you are saying that we did not follow. And you did, we explained that to you. The problem is, if you want to believe what you want to believe, there's nothing we can do. We have to pass this bill. Honorable members, we are participating in this debate to communicate our support for the amendment of IPID Act following the court judgment that highlighted some areas in the Act that should be amended. We should perhaps remind ourselves that IPID is an organ of the state established by the IPID Act, among others, to do such things, ensure that the independent oversight of South African Police Service and Municipal Police Service to align provincial strategic objective with that of the National Office to enhance the functioning of the Directorate. Provide for independent and impartial investigation of identified criminal offenses allegedly committed by members of the South African Police Service and the Municipal Police Service. To make disciplinary recommendation in respect of members of the South African Police Service and Municipal Police Service resulting from investigations conducted by the Directorate. Honorable House Chair, in section, I want the members that were here, they must not interject me, they must listen to what I'm gonna say. In terms of section 206, subsection 6 of the Constitution, an independent police complaint body established by the national legislation must investigate any alleged misconduct of or offense committed by a member of the police service in a province. This constitutional requirement has found expression in the establishment of the Independent Police Investigative Directorate through the Independent Police Investigative Directorate Act of 2019. The purpose of the Directorate is to ensure independent oversight of South African Police Service and the Municipal Police Service. The thrust of the Directorate is to conduct independent and impartial investigations of identified criminal offenses allegedly committed by members of the police and Municipal Police Service and appropriate recommendation when wrongdoings are identified. Honorable Chair.
Honorable Peacock, would you please take your seat? There's a point of order.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to find out if the member can take a question.
Honorable Peacock, would you take the question?
I'm here to make my speech. I'm not here to ask questions or to respond to questions.
The independence of oversight bodies that are mandated to investigate alleged police misconduct and criminality is internationally regarded as a key cornerstone of ensuring police accountability and public trust that police members are not above the criminal justice system. Police impunity has been raised as a major concern by the Police Committee on Police due to the lack of more stringent sanctions through internal mechanism against members of the police accused of serious criminal acts, including murder, aggravated assaults, and rape. Honorable Chair, the structural and operational independence of the Directorate were brought in sharp focus during the 2016 Constitutional Court challenge brought by the Executive Directorate against the Minister of Police. The McBride judgment concluded that the Directorate, through the Executive Director, did not have sufficient safeguards against potential political interference when the Minister can unilaterally dismiss the Executive Director from the office. The court outlined various similarities between the IPID and the Hawks as anti-corruption bodies in their need to be independent, and highlighted that the Hawks enjoy more independence from political interference than the IPID. The Constitutional Court highlighted the method of appointment and removal from the office of the IPID Executive Director as to test by the operational structural independence of the IPID. The court highlighted the fact that the Principal Act provides for parliamentary oversight over the appointment process of the Executive Directorate, while being silent on parliamentary oversight over the removal from the office. The Constitutional Court found the unilateral power of the Minister of Police to institute disciplinary action against and dismissed of the Executive Director is inconsistent with the Constitution. The McBride judgment instructed Parliament. The McBride judgment instructed Parliament to remedy the constitutional defect, and the committee in the 5th Parliament duly complied by processing the Independent Police Investigative Directorate Amendment Act of 2019 through the insertion of Section 6A. That's why we are correcting that insertion into the Principal Act, providing that the Executive Director of IPID can only be removed from office based on the decision taken by a relevant Parliamentary Portfolio Committee, and such resolutions must be adopted by the National Assembly. That's what we are doing today. Honorable Chair, anyway, you are not in the committee, you won't know what I'm talking about. Unfortunately, the bill had a turbulent start in Parliament. The Office of the Chief State Law Advisor did not certify the bill constitutionally compliant, as it was deemed that the proposal that the Minister, in consultation with Cabinet, should appoint the Executive Director without any parliamentary oversight.
Honorable Peacock, please take your seat. As a point of order. What's the point of order, Honorable Member?
Chairperson, the Honorable Member is violating Rule 83, which says a member must, as far as possible, refrain from reading his or her speech, but may refresh his or her memory by referring to notes. I mean, she's busy reading and she was in the committee. She must just speak.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable members. Honorable members. Honorable members.
She's playing to the color.
Still voting. Honorable members. Honorable members, a member has a right to raise a point of order. And the chairperson will rule on it. So please give me a chance to do so. Honorable members, yes, the rule says that, but members have a right to look at what they are reading and focus on what they are reading. Maybe she doesn't want to be disturbed, but she wants to focus on that. So we will allow it, honorable members. So it's not sustained. Proceed, honorable member.
Thank you so much. I'm not a lawyer by profession, so I'll read what I've prepared. Honorable Chairperson, unfortunately, the bill had a turbulent start in Parliament. The Office of the Chief State Law Advisor did not certify the bill constitutionally compliant, as it was deemed that the proposal that the minister, in consultation with Cabinet, should appoint the executive director without any parliamentary oversight. Rightfully so, many questions have been raised as to why an unconstitutional bill was submitted by the executive and why the committee decided to process the bill. A simplistic view would have been just to reject the bill. That's what they wanted. Indeed, the situation placed the committee in an extreme difficult position between sending the bill back to be rectified or to exercising our constitutional mandate as legislator to rectify the deficiency while simultaneously reinforcing the directorates of independence. We chose the latter and decided to forge ahead to bolster the directorate and ultimately enable a greater impact on the police conduct. It was well established and canvassed during our deliberations that parliamentary oversight of the method of appointment and removal from the office of the executive directors are equally important as a test for the operational and structural independence of directorate. There was never any doubt in our minds that the offending clause would be rectified. The drafted of the bill interpreted the McBride judgment differently and admitted that the offending clause must be corrected. Honorable Chair, the original compromise was to merely reinstate the section of Principal Act dealing with the appointment of the executive director. But the committee strengthened this provision by insisting that the Minister of Police must appoint a panel to assist him to identify a suitable candidate for the position of the executive directorate, thereby enhancing the appointments process, and that the minister must report the nomination to Parliament and the relevant parliamentary committee to approve or reject. There's an option that's the rubber stamp. The bill further clearly stipulates that the directorate is accountable both to the Minister of Police as executive authority and to Parliament. We will continue our legislative oversight role over the directorate through budget appropriations, biannual reports, in-year monitoring and annual reports. We are satisfied that Parliament has a significant safeguard oversight role to hold both the directorate and the executive accountable. Before I would like to step down from this podium, ek wil net graag met Honorable Groenewald praat. Honorable Groenewald sê die ANC is onverantwoordelik en disrespectful, maar ek het dit by hom gesien. Na sy speech gesê toe stap hy uit. So dit sê mos wat jy sê is dat jy practice. Because you were supposed to sit and listen to our responses. Now we had to sit to you and then we decided to leave, of which we understand is in your nature. Yeah. And Honorable Whitfield, we know that you did contribute well in our debate, of which we are still saying that what we were doing, we are strengthening the bill. It's not that we did not want the bill to be engaged. It was corrected, or it was stated that the bill was never, it was unconstitutional, but as a governing organization, as the legislative body, we had to take a decision. So those they were saying that I was reading, I had to read because I had to prepare, but I do understand the content of what I was saying. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The Honorable Deputy Minister, we will invite you to the podium.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you, Honorable Peacock. It's very clear that some of the members of the opposition have a problem with Minister Kale, because their input here is completely irrelevant to what is before this committee. We are discussing an amendment to the IPID bill, which is a parliamentary process. The committee that presented the report here, chaired by Honorable Siabi, is an extension of this August House. And it has brought a report before this August House, not a report of the executive. It's wrong to create an impression that what we're debating here is an executive report. It's not. It's a parliamentary report. We must deal with that as such. And I think the report that we are having, Chair, which the House must support, has clearly dealt with the issues which were shortcomings within the legislation that govern IPID. Initially, the minister could remove the executive director without taking on board this August House, including the appointment of the executive director. What we have today here is a version where those powers of the minister have been curtailed, if not removed. He can't or she can't expel an executive director without the participation of this House, including the appointment. Without the participation of this House, it's not possible. An impression is created that this piece of legislation we're passing will make that possible. I must, however, appreciate the comments of Honorable Kherik with regard to this bill, because he does concede that it addresses, though not in the manner that you will have wished the bill to address. It's unfortunate that he veered into the Titanic space, which I think must be left to the electorate next year. Our people will decide who will be coming here, and we're confident that the African National Congress will remain victorious. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. Are there any objections to the bill being read a second time?
House Chair, please note the objection of the DA.
Thank you.
The objection of the EFF.
Noted.
The objection of the IFP.
Noted.
The objection of the FF Plus.
And the ACDP, thank you, House Chair.
Thank you very much. With those objections, it's agreed to. The Secretary will read the bill a second time.
Independent.
Honorable members. Honorable members. The Secretary will read the bill a second time.
Independent Police Investigative Directorate Amendment Bill.
Thank you. The bill will be sent to the National Council of Provinces for concurrence. Secretary will read the 18th order.
Consideration of report of Portfolio Committee on Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development on Preservation and Development of Agricultural Land Bill.
Yep. I now recognize the Honorable, the Chief Whip of the Majority Party.
Thank you, Honorable House Chairperson. I move that the report be adopted.
Are there any objections? No objections. Thank you. The Secretary will read the 19th order.
Second reading debate, preservation and development of agricultural land bill.
Yep. The Honorable, the Minister of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development will be represented by the Deputy Minister. Honorable members, can I put it on record that the Minister is represented by the Deputy Minister? You may proceed, Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Thanks for the opportunity. Honorable members, I think it's good to say good evening. I'm privileged to present to you work that has been done over a long time and wish to thank all those who made inputs to shape the product we are presenting this evening. A word of thanks goes out to members of the Portfolio Committee who steered the process, taking proposals through the public consultation process. Those sacrifices are recognized and are going to bear fruit. We know that the South African population is approximately 60.6 million, and know that arable land in South Africa is 12 million hectares, as indicated by the World Bank 2021 stats. Studies further show that we need 1.3 hectares of arable land to grow food to feed one adult person for a year. If we balance the 12 million hectares of arable land that South Africa has with the population indicated, the majority which are young people under the age of 30, we notice that we are just making it, since we are at this very moment sitting at 2 hectares available to feed one person per year. In other words, a little more. It is, however, evident that if nothing is done to preserve the size of arable land we have in our country, we will easily tip over and change from being a net exporter of food to a net importer. Using stats modeling, we can safely project the South African population to 66 million in 2028, during which our arable farming land would be severely decreased unless we intervene and intervene now. Food security is not only a right as enshrined in the Constitution of our Republic, but subsection 2 of chapter 2, clause 27, clearly says the following, and I quote, "The state must take reasonable legislative and other measures within its available resources to achieve the progressive realization of each of these rights." The only piece of legislation at the disposal of our government with which we regulate agricultural land is the Subdivision of Agricultural Land Act of 1970. As we all can appreciate, the object and purposeful intention of this piece of legislation is to prevent unjustifiable splitting of agricultural land into uneconomic units and to some extent prevent change of land use. As can be understood, the legislation which was enacted 24 years prior to our constitutional democracy has a lot of limitations. We therefore have had to develop a law that will enable government to preserve not only high-value agricultural land, but to also ensure that irrespective of who owns agricultural land, such land cannot be used for anything else other than production of food and fiber. Even in instances where agricultural land changes hands through sale transactions, that is preserved for agricultural purposes. Carefully included in the preservation and development of this bill are the following: identification and registration of high-value agricultural land, evaluation and classification of such land, declaration of protected agricultural areas, management of agro ecosystems and authorizations, appointment of inspectors, establishment and management of a national agro ecosystem information, and the appointment of technical advisors to minister and MECs. One of the gross shortcomings of the subdivision of the Agricultural Land Act of 1970 is that it excludes land under the ownership of government in all its spheres. Owing to this loophole, we have lost prime and high-value agricultural land when private landowners would first donate pieces of their high-value agricultural land to government before returning to construct factories and other non-agricultural private businesses on the same land. So the Preservation and Development of Agricultural Land Bill addresses this shortcoming that occurred in the year 1970. Enactment of this bill into law will not only preserve the already known mapped agricultural land, but will also enable the state to further develop, map and register additional land to ensure expansion of the current 12 million hectares, thereby increasing our ability to ensure food security and export potential, which in turn will increase our revenue and create additional jobs.
Honorable Deputy Minister.
We therefore hereby present to the House this bill for your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable the Honorable Dr. M.M.E. Tape.
Thanks, House Chairperson, Deputy Ministers and Ministers present in the House and on the platform, the Agricultural Fraternity, Honorable Members. The Preservation and Development of the Agricultural Land Bill, herein referred as PDAL, recognizes the need for a national regulatory framework to coordinate the preservation and development of agricultural land in a proactive manner to prevent the fragmentation of agricultural land, to minimize the loss of agricultural land, and to provide for food security. House Chair, ANC supports the approval and adoption of the PDAL bill. We support this bill as it is a valuable and critical step towards our goal of leveraging the power of agriculture to transform South Africa by transforming lives and taking our people out of poverty, destitution, and hardship. Honorable members, urban migration is a global reality that we face, as well as the ongoing development of cities encroaching on peri-urban and rural land. This reality reminds us that high-value agricultural land is a scarce commodity and non-renewable resource, and that the pressures exerted on agricultural land make it increasingly difficult to effectively and sustainably produce sufficient food. The lived reality of our people in informal settlements, and especially underdeveloped rural areas, makes us ever present and conscious of our duty under Section 27(1)(b) of the Constitution to ensure that everyone in the Republic has access to sufficient food by taking measures aimed at enhancing the preservation and optimal use of agricultural land for agricultural purposes. It has become more than 350 years in South Africa since we were exposed to land grabbing, which saw a lot of our indigenous populations lose their key productive land resources through erosion of their land rights. The ANC has taken a stance to foster conditions enabling equitable access to land and engage in land reform. We therefore need to create an environment of sound land administration and establish policies for its protection and preservation. We urge the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development, Deputy Minister, to continue with assisting subsistence and smallholder farmers to be major suppliers of agricultural products in the industry in order to increase food security.
In order to sustain food security, honorable members, we need an integrated system of plant and animal production practices in the agriculture, forestry and fishery sectors, so as to have an agro-ecosystem that complements ecological and biodiversity conservation, and in order to meet the present needs without compromising the future needs. This bill, therefore, which received an overwhelming support during public participation, serves to protect all designated agricultural land. As stakeholders in the agricultural sector, we are fully aware that there will always be competing varied uses of land, such as in mining, forestry, conservation, residential development, etc. There must always be a cost-benefit analysis that takes into account the socio-economic as well as environmental aspects. All things considered, in the face of competing land interests, we must nevertheless ensure that the broad objectives of the PDAL bill to preserve agricultural land for posterity remains paramount. Honorable members, some of the comments we have received during public participation indicate the need and emphasis on developing capacity within the department and government in general in order to implement its laws and policies. This was mostly demonstrated with agricultural support services, extension and training support, as well as veterinary health services. I trust that the department will take cognizance of this and institute the requisite corrective measures. The department must make sure that it provides the necessary research towards advanced technology and upscale the supply of inputs like seed and fertilizers to our small-scale farmers. This will assist to drive down the costs related to these inputs, which make it difficult for local producers to compete with international competitors and increase food production. We are committed as the ANC to enhance collaboration with all stakeholders that are involved in food security, biodiversity conservation, and agricultural extension, while making sure that we adopt a strategy of capacity building for farmers to be at the center of food security. Honorable members, it is our collective responsibility to uphold the constitutional obligation to preserve and promote the sustainable development of agricultural land for the production of food and other agricultural products for the primary purpose of sustaining and enhancing human life for the benefit of the present and future generations. We all know that the value of life, land and livelihood, and unless we work together to achieve the goals envisaged by this bill, we will not only do ourselves disservice, but we will do a disservice for the future generations. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The Honorable Masipa.
As chairperson, the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development currently administers the subdivision of agricultural land, SALA, of 1970. The main objective of SALA is to control the subdivision and use of agricultural land. According to the Act, agricultural land cannot be subdivided without the consent of the Minister of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development. However, the Act is only administered by the National Department and only on private-owned land. PDAL's objective, on the other hand, are to protect all agricultural land within the Republic and provide for establishment of committees and appointment of technical and other advisors to advise the Minister, MEC, and competent authorities. The bill aims to create a performance assessment framework, establish and manage the National Agro-Eco Information System, and provide for appeal procedures, amongst others. Additionally, the bill will enable the minister to make regulations and determine norms and standards, provide offenses and penalties, and provide for an amendment of the Subdivision of Agricultural Land Act. SALA made the protection of high-value agricultural land owned by the state statutory bodies, communal land, and land administered by traditional authorities very difficult. SALA does not provide proactive planning and special development guidelines for agricultural land and is therefore ineffective and inefficient in the current legislative framework and land administration planning trajectory. The bill aims to address this shortcoming. As chairperson, let us be clear. This is not a perfect bill at all because many aspects are dependent on regulations. Though regulations will address many problematic, questionable areas within the bill, there are still problematic provisions. Like Section 1, the question is, can the state, as a regulator or policeman, be responsible for regulating its own land? Section 4, we fail to see the purpose of equitability within the bill. The DA warns that this section must not be abused to create regulations that are not within the true purpose of the bill. Section 26G, which profiles the ownership, is not necessary because the deeds and registry are there to serve this purpose. The continuous loss of agricultural land to non-agricultural land uses undermines the primary role and legislative mandate of the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development to ensure the use of agricultural land for food production and security as per constitutional requirement. However, corruption here ANC during the public hearing, the bill received overwhelming majority support in all 9 provinces. Concerns were raised that the bill is silent on communal land ownership and management, including the lack of title deeds. The bill's content was at times confusing to members of the public because the bill was badly written by the ANC officials. Communities also expressed frustration over housings being built on their farmland without their consent. Communities accused mining companies of invading high-value land meant for crops and animal grazing. Communities lamented the insufficient protection from the government and traditional leaders who often allocate land to businesses without consent. Corruption ANC. The majority of submissions made supported the bill. In our view, there are no constitutional problems with the bill. However, we are concerned about the poor implementation, corruption, ANC. That said, the DA warns the ANC government about its lackluster approach to land reform. This bill isn't about saving the ANC woeful performance on land reform. It should never be construed as an instrument to introduce more red tape in land administration and more corruption in the ANC, because that is not the purpose. South Africa needs to build on the achievements made by our hardworking farmers by creating an enabling environment that supports productivity. Joalo, here mo 2024 election, na John Henry Steenhuisen will be leading this committee to ensure that we implement it properly. Opala bona ba mokgatlo wa ANC. ANC 2024 Niahamba, Niapoma. We will ensure that we implement this bill properly.
Thank you, Honorable
Thank
Member.
you, Chair.
Honorable Paulson. Other honorable members.
Excellent. Assalamu alaikum once again. Chairperson, the policy and bill provide for the
Order, honorable members.
subdividing and rezoning of agricultural land, ostensibly to protect it from unsustainable and non-economical uses. It repeals the Subdivision of Agricultural Land Act 70 of 1970. The Subdivision of Agricultural Land Act of 1970 is an apartheid-era law that has been used to protect and benefit wealthy commercial producers and has survived until today. It curtailed competition and land access for smallholders by limiting agricultural land to the farm size distribution of the 1970s. This has created a shortage of and consequently has inflated the price of small and medium-sized farms relative to large farms. The repeal of this apartheid law was passed by Parliament in 1998, was never signed into law. This constitutes a failure of the ruling party. The bill's policy objectives are clustered around the inherent needs of those engaged or seeking to engage in agricultural activities, namely access to available and sustainable utilization of natural agricultural resources, including soil, water, grazing land, among other objectives. The preservation, conservation, and development of agricultural farmland is an ideal undertaking and a crucial policy initiative to ensure long-term sustainable land use. However, preserving, conserving, and developing arable land for sustainable use is but another proxy sideshow which is forestalled in futility and another abuse of emotions of the people for political expedience. You must be true to your word, Minister, Deputy Minister. If we're going to agree to this, you must act upon it. Consequently, few questions come to mind, such as first, which land is farmland? Where is it located? What is the size of this land? Secondly, who owns the farmland? For what agricultural activity? What is the yield and level of productivity of such farmland? These questions are central in understanding and appreciating and conserving arable land, agricultural land or farmland. Conserving agricultural land is just as important as our ancestors sought to conserve and protect land in ancient history from land degradation, erosion, and destruction of biodiversity. However, preserving land should also take into consideration the changing population demands and the change in land use dynamics of a developing and expanding society like South Africa. Essentially, of the farmland ownership, the land audit of November 2017 found that whites own 72% of the total of 37 million hectares of farm and agricultural holdings and agricultural land, followed by coloreds at 5.3 million hectares or 15%, Indians at 2 million hectares or 5%, and last, right at the bottom, sadly, disgustingly, Africans with 1.3 million hectares or 4%. Others at 1.2 million hectares or 3%, and co-owners at less than 500,000 hectares at 1%. For as long as the above ownership patterns remain unchanged and unjustly skewed in favor of less than 10% of the population, the question, who owns the land, will always hound any legislative efforts to redistribute, preserve, conserve farmland in this country. Land should be preserved and conserved for future use. The land has changed hands, acquired and lost through a myriad or all manner of ways, systems and mechanisms like forced dispossession, colonial, military conquest, and legislative plunder and theft, as illustrated by the Glen Grey Act and many other colonial and apartheid-era laws, such as the Native Land Act of 1913. As things stand, and this was properly expressed by the aspirant, emerging, and small-scale subsistence farmers in all the municipalities and towns where these public hearings were held, and notwithstanding the bill's objectives, the process of engaging the public through hearings is unfortunately a waste of time.
Honorable
As it is done with unchanged and
Honorable Paulson,
yes,
there's a point of order. Could you please take your seat?
wait.
What's your point of order, Honorable Member? Can you take your seat, Honorable Paulson?
Thank you, Chairperson and members. Standing on Rule 83, Chair, the member is reading word by word and very slow. Thank you, Chair.
It's unfortunately a waste of
Honorable-
time, just like your waste
Honorable
of
Paulson.
time, as it is done within
Honorable
the
Paulson.
unchanged and existing
Honorable
patterns
Paulson.
of land ownership.
Honorable Paulson. Honorable Member, frankly, I haven't seen him. I haven't seen him reading that way you explained. He has been picking up his head from time to time to look at the audience. So it's not sustained. Go proceed, Honorable.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. You have very foolish people in the ANC, but these are the ones that will be gone next year. She sits in the back benches. When they reduce the seats, you'll be gone. Central to participants' inputs, particular emphasis was on an urgent
Order.
need for the state to immediately.
Honorable person, could you please take your seat? Again, there's a point of order. Please take your seat.
Chair, I stand to ask the member is calling us foolish. Renare Masilu. Karanto.
Honorable member, is that a question?
It is, I'm just asking you if it's parliamentary, which are the members still work Mashilu na. Fiona.
Oh, thank you very much. I'm sorry, I did not pick it up, honorable member, but we'll look at it.
That's
and
very
come back to
foolish
you.
behavior. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Particular emphasis was on an urgent need for the state to immediately make land available, accessible, and to be redistributed on an equitable basis, taking into account the population dynamics, demographics, and current patterns of ownership shown above. The EFF supports the bill, Deputy Minister, as it was a necessary piece of legislation to build on when the government in waiting assumes political power and state power after the 2024 general elections. Thank you very much.
Honorable person, thank you very much. Before you leave the podium, honorable person, just before you leave the podium.
I said that one that made the foolish comment is foolish, Chairperson, and I said she's in the back bench and she will be returning when the seats are reduced.
Thank you.
to less
Thank you,
than
honorable
half
person.
next year.
Thank you. Honorable members, it does not serve any purpose for us to use coarse language that is objectionable to other members. So please let us respectfully address members in the way that it should. It's not necessary, really. It only disturbs the flow of the debate. So we should refrain from doing that. Thank you very much. The Honorable Nkosi Cebekulu.
Angibonge sihlalo. Umnyango wezolimo umhlaba nokuthuthukiswa kwendawo zasemakhaya uhambe ngonyawo lwenqwabo ukufuqa lomkhankaso okanye lomthethosivivinywa ukuba ucocwe ukuvikela umhlaba kusenesikhathi emhlabeni kakhulukazi wawona uhulumeni ubuyisele ebantwini. Umhlaba olungele ukulinywa ovundile omningi uxozonyelwe izimayini yindawo zokuhlala ukwakhiwa kwezimboni nenqathela ezitolo. Umnyango kuhle ukubheke okwenzeke emaplazini umbuso wathengele ama-trust nama-CPAs lapha abahlomuli bakhe imizi esikhundleni sokuba kuqhutshwe ezolimo nomkhiqizo ukusizakala isizwe nokwenza amathuba emisebenzi. Sihlalo wendlu ohloniphekileyo. The land issue is rather a sensitive one in this country, given our history with illegal displacement of certain communities from their ancestral land. By prioritizing the preservation of land for agricultural use, the bill aligns with the IFP's commitment to driving the economy and protecting displaced communities. One of the challenges is that those who own land often sell it to the highest bidders, resulting in fertile areas being diverted to various developments such as solar panels for generation of electricity, golf estates, shopping malls, residential and all that. As the population multiplies together with the increasing effect of climate change, using access to arable land becomes necessary to meet the growing demand for agricultural produce. This bill addresses the challenge by classifying land for specific purposes, safeguarding it for agricultural use, unless reclassified by due processes, placing this discretionary powers with government. The IFP supports the bill because it not only fosters economic growth through agriculture, but also ensures the security of tenure for the emerging farmers. Security of tenure is crucial for entrepreneurs, providing them with this psychological safety needed to invest and trade without external threats. Chairperson, sengigcina nje umnumzana osuke lapha uthe nendawo zasemakhaya zimelwe ukufakwa. Asiphambene ukuthi indawo zasemakhaya zisizwe kwezolimo, kodwa ongabe siphambene nakho ukuthi zithathwe naziphathwe njengento amaplaza commercial. Kuhle sikwahlukanise ukusebenzisa komhlaba. Umhlaba wasemakhaya ufuna ukubhekelwe ngokuthi uhulumeni awusize bavuse amasimo abantu balime baphile ukuze isizwe siye phambili. Hayi kodwa ukuthi kube indlela commercial ngoba kushiwo. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. The Honorable Brett.
Thank you, House Chair. The parliamentary processes followed for the PDOL bill was nothing other than a box-ticking exercise by the ANC. My ANC colleagues refused to see sense into proposed amendments, even though those would have added and improved the bill. Legal services also seem to be playing it safe in fear of going against the agenda of the ANC. The amendments that were eventually agreed to were so minuscule that they could have been left out. Generally, the bill was accepted with strong reservations regarding certain clauses, the implementation of the bill in general, the capacity of departments, the clashing with other legislation, and that there are other more important legislative amendments that rather need the department's focus. Verskeie organisasies en spesifiek landbouorganisasies het insette ten opsigte van die wetsontwerp gemaak. Baie daarvan was skriftelik en het nie net breedvoerig na die wet verwys nie, maar ook na spesifieke probleme verwys en voorstelle gelewer oor hoe dit aangespreek behoort te word. Een so 'n probleem is die voldoeningsinspeksies, compliance inspections. Die wetsontwerp maak voorsiening vir inspeksies wat indruis teen 'n persoon se privaatheid en waardigheid, asof dit nie net 'n oortreding van voldoening is nie, maar asof dit 'n ernstige misdaad en kriminele oortreding is wat gepleeg word. Amptenare wat met die inspeksies getaak gaan word, kan sonder 'n voorafgaande reëling of afspraak die landbouer se grond betree en inspeksies doen wat nie geweier mag word nie. Dit wil ook uit die wetsontwerp blyk of amptenare wat met hierdie magte getaak is, selfs meer magte as die SABD gaan hê. Dis mos nie reg nie, dit dreig in teen basiese menseregte. Die regering kon ook tot op datum nie 'n database skep van al die grond wat in sy besit is nie. Chairperson, I'm sorry, but there's somebody disturbing.
Honorable Tunja. Sorry about that, Honorable Member. Honorable Tunja, please mute. Okay, may proceed, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Chairperson. Om nie eers te praat van die kontroversiële grondaudit 'n paar jaar gelede nie. Sekere munisipaliteite weet nie eers van sekere landbougrond wat in hulle besit is nie. Daar was gedurende die openbare deelnameproses talle voorbeelde, maar gevalle in die Setsoto plaaslike munisipaliteit in die Vrystaat staan uit. Daar was kleinskaal en opkomende boere wat grond by die munisipaliteit huur. In die een geval het die munisipaliteit nie van die grond geweet nie. In 'n ander geval het die boere nie geweet dat die huur betaal moet word nie. En in ander gevalle het die munisipaliteit nie eers geweet dat hulle veronderstel is om huur te vra vir daardie grond nie. Hoe gaan 'n regering 'n database van geskikte landbougrond kan bybring? Daar is verder nog geleemte. Tradisionele landbougrond is veronderstel om ook onder hierdie wetgewing bestuur te word, maar tradisionele leiers is aanvanklik nie gekonsulteer nie. Kommer is uitgespreek dat net soos met ander wetgewing soos byvoorbeeld Spluma, hulle self aan die wet gaan afvee as hulle nie gekonsulteer word nie. Daar is ook in verskeie provinsies gemeld dat tradisionele grond wat aanvanklik vir landbougrond bedoel is, onder die gemeenskap uitverkoop is aan myne en dat dit 'n probleem is. Public participation was also a nightmare. It started with a cap on the distance that transport will be arranged for community members, and this inadvertently negatively affected communities, and the unintended consequence was that communities were excluded from public participation. Full education programs were also problematic, and in the Free State, public participation had to be moved on because those programs were not completely done. Many of the participants were also not farmers or farm workers or people that were directly affected by the bill, but normal South Africans that came to the public hearings because they wanted land. And we did not. It was actually, in fact, like an ANC imbizo. Ek dink dit is veilig om te sê, en ek sluit af, dat die wet en sy implementerings gaan landbouers weer eens in die steek laat. Ek dankie.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. The Honorable Reverend K.R.J. Mishwe.
House Chairperson, the Preservation and Development of Agricultural Land Bill aims to address the shortcomings of the subdivision of Agricultural Land Act and entrench
Hanyane, Dr. Muruti. Honorable Zet, or please mute your gadget. Honorable Zet in blue has been appearing very frequently on the screen, like the red Honorable Zet. Now it's now Honorable Blue Zet. Please be careful of your gadgets. Thank you, Honorable Mishwe. Please proceed.
The Preservation and Development of Agricultural Land Bill aims to address the shortcomings of the Subdivision of Agricultural Land Act and entrench regulatory measures for the security of high potential agricultural land. This bill is debated at a time when there is a move for farmland and animals to be taken away from food producers in rich countries because of the synthetic meat and food industry being promoted by Bill Gates, the American billionaire who blames cows for contributing to climate change. Dutch farmers have expressed anger and have staged widespread protest at their government's drive to tackle nitrogen pollution through a major reduction in number of pigs, cattle, and chickens in the Netherlands. Australia and Canada have also been targeted. If this is happening to rich countries today, it will be Africa tomorrow, and the ACDP is vehemently opposed to this money-making industry that will put our health at risk. There is starvation in South Africa. With our alarming employment figures, many families are on the breadline and not even affording a good meal a day. Children are suffering malnutrition. We have enough trouble with children suffering with kwashiorkor without polluting what little protein they may access. These potentially carcinogenic effects that are intended to be manufactured for widespread consumption could have particular serious human health effects. All agricultural land must be preserved to continue growing produce, crops, raising animals of all kinds, and supplying real meat and food for Africa. Yes, our agricultural land is a scarce commodity. It must be protected and wisely managed because we all need to eat real food from the ground as God intended, not from laboratories sponsored by Bill Gates. All our farmers should be protected and incentivized to produce more food in our country so that ultimately South Africa would potentially become the breadbasket of Africa, the US, and Europe, particularly at a time when lab meat eaters shall have become tired of chemical-filled meat and food produced in laboratories, and South Africa should be ready to be a blessing and an answer to countries that will be begging for real food because they've been fed what is not human. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mishwe. UDM. ICT, could you please help Honorable Bluzet to, could you please remove her from the platform? I have just been informed that the Honorable Zet is the Honorable Deputy Minister Pence Mamashe. He has been helped out of the platform for now. The Honorable Member from the ATM. Good. The Honorable Sheikh Imam.
Thank you, Chairperson. The National Freedom Party will support this report, this amendment, but not satisfied. And let me tell you why we're not satisfied. First of all, I think it should not only include agricultural land, but all land in the country. Number two, we believe that land must fall under the mandate of national government. If you don't do that, you'll see what is happening in the Western Cape, where land is bonded to the United States of America, where land is being sold to foreigners while the Khoi send the rightful heirs to the land until this very day have not even seen sight of their land. So that is why we believe it must be go to national. And I think the Freedom Front, you're absolutely correct, ma'am. What about the traditional land? What about the Ingonyama Trust land, which the apartheid government decided to cause havoc, and not a single family in that Ingonyama Trust land, like I said the other day, have any rights of ownership or anything over the land. Now the commission that did its work, Minister and Chairperson, when are we going to do something to ensure that every owner of the land, even in that Ingonyama Trust land, must get back their land rightfully so? I think it is absolutely correct that they should. Why should it be under the control? It's the same thing as apartheid. It's exactly what the Zionists is doing in Palestine, taking away their land. It's what the DA is doing in the Western Cape, selling the land away to the foreigners. It's what the IFP is doing in KwaZulu-Natal, controlling the lives of the masses there by holding on to the land and not giving the rights and the title deeds. But the very same people, Chairperson, come here and talk about
Honorable Imam, the point of order. What's your point of order?
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Sheikh Imam is misleading this house. He's saying the Ingonyama Trust belongs to the
Honorable
IFP.
member, that's
And
a
that
point.
is not true.
That's a point
So
of
he
debate.
must not mislead this house.
Honorable member,
His
that's not-
obsession, he must take it to a
Honorable
professional
member.
person.
Honorable member, that's not a point of order. It's a point of debate. If you have a problem with that, there are processes, correct processes to follow. You may proceed, Honorable Imam.
Yeah, Chairperson, what is happening is the people in that under the Ngonyama Trust land are being held hostage. You toe the line, otherwise you'll have no place to stay. You build your house with your money, the land is controlled by somebody else. Okay, so that is the problem we got. Chairperson, I don't know where I said the IFP is the one. I said Ngonyama Trust land, which is controlled, Ngonyama Trust land is controlled by the IFP. Who can run away from that fact? The fact of the matter is this. The people living on Ngonyama Trust land, if you say you care so much about those people, why not you do your best to ensure that they get the right title and interest on that land? You will never do it. You will never do it because you want to control. And what more? You even take levies from them under Ngonyama Trust land. You make them pay, but the land don't belong to them. And you don't even develop it. You've never done anything for the last 50, 60 years. You are a disgrace really to the people in Zululand. But anyway, let me just say this. This land belongs to the Khoi and San. It must go under the
Thank you very
control
much,
of the
Honorable
Middleland
Imam.
national level, the NFP supports.
Thank you very much, Honorable Imam. The Honorable Maso.
Modula setulo, ba tlhomphehi ba le ka hara ntlo e kgethwa e botse. Ke re dumelang ka moka bosung bja Mmamotha. ANC e support-a molawana o. Ka hore re a tseba ka moka hore o fitlhelela naha tša habo rena o re khumane dipampiri tše di ka bontšha hore naha ke ya rena. O santšane go le bothata ebile le hape le go ngwadišetša dinaga tša borena o santšane o le boima. Mara ke nyaka ke le tsebiše tabakgološi. Le he ka ba ho le boima kana mokgwanowe ANC e sentšane e lokisana le tšona. Re taba ra fitha mo re fitang teng re tlo fetšiša tšeo ka moka tšona. Ke nyaka ke le bontšhe mona tabakgološi ba gešo. O re tsebang hore molao o re o bea mo o tlo re thuša go ka lokisha mathata a ha be a tswelela mothang ola wa apartheid wa morao. Mothang ola ba re hateletswe re sena bophelo re le ka hara tala ebile re sena tekatekano ya ka hare a monono ruo ya lefatshe la rena. Re le ka hara lefatshe la rena batho ba rena ba sena meshomo. Bjale molao o tlo leka ho hapeletša hore bo tše dingwe re di fihlelele. Honorable Chair, the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development and Government shows the atmosphere and administration that is going to make sure that our people are going to be assisted. And they are going to be assisted by this bill, which we have agreed upon, all of us in the meeting. I wanted to tell this house that the public hearings on the preservation of development of agricultural land bill, to mention few, it was supported by most of the institutions that that are relevant. For in case we had race relations, and then we have the Agricultural Business Chamber. We also have African Agricultural Initiative, and then we also have Mineral Council of South Africa, Agricultural Commodity Federation. We also have Inyanga National Land Movement and Rural Women Assembly. Those are the institutions that were supporting this bill, which they were with us. And it means that the bill was really supported. Chairperson, this bill aims at regulating all agricultural land and instill the regulations measures to ensure that protection of high potential agricultural land is there, is this bill. Honorable Chair, the department should make sure that municipalities around South Africa understand the importance of taking farming as a commonage through their responsibilities, and the PDAL seek to achieve that. Honorable Chair, the municipalities should not only see housing as the most important need to our people, but also farming and development of our food security to enable us to self-sufficient and less dependent on foreign markets. Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Chairperson, investment in the technology will be key. We want to integrate technology in the agricultural sector through data collection and management, properly analyze demand and supply.
Honorable
Our
Masha.
local farmers in the market.
Honorable Masha, there's a point of order. Could you please take your seat?
Thank you for your indulgence, House Chair. House Chair, I just wanted to know, is it parliamentary to read?
Honorable members, I can't hear Honorable Paulson.
Correctly from my own notes. She can't even read.
I can't hear Honorable Paulson. What's your point of order, Honorable Paulson?
House Chair, I just wanted to know if it's parliamentary to read incorrectly from your own notes.
Honorable member, that's not a point of order. Please proceed. Just a second, Honorable
Chair, I
Papo.
think it's a bit atrocious and insensitive that if some members make a mistake when reading English becomes a laughing matter. When we know in many of the parties, there are people who butcher English every day, we don't laugh at them.
Honorable members.
What point were you raising on?
Honorable members. Honorable members. Honorable members. Isingesi akuyona inkulumo yethu sonke. Noma ungaze kuvele iphutha lapho akuyona inkulumo yethu sonke. So it should not be an issue. Really. It should not be an issue. Please proceed, Honorable Matlo.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. We are also engaging on research to incorporate artificial intelligence atmosphere into our production process to boost local production and meet industry demands and in the sector. Honorable Chairperson, let me also say that the production, research and technology, which will allow us as a country to invest in the growth of the sector for the purpose of alleviating the vulnerability of crops and livestock. Honorable Chair, we need to note that the land and agricultural policies in the past were not favorable to the majority of our Black people. And as a result, the PETAL bill seeks to address that. We are going to reverse the injustice of the past towards the land matters, which we saw a lot of the indigenous people in our rural areas, Kwabo Masipa, of the land, lost their land through forced by the colonizers. We all know that. We also want to overcome the shortcoming of the come with the subsidize of the Agricultural Land Act, Yasala, 1970, but facilitating cooperative governance in the public hearings, which were conducted across all the 9 provinces. Yes, of course, it was a imbizo of the ANC, where the ANC-led government. According to the Mankezi, Dr. Mankezi Tape, in public consultation, she said, I quote, "We are here as the committee to engage directly with you as our stakeholders."
Point of order.
Honorable Marshall, the time is up.
Oh.
Thank you very much. There's a point of order.
No, Chair, saved by the bell, but I was going to say the member is misleading the House. when she says-
That's not a point of order, Honorable Manye. Honorable Marshall, thank you very much. Your time is up, madam.
The ANC support the report. Dr. Tapi said that we must work hard
Honorable Marshall,
to win the election.
Honorable Marshall, when Honorable Lesoma was seated here, she did mention into Yoguti Aston Penny's cut set. When we are requested to leave the podium, honorable members, I know that the podium has got some magic because it makes members say things that they never prepared to say. So, but please, let's respect the time and the rules of the House. There's a magic in the podium. A member from the AIC. Cope.
Magic,
Honorable Chief Whip.
No, I did not hear this magic in the podium that on.
Thank you. Al-Jama, the Honorable Mbabama.
House Chairperson, according to Wandile Sihlobo, an agricultural economist, only 13% of South Africa's land surface is suitable for crop production, with only 2 to 3% considered as high potential. In light of these stats, it stands to reason that legislation whose main aim is to preserve and develop this land is long overdue. The Democratic Alliance welcomes this piece of legislation and applauds the spirit of collaboration under which it was put together by the different stakeholders. This in the hope that this preservation and development of agricultural land bill, PADAL, once promulgated into law, will in its implementation also address the failures of the ANC government under specifically land reform, which seeks to increase access to mostly agricultural land in South Africa. It is reported that up to 90% of prime agricultural land transferred under this government's redistribution and restitution programs is not being used productively. Across the country, farms that were once thriving going concerns are now unproductive, with the land lying fallow and mostly covered with invasive plants such as the acacia tree. Not only did the ANC government buy and transfer these farms at great cost, due to corruption and lack of after-settlement support, amongst other things, they embarked on a further program of trying to rehabilitate these farms, also at a great cost. And guess what? More failure. As usual, the ANC government was throwing good money after bad. Instead of facing up to their gross mismanagement of the land reform process and the rampant corruption, the failing ANC government tried to palm off their failures to, of all things, the Constitution. Thank God that with the guidance of the largest opposition party, the Democratic Alliance, sanity prevailed. When the Democratic Alliance takes over power from the ANC in the upcoming 2024 elections, we will ensure that legislation that makes sense for the future of this country will be correctly implemented with the appropriate funding and human
Chairperson.
resource capacity.
On a point of privilege, please.
Yes, honorable member, what's your point of?
Yeah, can I ask the honorable member, when does the DA intend to take over? Thank you.
No, honorable member, that's not a point of order. Proceed, honorable Babama.
I urge the people of South Africa to ensure that they are registered to vote for the Democratic Alliance in the coming elections, so that we can rescue our beautiful country from the stronghold of this ignominious government. I thank you.
Thank you, honorable member. The honorable Kappa.
Thank you, Chair. Let me first reiterate the position that the ANC supports this bill. And this is a bill which we are proud that it is not opposed by anyone, except opposing the ANC itself, not the bill. Honorable Chair, according to the World Bank of Southern Africa, there's only 35% of land that is under irrigation. And only this land, 15%, is in the interest of the people of South Africa. And therefore, we cannot afford to lose any of this land to any group that is interested in it. This, therefore, means something must be done. And therefore, this bill has always become necessary. This bill, Chair, also addresses the issue of the traditional leaders being consulted. We were advised wisely by the legal advisors that there is no need for consultation, but the committee felt it wise that they must consult, and it was done, and they did submit that the traditional leaders. That is therefore the position that was taken by this committee. The committee which was united, which was so comradely, which was so appreciating with the inputs by the people. In the public participation, all the people felt that this bill is necessary. Although many people insisted that there is a problem of landlessness. And therefore, this was also addressed that the bill is addressing the protection of the agricultural land, not the land ownership. And that this issue of land ownership are addressed somewhere else, and those acts were produced and were quoted. And everyone knows that we do have such legislations that are for the distribution. We do know that the ANC is having the process of land distribution. and restitution. And therefore, all these are strengthening the democracy. That is always the target of the ANC, targeting to assist the people of South Africa. And I'm worried that Honorable Masipa thinks or believes that he can demobilize the people or deliberate people who are liberated and deliberate them from their liberators. That is a mistake. The ANC has worked in a way that everyone is convinced that this act done by this government, it is in the interest of the people of South Africa. And therefore, there is no way that there's no way that anyone cannot support it. It is the issue of the people of South Africa who want to protect their land. And when this land is protected, we will have food security. When there's this food security, there will be happiness and no hunger in South Africa. And this is what the ANC is about, not all other things that people are forcing us to talk about. I told you, and it was said that the issue of land ownership is addressed somewhere else, not in this bill. And this bill is covering all the issues because in all the public hearings, people were given opportunities, people were had input, and people all maintained that the bill is necessary and they supported it. And I'm happy that even in this house, we all support this bill. And therefore, I wonder if you support the bill that is created by the ANC. You have got no reason not to support the ANC for that matter, because these are the ideas that were created. These are the ideas that were always the objective of this government of the ANC, to liberate the people of South Africa and have people out of starvation. And therefore, we support this bill and we want everyone to support it. No one who can be sensible cannot support this land. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. The Honorable, the Deputy Minister of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development.
No. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Thanks to all the political parties for supporting this necessary bill. So I don't have much to say. I just want to say that the issue of 2024 is going to come. Let's not worry about it. Mzwakhe Mbuli has a poem that says, "Ukulimala kwengqondo, ukulimala komuntu." You know, the DA says this speaks about ANC corruption, and they are worried that this must not be abused. It's very, very curious to note the consistent omission on speaking about the worst form of corruption from the side of the DA, the annexation of our land by the colonizers and the definite 1913 Land Act. And you know, strangely and unfortunately, deliberately, the DA sends our people to attack us, you know. Carefully chosen, the two speakers are the ones who are used to attack their own people.
Order, honorable members.
The issue of land is an emotive issue, and I really want to agree and support that. In fact, it is in that regard that you can see that South Africa has really been blessed by having such a
Thank
visionary
you.
leadership like
Thank you
the
very much,
African National
Honorable
Congress.
Deputy Minister. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir.
Are there any objections to the bill being read a second time? No objections agreed to. The Secretary will read the bill a second time.
Preservation and Development of Agricultural Land Bill.
Thank you. The bill will be sent to the National Council of Provinces for concurrence. The Secretary will read the 20th order.
Consideration of report of Portfolio Committee on Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities on National Youth Development Agency Amendment Bill.
No. I now recognize the Honorable the Chief Whip of the Majority Party.
Thank you, House Chairperson. I move that the report be adopted.
The motion is that the report be adopted. Are there any objections? No objections agreed to. The Secretary will read the 21st order.
Second reading debate, National Youth Development Agency Amendment Bill.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, welcome.
Thank you very much, House Chair, honorable members, deputy ministers who are here, the chair and the members of the Portfolio Committee. And I also greet the millions of youth in South Africa who represent our aspirations as a nation. President Nelson Mandela, in his maiden speech, State of the Nation, in May 1994, positioned young people at the center of our development discourse. And this is what he said, I quote, "The youth of our country are the valued possession of the nation. Without them, there can be no future. Their needs are immense and urgent. They are at the center of our reconstruction and development," close quote. We therefore present the National Youth Development Agency Amendment Bill, having due regard to these words, because they still ring true today as they did at the dawn of democracy. This bill will improve the effectiveness and efficiency of the NYDA and strengthen its responsiveness. The bill, amongst other things, ensures that the role of the agent is clarified in relation to other players in the youth development space. The agency establishes provincial and local offices to respond to the public outcry that they are not visible in the provinces, especially in the deep rural areas. Of course, it will also strengthen and empower the board with capacity to better perform their fiduciary duty. The board will be representative of the demographic and geographical diversity of our beautiful nation. The minister responsible for youth is the custodian of the administration of the Act, in line with the establishment of the Department of Women, Youth, Persons, and Persons with Disability. Honorable members, young people are the majority of the population in this country, and therefore it is imperative as we continue to entrench our democracy that their concerns and needs are adequately addressed.
Overall, government's role in youth development is to create an enabling environment that empowers young people to reach their full potential and contribute positively to society. So this bill contributes to the creation of that enabling environment. And the bill will improve the operations of the NYDA in dealing with the recurring challenges that hinder service provision to the youth. It will also build an NYDA of the future that will be fit for purpose. The bill also allows the NYDA to report on the status of youth in the country every 2 years to this parliament, which wasn't the case before. And this will strengthen the monitoring and evaluation of youth development initiatives and also informs the necessary interventions. The NYDA is not a panacea for all our youth development challenges. Rather, it is an essential state actor that will help us to turn the wheel towards a better life for our young people. But we must also understand that to deal with youth challenges, we must take an all of society approach. It cannot just be the NYDA, it's government and all the spheres of government. It's the private sector and other players. So, honorable members, let me also express our appreciation to the public who shaped this bill, the private sector, civil society, but also our gratitude goes to the portfolio committee, the portfolio committee for women, youth, and persons with disability for managing the public hearings and that enhanced the contents of this bill.
Thank you.
So I urge you to support this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Ndaba, Chairperson of the committee.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson. Chair, I want to inform the House that this bill was supported by all members of the Portfolio Committee except the DA. Of course, you know the reason why. But I also want to reassure the young people of South Africa that their lives are safe in the hands of the ANC. The preamble of the National Youth Development Agency, Act number 54 of 2008, recognizes the heroic struggles of generations of youth to bring about freedom and democracy in South Africa. It goes on to state that youth development is central in the reconstruction and development in the country. Furthermore, it also notes that government must reasonably measures within its available resources, must take reasonable measures within its available resources to achieve progressive development of South Africa's youth, and that interventions for youth development must be implemented in a cohesive, seamless, and integrated manner. Hence, the NYDA must give resonance to youth development in South Africa, and indeed it has done that. The NYDA has obtained its 9th clean audit, receives a sizable allocation from National Treasury, and has managed to double its income through partnerships and donors and donor funding with the aim of fostering youth development in the country. As the NYDA has evolved and grown in the last 15 years, it was necessary to amend the Principal Act with the ever-evolving needs. The National Youth Development Agency Amendment Bill number 11, 2022 was tabled in Parliament and referred to the committee on the 9th of June, 2022. For the information and for the joint tagging mechanisms on rule number 159 for tagging and tagged as a section 75 accordingly. The bill seeks to amend the National Youth Development Agency Act 2008 so as to insert new definitions, to amend the provisions relating to the objects of the agency, to amend the functions of the agency, to amend provisions relating to reporting by the agency, to provide for organs of state to assist the agency, to provide for the governance responsibilities of the board, to provide for additional board members, to provide that a board member may not be reappointed for more than 2 consecutive terms, to provide that board members must submit their financial disclosures like us as members of parliament, to amend matters pertaining to the meetings of the board, to amend the funding of the agency, to authorize the minister and to make regulations, and to provide for matters connected therewith. The committee received its first briefing on the NYDA Amendment Bill from the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities on the 22nd November 2022. In facilitating effective public participation of the NYDA Amendment Bill, the committee conducted in-person and visual public hearings on the 24th of October 2023. The committee received 6 oral submissions from individuals, various groups and organizations such as civil society organizations, NGOs, and the NYDA. In addition to the public hearings, the committee received 14 written submissions from the public. The written submissions were submitted electronically via email and online. The large majority of submissions were in support of the bill, with several indicating areas for strengthening provisions. The department responded to the issues raised during the public hearings on the 31st of October, 3, 7, 10, and 14 November 2023. Thereafter, the committee was briefed by the department on the 7th, 10th, and 14 November 2023 on the revised bill as a working document with further inputs received from members of the committee at every meeting. The committee also deliberated on the working document, the A-list with the amendments on the 21st November 2023. Given the inputs received from members of the public, insights from further deliberations, as well as advice from the parliamentary legal advisor, the committee realized that it was necessary to amend a provision of the Principal Act, which was not included in the bill as introduced. The proposed amendment sought to align the National Youth Development Agency Act 2008, Act number 54 of 2008, NYDA Act, to the Public Finance Management Act of 1999, Act number 1 of 1999, to reflect that the National Youth Development Agency is listed as Part A of Schedule 3 of the latter Act. The National Assembly granted the committee permission to amend the provision of the Principal Act, which were not included in the bill, on the 28th of November 2023. On the 8th November 2023, the committee deliberated clause by clause on the A list and the B list, thus deliberating on the bill in its entirety. Both the A list and B list were adopted with amendments. The committee notes that the Democratic Alliance does not support the bill and provided a minority view in this regard. I'm not going to present all the clauses, honorable members. I think honorable members can read all the clauses as per our report of the Portfolio Committee. The Portfolio Committee on Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, having considered the subject on the National Youth Development Agency Amendment Bill, Bill 31 to 2022, National Assembly Section 75, referred to it and classified by the joint tagging mechanism as Section 75 Bill, reports the bill with amendments. B 13B 2022. The Portfolio Committee on Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities requests the House to move for the adoption of this bill. And thank you very much, honorable members. The ANC supports the bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Akbar Ali Chopperman.
Op 14 November vanjaar het die Portefeulje Komitee vir Vroue, Jeug en persone met gestremthede beraadslag oor die wenslikheid van die Jeugontwikkelingsagentskap wysigingswetgewing. Volgens die departement is een van die agentskap se objektiewe om te verseker dat die onreg van die verlede reggestel word deur voorkeur te gee aan voorheen benadeelde groepe met 'n spesifieke fokus op die bevoordeling van swart jeug. Die DA erken dat Suid-Afrikaners nog met vele ekonomiese ongelykhede sukkel, maar alle jong mense, ongeag hulle velkleur, verdien gelyke toegang tot geleenthede. Die DA ondersteun nie guns op grond van velkleur nie. Hierdie wysigings neem ons weg van nie-rassigheid en verdeel ons jeug op grond van ras. When the DA raised the objection to the bill with specific reference to the contentious clause 41D, the chairperson deeply warmed my heart. I want to quote her verbatim saying, "Youth in South Africa is youth. It's inclusive, whether you are black, white, purple, disabled, LGBTQIA+. Before, there was the perception that neither is for the ANC. It is for all young people of South Africa." Sadly, in the end, the ANC party line prevailed. The DG then defended the clause, saying that the Employment Equity Act has not yet been implemented due to some reviews taking place to make it stronger, as if to say that clause 41D does not yet pose a problem. Die DA 2023 alternatiewe mediumtermyn begrotingsbeleidsverklaring het gewys dat die snoei van die agentskap die fiskus 4,5 miljard oor die mediumtermyn sal bespaar. Die uitbreiding van die agentskap in enige vorm is dus teen ons standpunt en ons kan geen wetsontwerp ondersteun wat daarop gemik is om dit te doen nie. Die wetsontwerp beoog om die doelwitte van die agentskap te wysig, waarvan 'n hoofdoel was om te poog om die jeug, veral jong mense met gestremthede, te bevorder. Hierdie wysigingswetgewing het hierdie frase egter nou verwyder en vervang met die bevordering van jeug, veral die jeug wat binne die aangewesene groeperinge val, soos in die wet op gelyke indiensneming beoog word. Die DA maak daarteen beswaar dat enige spesifieke voorkeur of guns aan een persoon bo 'n ander gegee word op grond van ras, want werkloosheid ken geen velkleur, geslag of kwaal nie. Die DA staan hierdie wetsontwerp op grond van die volgende redes te. Dit stel ten doel om voorwaardes soos in die wet op gelyke indiensneming uiteengeset as 'n beleidsoorweging in te stel. Volgens klousule 41D sal hulp aan sommige jeug met uitsluiting van ander verleen word op grond van hul velkleur. Die wetsontwerp poog om die mandaat van die Jeugontwikkelingsagentskap verder uit te brei. Die meerderheid van hierdie mandate word egter reeds deur ander departemente implementeer, so hoekom poog die agentskap om ander departemente se mandate te dupliseer? Daar is geen aanduiding wat met die bestaande loodsprogramme sal gebeur sodra hierdie wetsontwerp geproklameer is nie. Hierdie wysigings sal nie die grondwetlike ideaal van nie-rassigheid verwesenlik nie. Dit sal wel rasisme en diskriminasie verdiep en 'n uittog van jong mense wat deur hierdie agentskap effektief uitgesluit word van geleenthede tot gevolg het. Ons verwerp hierdie wysigings, want die DA beywer ons vir 'n toekoms waar gelyke geleenthede vir almal beskikbaar sal wees, ongeag jou velkleur, want onder hierdie onbevoegde ANC-regering vloei ons almal bloedrooi.
Thank you. Can I invite the Honorable Letlape to do her maiden speech?
Thank you, House Chair. Chair, let me first greet the Commander-in-Chief and the President of the Economic Freedom Fighters, Julius Lomalema, commissars and fighters. House Chair, with an unemployment rate that is alarmingly high, South Africa has more than 10.2 million young people aged between 15 and 24 years who are not in school, who are not in training, and who are also not in work. The young people of Jozini, Umhlabuya Lingana, Musina, Taung, Rustenburg, Madibeng, Soweto, Tembisa, Metimaholo, Kobo, and Tsolo in the Amatole and OR Tambo district in the Eastern Cape wake up every day with no hope of going to school, no hope of getting some form of training, and absolutely no hope of earning a living. The young people of Nyanga, Kayelisha, Belhe in the Western Cape have completely lost all hope and are now turning to crime, joining gangs, substance abuse, and gambling. We wake up to newspaper articles, frontline articles of children as young as 12 years in the sex work space, trying to provide for their households. But we are here to debate what has now become a tender administrative desk of the ANC Youth League, a body envisioned by young people who once had their creativity, youthfulness, and ambition is now reduced to a desk of equally less creative youth league of the liberation movement that cannot pay its bills and is busy fighting the sheriff office who are just doing their work. The bill is not concerned by the high levels of crime. The bill is not bothered by the millions of young people who are stuck in the passage of youthhood and that is supposed to be transitional to adulthood. This means our young people will forever be young because some even get to the age of 31, 35 years old without ever getting a meaningful, decent job. Instead, we are here dealing with appointments of board members, access to organs of state tenders, board meetings, and funding for the NYDA that spends more than 89% of its budget on salaries, on administrative and operating expenses, traveling, and rental for the ANC Youth League. The young people of Kuruman, Pabalelo in the Uppington area, in Pampierstad in the Northern Cape, Bitsobotla in Lichtenberg, JB Max in Potchefstroom, and Vryburg in Naledi local municipality have not seen, heard, or received any intervention from this NYDA. The NYDA bill should concern itself with the question of jobs. The bill should be obsessed with jobs for young people. Young people want jobs. We want jobs. We want jobs that pay a living wage, jobs that are trained for, and jobs that will contribute meaningfully to the development and growth of South Africa. All we want and all young people want is jobs. Instead of making social cohesion the function of the NYDA is using high-level English of some vague economic participation to making youth advisory research and development. The NYDA's primary function should answer the question of how and when these jobs for young people will come from. The function of the NYDA should answer the question of how young people will participate in the localization and massive industrial development. It should be clear how the NYDA will ensure that there is a functional office in municipalities in the country with efficient, reliable, and meaningful services. There must be an NYDA in Umzimkhulu, in Kandla, in Nguma, in Tembelihle, in Namakhoy, in Taung, in Moses Kotane, in Collins Chabani, in Mogalakwena, and all other municipalities with proper stationery, with high-speed internet, and access to information that leads to the establishment of small businesses and manufacturing. It must be an NYDA that has both gender and geographic spread across the country and inclusive of all young people to ensure meaningful impact instead of self-centered amendments that make no difference whether we agree or not agree here in the National Assembly. There is nothing in these amendments that will stop the appointment and deployment of highly underqualified, semi-literate members of the ANC Youth League NEC, many of whom at times do not even possess any post-secondary qualifications. The young people must register to vote by the millions through IEC online platforms, and we must make use of our collective numbers to vote the ANC out of power and give the EFF state power to deliver jobs and economic liberation for young people. Let's all go out and register to vote, because 2024 is definitely going to be our 1994. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Litsia.
No, thank you very much. I wanted,
Love that
I wanted to ask that illiterate if they want to take a question, but you did not.
Okay.
Not
All right. Honorable Sonti.
Point of order.
What's your
Point of
problem?
order. Point of order, Chair.
Yes, Honorable Member Mente.
No, Chair, you cannot allow that. Litsie just said he wanted to ask that illiterate.
What?
You cannot allow Litsie to insult members in the
Okay,
house.
Honorable Mente.
Honorable Litsie.
I meant literate.
Honorable Mente.
Sorry, I meant literate. Sorry.
Order, my people. You see now, I can't even hear what the member is saying. Honorable Litsie, did you say that?
He must
No,
withdraw.
I meant literate. I
No,
meant
wait,
literate.
wait. You don't tell me what to do, Honorable Mente. I'm still talking to you. Put your order. I'm taking care of it. Honorable Litsie, did you say that?
No, I meant literate. So I don't know if she had correctly or not. But I meant
Honorable
literate.
Litsie, it's fine.
Yes.
Honorable Litsie, I will look into the Hansard and come up, because I did not hear you. Honorable
Thank you.
Sonti was making a lot of noise in the house. I will come back with that. Honorable Langwini, what is your order?
House Chair, the whole afternoon since this morning, Honorable Lynch have been interrupting this house.
No,
sitting,
Honorable.
And you don't want, you
Honorable,
Honorable Sonti
please sit
the
down.
whole morning.
Well,
Why
sit
you guys
down.
not
This
scared of
time
this
he
guy?
raised his hand. Please
How
sit
scared?
down. That's why I called his name. His name. Please sit down. No. Honorable Ntlangwini. Everybody has a right to state a point of order, and he raised his hand. Please don't do that. Honorable Papo.
When you make a ruling, you must also take into consideration that member misled this house by saying youth league members who are on the board of the NYDA have no post-matric qualification.
Honorable member, Honorable Papo, please sit. That is a point of debate. I can't rule on that.
No, I'm saying you must be aware that he said.
No, okay. That's a point of debate for me.
It's not the truth.
Yes, I'm
Yes,
not here
down.
to find that out. Please. Honorable members on the platform, please stop pressing that button to speak. Nobody allowed you to speak. And Honorable Mani, you also pressed there and spoke. I wanted to call you to order, and Honorable Sonti was making noise. So please, let's respect this house. Stop it. Stop it. Honorable Sonti, please, don't do that. Honorable member, Honorable Mani.
Thank you, Chair. When you do your order, Chair, take into account the fact that the member misled the House again, because when you asked the question, it changed the story.
No, that is not a problem. I ruled on that one. I don't have to take any advice. I ruled. Let's proceed, honorable members. Honorable Makoti, please stop. IFP. Speaker. Order, honorable members.
Youth unemployment remains one of the biggest threats to the future potential of our country, as 4.7 million youth people in our country remain in a state despondency as they wonder how they can convert their qualification and life skills into food and their table, to put food in their table. Unfortunately, like many other instances, this unemployment young people largely emanate from previous disadvantaged group in our country. The South African youth constitute nearly 1/3 of our entire population. Therefore, it is our duty as those in position of leadership to ensure that we work tirelessly to provide these young people with extensive platform that will provide employment opportunities. In our view, the implementation of this bill will contribute to doing just that. Over the years, we have seen how the National Youth Development Agency has delivered on designing and implementing policy and programs that address challenges unique to our country's youth. Therefore, the IFP is fully supportive of this bill, intended to shift the NYDA's mandate further towards initiating, designing, and piloting socio-economic programs that empower youth. As a country facing high level of unemployment, we need to shift our focus towards creating empowered youth that is self-reliant. In this regard, entities such as NYDA play a key role in the provision of the youth entrepreneurship, development and support, youth advisory and information service, and the issuing the grants. Lapha i-NYDA sifisa ukuthi ikwenze konke iye kuwo wonke amakhona, yingakho senze lo mthetho ukuze ukwazi ukuthi babuye bazosho ukuthi senze lokhu endaweni ethile nalokhu ukhuphula izinga lentsha yethu. While we share sentiments of the minority view that unemployment affects all South Africans, the IFP wishes to highlight that we cannot continue to bury our heads in the sand when it comes to those who are constantly disproportionately affected, which remains youth from previous disadvantaged backgrounds, especially those residing in rural areas and outside in our cities. The IFP support the bill.
Thank you, ma. Ngixolise ma, ngithe IFP because they didn't put your name. Ngiyaxolisa. Thank you. FF plus. Honorable Briet. Thank you.
Thanks, House Chair. House Chair, the NYDA Amendment Bill is meant to, amongst others, amend the provisions relating to the object of the agency and to amend the functions of the agency. There can be as many amendments as can be, but this will not improve the functioning of this agency. One of the new objectives of this agency are to promote the interests of youth, particularly youth who fall within the 10 designated groups contemplated in the Employment Equity Act. Nou, of hierdie wetlik korrek is of nie, weet ons almal wat in die praktyk gaan gebeur. The NYDA will prioritize who they want to, and that is normally the politically connected and children of ANC cadres. Youth development will never be a success if the only measure to qualify for such development is your race. Youth empowerment should not be based on the color of your skin, but on socio-economic factors. We have many poor but smart young people that can add to South Africa and its economy. Die huidige NYDA het eintlik nie eers bestaansreg nie, want dit val in al sy kritieke mandate en het geen waarde toevoeging tot Suid-Afrika se jeug nie. NYDA is ook sedert sy ontstaan bekend vir sy skandale, beweerde korrupsie en bedrog, wanaanwending van fondse, om maar net 'n paar voorbeelde te noem. Dit het sedertdien nog nie verander nie. NYDA is verder slegs winsgewend en tot voordeel van sy raadslede. Die enigste jong mense wat baat daarby is die ANC-kaders en hul kinders. Die NYDA gaan baie meer werk moet doen as dit tans doen en as dit ontslae wil raak van oorbetaalde raadslede en regtig mense kry wat 'n verskil wil maak. Jeugwerkloosheid is 'n treinramp en ons kan nie so aangaan nie. In an article, South Africa's unemployment is a ticking time bomb. Anger rises with millions jobless. They highlight a few shocking statistics. Analysts say the official unemployment number doesn't even count those who have given up on finding work and dropped off the grid, and that are more accurately assessed to be nearly 42% of South Africa's working age population. South Africa has the highest unemployment rate in the world, according to the World Bank, outstripping Gaza, the West Bank, Djibouti, and Kosovo, all of your friends. When it comes to youth unemployment, the rate is 61% for 15 to 24-year-olds, according to official statistics. And it is even more staggering at 71% for those who are no longer trying. These are the youth the NYDA are supposed to be focused on, but with their skewed priorities, they dismally fail in attracting the youth to these programs. Dit is uiters moeilik om enigstens aan boord te wees met 'n entiteit wat so rasbehep is, alhoewel hulle amptelik beweer dat hulle hulp verleen aan alle Suid-Afrikaners en wat soveel twyfelagtige bande met die ANC het. Sommige wysigings in die wetsontwerp is nie te sleg nie. Maar kan mens enigstens 'n betekenisvolle verandering of impak verwag van 'n entiteit met soveel bande met die ANC en wie se leierskap nou al 'n paar keer aangekla was van korrupsie en kaderontplooiing, veral as mens sien dat die werkloosheidssyfer veral onder die jeug aanhou om ten ergste te groei. Die entiteit sal eers al hul bande met die ANC moet breek en wegdoen met SCB en mense aanstel op meriete, voor mens enigstens kan verwag dat enige ander veranderinge aan hierdie wetsontwerp enigstens 'n verskil sal maak. Ek dankie.
Baie dankie. Do we have UDM? ATM? Good.
House Chair, we have no declaration, thanks.
Thank you. As I await Honorable Sheikh Imam to take the seat, fortunately my table staff has been able to trace what Honorable Listier had said. The recording. It says, I wanted to ask if that illiterate wanted to take a question. Honorable Listier, you then proceeded when I asked whether you said that, and you said you wanted to say illiterate. And that behavior is completely out of order. I will now instruct you to withdraw.
Yes, Chair. I meant, I said.
I don't want the explanation,
I withdraw,
Honorable
I withdraw.
Listier.
I withdraw.
No, please wait. I can't even hear Honorable Listier. Honorable Paulson, I'm dealing with Honorable Listier. Please stop. That's why I don't even hear what the members are saying. Honorable Listier, could you just withdraw?
I'm withdrawing for the third time.
Thank
so I'm
you.
withdrawing.
No, don't
you.
go further. No conditions, Honorable Listier. Please, thank you.
No, I'm saying I'm withdrawing for the third time.
Thank you.
There's no
Thank you.
condition.
Thank you. Honorable Sheikh Imam.
Thank you, Chairperson. The National Freedom Party will support this bill. But in supporting this bill, I want to address a few issues. Number one, through you, Chairperson, Minister, we spend a lot of money on boards. And as you can see, particularly with the state-owned companies, the performance, despite having these boards. Now, if you look at the latest statistics, 25,329 girls. And that is why I repeatedly go back to KwaZulu-Natal and the performance. When we come here and brag, we do a lot. And 25,329 girls gave birth. Young girls, children gave birth to children. And of these, 544 were 10-year-olds and 12-year-olds. In KwaZulu-Natal alone, I'm talking about. So what is it that we are doing in these rural municipalities? Nothing. You know, if you take a country like Russia, Russia has, and this is why they do so well in sports, they have sports development with coaches paid by the local authorities, the municipalities, who work together with the different schools and things in order to produce athletes of the highest caliber and sportsmen and women. Nothing is happening in these municipalities as far as that is concerned. But I'll tell you what we find. And that's why you have a 60% dropout in the first year in college. Okay? Alcohol, partying, being manipulated. These kids are vulnerable. So you have politicians that manipulate them, convince them they'll give them the world. They'll give them gold when there's no gold in the area. And they fall for it. And that is the problem we're finding ourselves in. Minister, through you, Chairperson, I produced last year 37 girls as beauticians. When I raised it here in Parliament, I then went ahead and produced another 12 now in Durban with 8 barbers. With South Africa having a youth unemployment of 70%, when you want a haircut, you can only get one with a foreigner. I've produced 8 barbers in Durban and 12 girls as beauticians. In Cape Town, just produced 15 beauticians and about to produce 10 barbers. But let me say this to Honorable Briat. They were whites, they were coloreds, they were Indians, and they were blacks. Didn't matter what religion, what party you belong to, but every one of them had an equal opportunity, and I'm so glad that all of them have graduated. So we can do more. There's 4,500 wards. If we take this to every ward, we will create 36,000 job or business opportunities. Let us use the advantages of this board and create these opportunities for these youth because they are the future of this country. I thank you very much. The NFP will support this board.
Thank you. May I invite the Honorable Makata to do her maiden speech.
Honorable House Chair, honorable members of the House. The National Youth Development Agency plays a pivotal role in shaping the trajectory of the youth development in South Africa. A reflection on the NYDA's work highlights its commitments to addressing the multifaceted challenges faced by the country's youth. The agency's initiatives, the programs, and the interventions are designed to tackle unemployment, skills development, and empowerment. By examining the impact of the NYDA's work, one can gain insights into the effectiveness of its strategies in fostering positive change and creating opportunities for the youth of South Africa. The NYDA holds a significant importance as a key player in the battle against youth unemployment and in promoting empowerment. With South Africa grappling with high unemployment rates, particularly among the youth, the NYDA's initiatives aim to provide job opportunities, entrepreneurship support, and career development programs. By understanding the significance of the NYDA's role, one can appreciate how it catalyzes economic inclusion, giving young individuals the tools and resources needed to secure sustainable livelihoods. The agency's efforts not only contribute to individual success, but also plays a vital role in the broader economic development of the nation. The NYDA catalyzes a skills revolution among South African youth by recognizing the importance of equipping young people with the skills demanded by the modern job market. Through various training programs, mentorship initiatives, and partnership with education institutions, the NYDA strives to bridge the skills gap. This emphasis on skills development is crucial in preparing the youth for the evolving job landscape, fostering innovation, and ensuring that they contribute meaningfully to the country's socio-economic growth. A deeper exploration on the NYDA's role in the skills revolution sheds a light on proactive approach to nurturing a skilled and a competitive youth workforce. Reflecting on the NYDA's work allows for assessing its impact while recognizing its significance in combating unemployment and empowering the youth. Additionally, understanding the NYDA as a catalyst for a skills revolution underscores its role in shaping a more resilient and a capable generation of the South African youth. The NYDA, along with youth initiatives spearheaded by the presidency, has significantly impacted the landscape of youth development in South Africa. One notable initiative is the Youth Employment Service, the YES program, which has been instrumental in bridging the gap between education and employment for young individuals. In collaboration with various private sector partners, the YES program creates partnership and job opportunities, fostering practical skills and experience. Additionally, the Presidential Youth Employment Skills, reflecting the commitment at the highest level, emphasizes the importance of the youth inclusion in the workforce. With its integrated interventions and incentives, the scheme works synergistically with the NYDA to address the pressing issue of the youth unemployment. The combined impact of this initiative is measured in terms of reduced unemployment rates and the empowerment of young people to contribute actively to the country's economic development. The existing policy framework, including the National Development Plan of 2030, the National Youth Policy 2030, and the Integrated Youth Development Strategy, provides a roadmap for comprehensive development. By enhancing these policies, the government demonstrates a commitment to adapt changing circumstances and emerging challenges. The National Development Plan 2030 sets long-term goals for the nation's development, and by integrating youth-centric strategies, it ensures that the aspiration and the needs of the youth are central to the country's growth. The National Youth Policy 2030 is a guiding document specifically focused on the youth demographic, outlining strategies for empowerment, education, and social inclusion. Enhancing these policies involves a continuous review and adaptation processes. It entails incorporating feedback from stakeholders, considering an evolving socio-economic landscape, and ensuring that the policies remain relevant and that they are responsive to the changing needs of the youth. The appointed individuals who do not have voting power will use their experience to ensure that the initiative of the NYDA align with the broader policies of the government. This will promote a more cohesive and integrated approach to youth development. This cost-effective measure will also enhance accountability, transparency, and the overall effectiveness of the NYDA. The ANC's strong endorsement of financial disclosures, particularly concerning the National Youth Development Agency board members, highlights the party's dedication to anti-corruption principles, transparency, and accountability. This commitment underscores the ANC's value and ethical standards, setting a commendable example for institutions engaged in youth economic development. The emphasis on financial transparency aligns very well with the ANC's core principles and reinforces the importance of integrity and accountability within the NYDA's leadership. This collective commitment enhances trust and credibility, fostering an environment of openness and pursuing the NYDA's mission. It is very important also, honorable members, for honorable chair, that as young members of parliament, we must make it a habit to read. So that when we stand here and we speak to the young South Africans, we at least give them some information that has credibility and some truth in it. The NYDA board members, some of them as we speak now are PhD candidates, the chairperson has various master's degrees, and most of them, in majority of them, have postgraduate qualifications. I think as us upholding that element of being honorable when you bring discussions in this parliament, we must at least provide information that is truthful. And lastly, Chair, just in the few seconds that I had, there is everything similar with the youth of South Africa, but at the end of the day, privilege has a color, and we cannot overlook that. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you. Thank you. AIC. Cope. Al-Jama. Honorable Sharif.
Thank you, House Chair. The National Youth Development Agency is meant to serve young people by providing them with skills and job opportunities in a country where 4.9 million young people are unemployed. 4.9 million young people do not have jobs. The high amount of young people without a job is testament to a failing government that takes so much away from young people, but provides them with nothing. The failure of the government continues to leave young people in a perpetual state of despair with no hope for the future. To be fair, we have to always balance our opinions. Where there is bad, there is also some good. So let me start by giving the NYDA some props for the work that they have been doing as young people in leadership. Unqualified audits they have received, meeting and in some instances going beyond their key performance indicators, and for the great fundraising efforts they have done. Since the new board has come into office, we are indeed seeing an improvement in the functioning of the NYDA, and this is welcomed. However, there are still many challenges that need addressing. Firstly, the reach of the NYDA must be improved. Minister, the need for more officers around the country is essential. The committee was adamant that by expanding the reach of the NYDA, many more young people in areas where there are no jobs will be able to get opportunities. Too many young people do not even know what the services the NYDA provides or how to find them, and this must be drastically improved. The age of board members became a topic of contention between the department and the committee during the processing of this bill. The committee unanimously agreed that any person from the age of 18 should be considered. It is not up to us to determine what young people can do and put an age limit on that. We are looking forward to young people putting their names forward to make a change in the country, and it is exciting to see the innovation and problem solving coming from young people. Testament is all the young MPs in this house speaks for itself. The biggest issue for the DA is that there has to be better access to the NYDA, and its services must be open to every single young person, no matter who they are and no matter where they come from. This access must also be given to future boards of the NYDA. The addition of race quotas into the bill will take away opportunities from young people. This is the main reason that we as the DA cannot agree to this amendment bill. It is our view that all young South Africans must be treated equally. All young South Africans must be given equal opportunities to improve their lives, and all young South Africans deserve to live in dignity in the country of their birth. This is our constitutional right. Minister, young people are the majority.
Thank you very much,
and it is young
Honorable
people
Sharif.
that will
Your
vote the
time is
ANC
up.
out. I thank you.
Honorable Masiko.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, honorable members, the vibrant youth of South Africa. Close to 3 decades post the democratic dispensation, the youth dividend in the country continues to be one of our greatest assets. The youth across the length and breadth of this country still drive and motivate all of us to do better as a people. We ought to be reminded daily that young people matter in making us realize the potential that our country possesses to be a great nation, a nation that will never repeat the ugliness of the apartheid system for which we are known world over. Young people remain the center of the country's development and are an integral part of Vision 2030. The National Democratic Plan, our country's long-term vision, singles out young people as key to the development of the country. It highlights that South Africa's youthful population presents an opportunity to boost economic growth, increase employment, and reduce poverty. It is for this reason that youth empowerment is a national priority. We are thus compelled to continue fighting for the ideals of the National Democratic Society. It is not by accident that youth development was placed as a critical focal point of our democracy. It was a deliberate move by the ANC-led government to build an inclusive and prosperous country that leaves nobody behind, one which needs, interest, and aspirations of young people are taken to heart. Therefore, the establishment of the Youth Development Agency as a successor to the National Youth Commission, the Umsobomvu Youth Fund, and the Provincial Youth Commission must be celebrated as a major milestone in our quest for sustainable youth development interventions. Honorable members, we are under no illusion about the daunting challenges that lie ahead and the expectations of our young people. We dare not fail them, like the DA and its allies, which continue to undermine the will of the people and attempt to distort what the NYDA was established for. They have long called for the scrapping of the NYDA. It therefore comes as no surprise that today they are repeating the very same call that they have sung for the scrapping of the National Youth Commission, the Umsobomvu Youth Fund, and the Provincial Youth Commission. In the last few months, through the public participation process, the young people of South Africa have expressed their will without fear or favor. They did this through a free and fair democratic process wherein the public in general and the youth in particular were afforded an opportunity to express themselves on how they feel the NYDA can better service them. The ANC is amongst many in South Africa that have accepted the will of the people and herewith support the National Youth Development Amendment Bill. We shall attend and deal with any attempts that seek to undermine our commitment to realize economic transformation and the creation of a social order that would benefit the majority of our people and not an elite few masquerading as representatives of our people. As true democrats and champions of the interest of young people of South Africa, we have listened and we have heard our people and are repositioning the NYDA as a critical asset of our developmental objectives as it plays a pivotal role in shaping the youth development agenda, emphasizing inclusivity and equality regardless of political affiliation. Its mobilization efforts and ability to form partnerships across sectors contribute significantly to its influential role. To those who wish to contribute to building a South Africa for all, are seen by providing constructive criticism, not destructive criticism that seeks to tear down progressive legacies of youth development in the country. Anyone can be negative and point out mistakes. It takes patriotic South Africans to strengthen the institutions that we have fought so hard to build and to fortify them by giving productive inputs on strengthening and reaffirming their importance. The NYDA's commitments to inclusivity is reflected in its efforts to empower young people regardless of their political inclination. This emphasis on inclusivity not only aligns with democratic principles, but also reinforces the idea that youth development should transcend political divides, focusing instead on collective advancement of the nation. It is through such efforts that young people like Rendani Matiwane, 29 years, is making headways in medical entrepreneurship after launching her prosthetics business at the height of COVID-19 with the help of the National Youth Development Agency. Born and raised in the rural village in Vembe District, Limpopo, Matiwane opened Rindani Matiwane Prosthetics in Makado after she applied and received the grant funding for the medical business. Her story is one of resilience amongst young people who choose to become job creators instead of being job seekers. What the DA is rejecting today is a reality of young beneficiaries across the country who have partnered with the NYDA to amplify the role of youth in the development trajectory of South Africa. We, as the African National Congress, remain proud of the achievements of the NYDA. We are conscious of the fact that the organization alone cannot address each and every single challenge that faces the youth. We need the support and commitment of other stakeholders in society, including educational institutions, businesses, labor and civil society organizations. Youth development is everybody's business, honorable members. Chairperson, ours is a nation that values its future. Our movement values its youth and children. And despite these challenges, we will continue to invest in young people and lead any and all efforts to develop them. I thank you.
Thank you. May I now invite the Honorable Minister for Women, Youth, and Persons with Disabilities to close the
Thank you
debate.
very much. First of all, let me just say that the amendment says NYDA should go to the provinces and go to the rest of the country. So I don't know why you're talking as if it's not. Secondly, if you think the 700+ million that the NYDA has is going to solve the youth problems of the country, you are mistaken. It means you can't count. The rest of the budget, government, national, provincial, local, private sector, must deal with the challenges of the youth. So it just doesn't make sense to think 700 can deal with everything when there's $1 trillion that can deal with it. Secondly, affirmative action. All it says is that the majority of the people who are unemployed are Black. And therefore, the majority of those who will benefit will be the majority who are unemployed, if you're talking about unemployment. We're not talking here about job reservation that you used to do. We're talking about fair demographic and geographical distribution, not job reservation that you know, and you're mistaking affirmative action for job reservation. It's not. Secondly, you are saying there is no merit. Merit and ANC are not mutually exclusive. There are lots of people of merit, youth and other people in the ANC of merit, not mutually exclusive. Don't talk as though merit is somewhere else. Merit is there in the ANC, and we can prove it. We're here. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, honorable members. Are there any objections to the bill being read a second time?
House Chair, the Democratic Alliance would like to note its objection.
Thank you.
And note the objection of the FF Plus.
Noted.
And the ACDP, thank you.
Noted. With those objections, the bill is being agreed to, and I will ask the secretary to read the bill a second time.
National Youth Development Agency Amendment Bill.
Thank you. The bill will be sent to the National Council of Provinces for concurrence. As I ask the secretary to read the 22nd order.
consideration of report of ad hoc joint committee on flood disaster relief and recovery.
Honorable Sharif and Honorable Masipa, which one are we dealing with? You see now, that's the noise that you are making there. Honorable members, may I now recognize the Honorable Frolic from the virtual platform?
Honorable House Chairperson, honorable members of the executive and honorable members of the House, ladies and gentlemen. The Ad hoc Committee on Flood Disaster Relief and Recovery was established to give effect to Parliament's constitutional obligation to oversee the implementation of government relief measures to address the flood impact. The committee's work followed up on that of the previous Ad hoc Committee that was established to assess the extent and response to the damages incurred in the provinces of KwaZulu-Natal, Northwest, and the Eastern Cape. The committee conducted a follow-up with the relevant sector departments and parliamentary committees to ascertain the actions taken regarding the previous committee's findings and recommendations. Fact-finding visits to the provinces affected by the floods in December 2022 and February 2023 were conducted to verify the information received from the departments against the real experiences of the affected communities. The visited provinces were the sites where a national state of disaster was classified and subsequently included the province of Gauteng, included Free State, Mpumalanga, Limpopo, and Northwest, inclusive of KwaZulu-Natal and the Eastern Cape. In summary, the committee found as follows. Honorable Chairperson, the City of Tshwane's political and administration showed absolutely no interest in prioritizing the plight of communities affected by the recurring floods around the municipal area. The committee also detected that in the Free State, there was a lack of political leadership, especially in the area of Parys, and a lack of preparedness to furnish the committee with the relevant information. The Mopani district and the Greater Tsanin local municipality in Limpopo, we experienced also limited cooperation from the political leadership and rendered the committee's oversight visit to certain areas futile, as it could not engage meaningfully with the acting representatives who demonstrated little understanding of the content that they were delegated to present. We were also faced with a situation that in the Mufuleni and Sedibeng area, there was absolutely no submission made. And later, when they eventually did so during a second oversight visit, there was a time lapse that occurred that caused the presentation to be declared non-fulfilled because of the expiry date by National Treasury. We experienced a well-organized City of Johannesburg, where we received full political and administrative support. Furthermore, the Northwest Provincial Government has made minimal post-disaster interventions, and it doesn't bode well for the work that needs to be done. The slow spending of disaster grants by flood-affected municipalities is a source of concern, and state organs appear to subject emergency disaster projects to normal procurement processes. Government's decision to shift the focus away from temporary residential units is to be welcomed and is in line with the committee's previous pronouncements. We have seen the interventions that has been made by certain organs of state and recommend that climate change be factored into preparations for potential future disasters and that disaster-prone municipalities interact with the Council on Geoscience. It's not all doom and gloom, honorable members, because we have also witnessed the tremendous progress since the work of the first committee, especially in KwaZulu-Natal, on water infrastructure as well as road infrastructure. We've also seen young professionals, engineers stepping up as project managers who's executing the task very diligently, and it bodes well for the future. And we call on the involvement of more qualified young people in addressing the challenges the country faces. Lastly, Honorable Chairperson, The insourcing has cut costs, and increasingly in certain municipalities, we see that municipalities have reverted to insourcing rather than exorbitant outsourcing. I must state that we received cooperation from the different departments. Thank you to all the political parties that participated. However, we are disappointed that in certain instances, we only had the ANC and the EFF participating in these crucial oversight visits. And we call on the chief whips of the opposition parties to keep their members accountable for not attending to these critical work that need to be done. And I thus recommend to the House the adoption of the report. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable Spies.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson and honorable members. I only joined this committee a few months ago and only attended about 3 out of the 4 oversight visits, but the experience that I gained was extremely useful. And one aspect that we cannot ignore is that disasters are here to stay, and the effects of climate change is real. Climate change, extreme events, and related disasters pose significant challenges, not only for the poorest and the most vulnerable populations, but also for leaders in disaster and emergency management. Effective leadership entails preparing for and responding to increasing intensities and frequencies of extreme natural hazard events. This places a huge responsibility on all spheres of government to be prepared and to place a much higher value on working together in a more collaborative manner. National Treasury is yet to report on the expenditure of approved disaster funding by some provinces and municipalities, the disbursement of disaster relief donations that had been paid, and the reconsideration of budget reductions in respect of KZN, Department of Social Development. The portfolio and the Select Committee on Water and Sanitation are also yet to report on the oversight work done around facilitating access to supply of drinking water in certain districts. And the portfolio and Select Committees on Social Development, Health and Social Services have also yet to report on oversight work done in relation to psychosocial and humanitarian support in the aftermath. Progress reports from the portfolio and Select Committees on Human Settlement also needs to undertake work in relation to housing provision, also matters that's still outstanding. And then the portfolio committees on Forestry, Fisheries, and Environment also still needs to provide a further update on oversight work undertaken in the Northwest Provincial Government. Honorable Chairperson, what I feel was very interesting is the responses of communities to disasters. And we observed a very weird or very strange phenomena, and maybe it's also how desperate our people are. It's that people deliberately put themselves in disaster-prone areas for them to be prioritized for housing provision, which is quite a concern and a huge challenge. And the Department of Human Settlements, on top of that, is confronted with a policy gap where there is no provision for relocating people to dwellings larger than 40 square meters as prescribed in the housing policy. Further challenges experienced included the scarcity of land, post-disaster assessment delays, and due to difficulty accessing flood-affected areas, but also insufficient responses to previous flood.
SABC. And let's dive straight into our conversation with you, Mr. Hart.
Honorable Ngesi, the Minister, please. Proceed, Honorable Spies.
Very important also is the role of non-governmental organizations. And although the observation was that NGOs wants to overshadow government's role, I think it should not be seen as wanting to overshadow government's role, but rather to embrace and value them. Because in most disasters, it is the work of NGOs that stepped in and saved the day. Introducing an intergovernmental service delivery forum as is proposed, comprising of all provincial government line function departments, is not necessarily a bad initiative, but the inclusion of NGOs and the private sector is imperative if we want to make impactful progress. And as an example that was mentioned and discussed in our report to the committee is that the Kutsong area in the West Rand is one of the identified areas in which this new forum is going to be put to test as a response to their problems. Although solution-oriented proposals have been recommended, the required interventions remained minimal. Dealing effectively with the problems like, for example, Kutsong, requires drastic solutions, which is not provided for in the current disaster funding arrangement. A commission of inquiry to guide provincial government's approach to non-natural disasters is regressive. Commissions has a tendency of delaying progress whilst the plight of the people worsens. The non- and underspending of allocated disaster funding is of huge concern. A case in point is the Lepelek Nkumbi municipality. During oversight, it was established that they have spent 0% of their budget, and this municipality was identified as one of the 66 dysfunctional municipalities. They experienced challenges with senior management, and province and district had to step in. I believe more stringent measures must be implemented to keep officials accountable, as well as proper consequence management. How do you justify spending 4.2 million rand on a 600 meters road, as was found in Tanin in Limpopo? Although the committee as a whole is functioning well, and I must commend the two chairpersons, I would like to consider that a team of technical experts not associated with any of the municipalities and provinces affected to accompany the Committee on Oversights. The reason being is that you find that many of the municipal and provincial officials manipulate reports and put their best foot forward to impress and at times misleads the committee. The DA will support the report. I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Manyi.
Chair.
Honorable Mkalipi.
Thanks very much, Chair. Chairperson, the committee was established to provide oversight to the work of government in providing relief to the victims of the floods that affected Eastern Cape, Free State, Gauteng, KwaZulu-Natal, Limpopo, Mpumalanga, and the Northwest in February 2023, and the consequent declaration of a national state of disaster on 13 February 2023. This was after yet another committee to provide oversight on the relief work following floods in KwaZulu-Natal, the Eastern Cape, the Northwest, Gauteng, Limpopo, and Mpumalanga in 2022. The response of government to these particular floods and the floods that wreaked havoc in 2022 is demonstrative of not just sheer incompetence, but a sadistic disregard to the lives of the poor people, particularly of the poor section of the society. The report of the committee itself finds there were undue delays in the implementation of disaster relief efforts, weak internal controls, inadequate intergovernmental coordination, failure to spend allocation resources within the prescribed time frame.
Mleboheng. Kima Mleboheng. Mleboheng, please. Honorable Majotina, please.
I was trying to assist you. I was trying to assist you when you were asking who's Mleboheng. So I was giving the details who Mleboheng is.
Okay, no, thank you.
Thank you,
All right. Thank you. Can we proceed? Honorable Mkalipi, my apologies for these disturbances. Thank you. Proceed. Honorable Mkalipi.
Thanks, Chair. I was muted. Can I continue,
Okay.
Chair?
Yes, please.
The report of the committee itself finds that there were undue delays in the implementation of disaster relief efforts, weak internal controls, inadequate intergovernmental coordination, failure to spend allocated resources within the prescribed time frame, and the ineffective contract monitoring that contributed to many of the service delivery failures. The victims of all these delays, Chairperson, and the lack of effort by government were the poor victim of the floods. In KwaZulu-Natal, for instance, the committee mentioned that there are still people missing from the 2022 floods, and that there are over 20 bodies still lying unclaimed at state mortuaries such as Phoenix. Many people from 2022 floods have not been placed in permanent homes as yet, as the government has failed to identify pieces of land upon which the new homes are to be built. The eThekwini municipality and KwaDukuza municipality failed to even spend the allocation given to them to respond to these disasters. As a result, Chair, some families will spend yet another Christmas without place to call home. This is not just incompetency, it is strenuous conduct by all three spheres of government. In provinces such as Eastern Cape, there simply has not been enough money allocated for disaster relief. And even the little money allocated has been misused by the government there. The Port St. John's municipality, for instance, applied for 197 million, but only received 13.3 million, which is not even close to half the amount requested. With these funds, the municipality completed 4 projects, leaving a balance of 237,000, which was returned to the fiscus as the amount was too small to be committed to any meaningful project. This happens against the backdrop of perhaps the most serious devastation in the Eastern Cape coming out of these floods. The people of Port St. John's have been failed by the national government intervention. In Gauteng, the city of Tshwane was simply not interested in playing any collaborative role with other government departments, and the victims of floods in that municipality have been left out to hang by that administration. In Northwest, no relief work has been done yet, and the government there is still talking about planning to roll out relief work almost a year after the disaster. The Free State government did not even bother engaging the committee as they had their priorities elsewhere, not with the people, not with the poorest of the poor. In all, Chairperson, to this date, roads that has been destroyed even by 2022 floods, who are towards the end of 2023, have not been fixed. Water infrastructure has not been restored. People who were displaced and rendered homeless have not been found homes yet. The dead have not been buried. Schools have not been fixed. The missing have not been found. Is a disaster on its own. That tells us that all we need to know about this government and its willingness to actively seek solution to this problem of our people. Therefore, Chairperson, we reject this report. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Majosi.
Thank you, Honorable House Chairperson. This committee was tasked with the responsibility to oversee the response and implementation of the relief measures by government in affected provinces. Following floods in the provinces of the Eastern Cape, Free State, Gauteng, KwaZulu-Natal, Limpopo, Mpumalanga, and the Northwest in February 2023. For anyone who has taken the time to consider this report, there are several common threads that emerge. These include the following. The majority of provinces and municipalities are not prepared when natural disasters strike, while little to no budget set aside to deal with these crises. In many cases, poor infrastructure and lack of infrastructure maintenance result in natural disasters such as floods, having a great impact on affected communities. Temporary emergency accommodation is provided at great cost, where funds could instead be diverted to the provision of permanent homes. Supply chain management processes are viewed as an obstacle for provision of disaster relief. Disaster funding allocation received post-disaster are never sufficient to deal with the relief and rebuilding efforts. As the IFP, we also wish to highlight some issues of concern picked in the report. These include the fact that temporary accommodation provided to those who lose their homes in floods, for example, is often not fit for human habitation. In Nelma Pias Community Hall in Tshwane, where occupants have been in the shelter since February 2022, conditions were described as deplorable, while break-ins and burglary were commonplace. Safety was compromised and ablution facilities were non-functional and needed urgent repair. This is not acceptable. We further want to question the exorbitant amounts that are being spent on TEA. For example, in KwaZulu-Natal, the Astra building was secured for 24 months at a cost of 2,500 per bed per night, with 531 beds occupied. This amounts to over 1.3 million a month and almost 32 million for the rental period. The IFP views this as wasteful expenditure. Could this money not have been better spent in the provision of permanent housing? In addition, 24 months is far too long to leave people languishing in temporary housing. Also deeply worrying is the fact that many of the problems identified in the first special report remained persistent, including undue delays in the implementation of disaster relief efforts, weak internal controls, inadequate intergovernmental coordination, failure to spend allocated resources within a prescribed time frame. It is further unacceptable that multiple portfolio committees failed to submit their progress report regarding oversight work undertaken, and the National Treasury did not report back on expenditure, donation, and budget reduction related to disaster relief efforts. Government needs to be better. The extreme weather conditions that have become a hallmark of climate change are not expected to be better. They are expected to get worse. Government cannot afford to be asleep at a wheel. Disaster management cannot start after the disaster is occurred. Government needs to take proactive steps to lessen the damage and reduce the number of lives lost. For example, homes must be moved away from floods, plains. Infrastructure maintenance must be prioritized, especially for roads and bridges, which are often the first to be lost during flooding. Prevention must form part of the disaster management. While the IFP is in support of the committee's recommendation, it is clear that there is much work that needs to be done in the field of disaster relief recovery.
Thank you. Honorable Groenewald.
12 seconds.
No, 12 seconds over.
Honorable Chairperson, a disaster is an event that occurs fast and is destructive in such a way that it affects people to a point that they lose everything. Their livelihoods destroyed in a very short period of time. The people affected in such incidents is the poor or private sector. The question that arises is with what urgency and time do government react to such events? The report before us confirms that it's about a year or more before actual assistance is delivered. Honorable House Chair, for someone to lose its livelihood, you won't be able to convince that the implementation is slow due to challenges. To sleep one night cold and wet is one night too much for those that had a home. For a business to lose the income of 1 month, you won't be able to convince to keep their doors open until help arrives. And to create hope for both without delivering is devastating. And to help some but not others is infuriating. The report states that in the aftermath of the Fall River floods of the December 2022 and February 2023, the financial loss and the cost of repairing flood damaged infrastructure has been quantified and a relevant application submitted to the National Disaster Management Center. Therefore, a year later, at least, an application was done. What is not in the report is that after all of this time, the rest of the Fall River corridor is not mentioned, like that of the flood affected further downstream, like Matlusana and Lekwatamani. Places that was not only affected by floods, but also by crime where criminals came with rowboats. going into buildings and steal whatever they could find. But those areas aren't even declared as a disaster area. Why? The reason is in many instances, as in many instances in the report, is the inability of the municipality to contribute to the quick and effective response needed in disasters. The time it took government to respond was too little, too late. Businesses closed and others had to recuperate themselves, and people had to seek for a warm bed on their own as government had forsaken them. In Paris, the community even built a bridge faster than government could assess the quantity and the damage. The ANC is obsessed by telling a good story, but is not honest with the community about their inabilities. The ANC must admit to being bad at governing, and even more so when it comes to actual sitting party politics aside, and help where there is a need and a responsibility on government to do so. And your inability will show when a flood of voters will not be voting for you next year. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Sring.
Honorable House Chairperson, the ACDP notes that the floods of February 2023 wreaked havoc in at least 7 of our 9 provinces, causing loss of lives, damage to property running into billions of rands with commensurate loss to the economy of South Africa. The 2023 floods follows on the heels of the April 2022 floods that hit Durban, KwaZulu-Natal, where more than 300 millimeters of rain fell in 24 hours, with 459 people losing their lives, 88 people went missing, 4,000 homes were destroyed, 40,000 people were left homeless, 45,000 people left temporarily unemployed, and the cost of infrastructure and business losses amounted to over 38 billion rand. The research study conducted by the University of Witwatersrand in Brighton, Professors Stefan Grab and David Nash, emphasized the preparation for big rainfall events in all of our cities, with particular reference to infrastructure and drainage systems preparation. According to a report by the Auditor General of South Africa, the government's response to the April 2022 flood disaster was inadequate from impact assessment to the delivery of relief. The report found that the response was slow compared to planned milestones, and that there was inadequate coordination between municipalities and provincial departments. The report also found delivery failures due to the lack of capacity and inadequate project management, impact assessments, not enabling appropriate planning and response, and ineffective monitoring and contractors and the quality of goods and services that they delivered. Now, Honorable House Chairperson, the ACDP notes the recommendations in this report, which candidly speaks to the poor state of municipal finances, speaks of the slow pace of releasing post-disaster rehabilitation funds. It speaks to the lack of schedules regarding the movement of people from temporary to permanent homes, as well as the inability of municipal and provincial governments to spend disaster funds, amongst others. The findings and the recommendations of this report confirm the argument is over. The evidence is overwhelming, irrefutable, conclusive, and even damning. The ANC has failed the people of South Africa and must be replaced by the ACDP come 2024. Thank you.
Thank you. UDM? No UDM. Honorable Lesoma? That was funny to know. It's you, Honorable Lesoma. Who wants to chair with me? Who's directing you?
No, asibonge mhlali ngaphambili sibingelela amalunga endlu ahloniphekileyo, oMinister, uSekela, Mphathiswa, nabo bonke ebesibambisene nabo ukuyaquka sekomidini. sibingelele sibonge ukuthi sikwazile ukuhambela zonke indawo efana ngabe siyazihambela bese sisho ukuthi abantu bakithi bazibonele ngawaba amehlo ukuthi obana babakhathaleleyo hayi laba abakhetha amacala la bethanda khona mangabe sekubona ukuthi babanjiwe bavele obala bese beyanyamalala abathe eThekwini ayikho i-disaster management committee or i-disaster unit sathi mase sikubheka lokho sikuthola ukuthi khona hawu ke bancibilika kuhle kweqhwa wangaphinde wababona kodwa ke siphinde sibonge zonke izinhla zezinhlangano ezizimele phecelezi ama NGOs abahamba ngabodwana uhulumeni izinhla zontathu umsebenzi omuhle abawenzile nakuba bekuqala ukuthi sidibane nalenhlekelele lena kuningi ke bakwethu esikufundile lana ikakhulukazi ukuthi izinhla zikahulumeni kufanele zikhulumisane intergovernmental relations nama programs kahulumeni kufuneka nawo a-add i-value kumbe kube khona ukubonakalayo abakwenzayo o district development model or management must add value because this was the time to ensure that the intergovernmental relations and district model also then does exhibit that it does exist. But when siyaqeda sesithi siyawuphothula umsebenzi wethu kwacaca ukuthi hayi inqola isihamba kahle sekuyalunga konke kuningi ke singakufunda ne7 parliament engakuthatha ilungise eminye yama policies nama procedures and processes ikakhulukazi ukuthi kwabuya kwezimali makukhona inhlekelele isikhathi ehanjiswa ngazo komasipala noma kuhulumeni ophakathi nendawo nokuthi sikuyihanjiswa ngasikhathi ngenyanga iphi ngaphambi kokuthi kuphele okwabuya izimali lalo nyaka lo akuhambisani nokuthi yini ebhekele ukuthi umphakathi noma izinhla zikahulumeni zikulethe zikulungise emphakathini uthola ukuthi akuhlangani kahle bese kuthi okunye kwalokho kwenza ukuthi uthola ukuthi umsebenzi wama technicians of visibility study and the project plan, a proper project plan before you implement it then gets undermined because sonke sifuna ukubonakala sekwenzekile kodwa singathatha kokuba sikufake engqondweni ukuthi kuba khona phela umsebenzi ongemuva wabantu phecelezi ama technicians that must do before we implement kodwa okunye futhi esikubalulayo lana ukuthi kuningi osekwenzekile mangabe ukhuluma ngokulungisa kwemigwaqo ikakhulukazi kuyenzeka sibonge noSandral la esacela ukuthi awungenelele 3 Department of Transport benganikezwanga imali ba reprioritize like zonke izinhla zikahulumeni i-provincial and local government bayilungisa imigwaqo kwakhona amabhiroho esikhashana manje kufanele ke alungise and ensure that abasesimeni okuyisona sona esibheke kube yiso njengayizolo before ama disaster kodwa okunye sikushoyo ukuthi siyanxusa ukuthi omasipala ikakhulukazi nama province akaqikelele kokubani mangabe kukhona i-disaster mangabe kukhona ikomiti likazwelonke kakhulukazi mangabe lihlanganisa zindlu zombili mabeze khona ngoba asizile la kuzokuthi sofuna ukuthi sizobona ukuthi abantu benze kabi noma benze kahle sothi masibambisaneni njengoba senza nje bekhala bethi abasitholi izimali ikakhulukazi abantu baseThekwini abaholi baseThekwini saqiniseka ukuthi siyawubanga umsindo sakhulumisana nominister womphathiswa wezimali wayiletha imali kodwa mangabe sekuthiwa mafanele balula izandla ngenxa ukuthi sathi masiqala ukusebenzisana nabo kwakhona lokho ukuthi kuhambeka kancane kodwa baqala bayisebenzisa imali sithi ke ama officials nabo abasebenzi baumkhandla benza uhulumeni kube wona owenza umehluko noma ubonakala ukhona akona ama politicians kumbe abaphakamisela izandla kumbe abavoteliwe kepha ama officials siyawanxusa nawo ukuthi mabakwenza abakholelayo bakwethu ngoba isizwe isizwe ngohulumeni nama officials ukwenza izimpilo zabantu bakithi zibe ngcono kodwa bese sinxusa ke kule report esifakile la ukuthi laba ababizwa ngama construction mafias hayi bakwethu maluthu sekwanele ngoba babisela emuva igalelo nespeed mangabe uhulumeni ofanele benze ngazo sithi uhulumeni izinhlaka zokuhlangahlengiswa komphakathi oba i-security cluster zonkana masiqiniseke ku-province naku-local government and national baqiniseke ukuthi laba kuthiwa ama-construction mafias kukwazi ukuthi isandla somthetho sithatha indiba yaso lapho ngoba bayisibusele emuva basikhumbisele emuva sithi sesiqhubekile basibuyisele emuva njalo njalo bese sithi kohulumeni basekhaya kakhulukazi abaqiniseke ukuthi bayazinakekela indawo zabo cephelezi sithi i-maintenance ngoba wawubona mawuhambela ezinye indawo ukuthi sebeletha ney'nkinga zabo nje abangazenzanga ngoba ngabe bayilungiselela, which is more of the operational maintenance issues. Sesihlala ngaphansi noma sehlala ngezansi kuleli thuba esinikezwe lona sithi usihlalo wekomiti mayithula lo mbiko lona uyibalile lo masipala ngeze ngabuyele emuva kodwa engifisa nje ukuqhakambisa noma ngitemule nje ukuthi sancoma lana kuhulumeni noma kumkhandlu wase Johannesburg okokuthi mabaqiniseke ukuthi izinto noma izinto eziraiswe ze maladministration u-Auditor General asikhulumisane nabo mabazilungise ngokukhulu ukuphuthuma lokhu ngoba lokho kukhombisa ukuthi financial administration iyona ikhona lapha yana siyaqikelela kodwa ngendlela sathi masiloko sixoxisana nabo wabona ukuthi ikhona leyo operator, but we need also a competent officials financially and otherwise that also can interrogate our financials so that they are also when we follow money also siyabona there is value, which we are happy that in this year currently AG has been very strong in terms of not only financial management protocols and prescript, but also to ensure that there is value in terms of the end users or the recipients of the services. With that, as Umbuto Wesizo National Congress, African National Congress, sibeka lo mbiko suxhasa sibabonga bavumelana nathi sibayeka bangavumelana nathi ngoba basoze bavumelana nathi bazazi ingxaki zabo sithi anguyinqase lendlu ayusekelela umbiko sibonga kakhulu ithuba enisike lona.
Thokoza Mhlonishwa. The ATM. Good. Honorable Mashehu. No, no, Honorable Sheikh. Wait a bit. Yes, Mhlonishwa.
Good afternoon, Chair, and the meeting, and everybody in the podium. Honorable Chairperson, our country has experienced incidents of flooding disasters in the past 2 years that have left many households and communities negatively affected and without homes, especially the working class and the poor, who are the most vulnerable in society. Not only have the flooding disaster affected the people's lives, but they have also destroyed important infrastructure that is the core of the provision of basic services such as roads, water, sanitation, and human settlement. Our government has to move with speed to restore basic services to the affected communities and households and ensure that we develop sustainable interventions in the affected communities. We have seen government efforts in responding to the flooding disasters, and we welcome some of the interventions that have been made to ensure that the basic services are restored and plans are in place to ensure that we develop sustainable solutions for the affected households and communities, but also the future responses to these disasters as we accept that the climate change has become part of our lives and experiences. It is important to highlight some of the temporary sustainable interventions of our ANC-led government in responding to the recent flooding disasters. Among the temporary interventions, the areas where the water supply has been destroyed, water tankers were provided for those communities. According to the Department of Water and Sanitation reports, the Tongat area, for example, was being serviced by at least 20 water tankers, and another 48 static tanks were installed as a point of water collections for the communities. Thanks to the gift of givers who donated 14 boreholes. Of course, most of the water that does not qualify for boreholes does not qualify to be suitable for usage, but it was used for washing, bathing, and flushing. The ANC-led government has taken steps to restore water through the rehabilitation of water treatment plants in several affected municipalities, such as eThekwini. It has been suggested that if the metro in eThekwini had maintained its stormwater drainage system, the damage to water and sanitation infrastructure due to the flooding disaster would have been minimal. This is because as we arrived there, we found that most of the areas that have been affected were not necessarily affected by disaster, but they have been there even before the disaster. So the municipality did not just do its work, hence this position that we are putting. As African National Congress, we welcome the ministerial intervention in the metropolitan municipality to implement projects that would have alleviated sewer spillages, whilst also implementing initiatives to refurbish, upgrade, and maintain operations. According to the minister, the intervention in the Tekwini will improve water and sanitation services, reduce blockages, and prevent water leaks while improving revenue collections. The ministry has initially approved the intervention for a period of 3 years, while possible extensions, depending on how the intervention is progressing, will be allowed. Honorable Chair, as ad hoc committee, we have undertaken oversight visits to the affected areas, and all of us agree that some of the affected communities were built in areas where there are a high chances of flood. And I'm sure everybody shall know that in KZN, people are building the houses on top of mountains, in Gauteng, in the Jackskei River, in Mpumalanga, in the river, in the middle of the river, people are building houses there. All of us in the community agree that it will be necessary for the ANC-led government. Let me just say this. All of us in the committee agree that it will be necessary for the ANC-led government to relocate all households to a suitable area. We call upon the ANC-led Gauteng provincial government to provide the necessary support to the Sidibeng district and its local municipalities to ensure that no household or families return to their original flooding lines. We have emphasized that relocation should come with all the social and economic amenities that goes with it in order to create for human settlement. Furthermore, the African National Congress, as a African National Congress, we are consistent with our support to the Department of Human Settlement decision to prioritize the eradication of mud houses and the building of breaking new grounds, especially in rural areas like the Ori Tambo District Municipality, where people are still living in mud houses. As a community, as a committee, we are encouraging every community to utilize building materials that are adaptable to climate change. In addition, the committee has urged all government departments and their entities in the Free State Province to start an ongoing community awareness and education campaign to provide households with the knowledge and the skills they need to prepare for the implementation. Honorable members, many of the affected municipalities have no capacity to respond to the flood disasters, and that have recently occurred due to the number of challenges relating to both financial and human resources. Most of the municipalities have got no revenue base. Local municipalities have been reluctant to enforce land use management regulations to limit the emergence of informal settlement, particularly in areas where flooding would cause a state of emergency. For instance, we'll find that the traditional leaders gives a stand to people in the flood area, and when the flooding is coming, the traditional leaders are no longer there to deal with those particular issues. Furthermore, the committee emphasized that while local municipalities in the Northwest Province should maintain water and sanitation infrastructure by using municipal infrastructure grants that have been allocated from the National Treasury, clearing storm water drainage system is also crucial, particularly as the rainy season is coming. Last but not least, the ad hoc committee has directed the Human Settlement Department and the seat of Etequin to provide communities with a comprehensive plan to relocate individuals with temporary emergency housing permit houses. Just as a matter of using Honorable Speaker, you will know that indeed.
Oh, Honorable Mashego.
Yes, ma'am.
Unfortunately, your time has expired.
Thank you very much. The ANC support.
Thank you. Honorable Sheikh.
Thank you, Chairperson. Allow me to welcome the report that is tabled here today. You get two kinds of disasters. One is a natural disaster, and the other one is an unnatural disaster. What we are experiencing in Palestine is an unnatural disaster, with over 40,000 homes in Gaza alone that was destroyed, which is about 45% of the structures in Gaza. With over 11,000 women and children massacred by the Zionist state of Israel, with support of some of my counterparts in this house and in the country at large.
Order. Now, honorable members, order.
Now, Chairperson, one thing we can't disagree on is that climate change is having an effect worldwide, and it is here to stay. Now, what have we learned from these natural disasters, and what are we doing about it? Does it need to take 49 deaths and 4,000 homes destroyed for us to understand that people living on the river banks, it will collapse if there is a disaster, if there's heavy flooding, rainfall, tornadoes? It don't need a rocket scientist for us to know that. But why is it that we allow them to live there? We drive by every single day as public representatives, and then when there's a disaster, we want to run and act and say we're going to do this and do that, and whatever it is, some will take a few food parcels and get some support, and they're getting some votes. Why? Why do we need to wait? Why can't we be proactive instead of reactive? That is why, as the NFP, we've said, Chairperson, particularly on housing, give every South African family, including a single parent family, a piece of land. By that, you're giving them their dignity and their identity. Going to Limpopo this week with the police committee, I think my colleague, Honorable Gericke, will confirm with me. We've hardly seen any informal settlements in that 200 kilometers or so we traveled on to and from. Beautiful houses built by these people because they were given the land and they built their own homes. Now that is what we need to do all over the country. So there's no point in coming here, finding faults, attacking the processes that we have been following to try and correct these things. But when we've got the opportunity to be doing very little or nothing about it. Go into rural KZN as an example, and I always take KZN because I go there. Where is the drainage system? Where is the sewage system? Nothing, non-existent. Just go and look at the conditions under which the people live. So when there's a natural disaster, surely they must be affected more than anyone else. So what do we need to do now? Change that. Go and change the way we do business. The NFP supports you.
The AIC, Cope, Al-Jama, Honorable Jireko.
Honorable Chairperson, Ministers and Deputy Ministers, Deputy Chief Whip, members and members of the communities. Chair, we are approaching the national elections, and it seems like it has become a silly and exciting moment for some of the opposition members. And as the ANC, we are not surprised because we are used to their clowning behavior. That is why every time when they come here and clown, we just allow them to expose themselves. We find ourselves in a situation where a political party of 1 or 2 members, like the one of the new kid on the block, the ex-public protector, coming to this podium telling us that they are going to govern this country. Then you ask yourself and say, what is happening with these people? What is it that they are smoking?
Order, honorable members, order.
Point of order, Speaker.
Yes.
Madam Chair.
Oh, honorable.
Order.
Yes, honorable member.
Can I just seek clarity from you, Madam
Yes.
Chair? That when any person enters this house and that person has been sworn in,
Yes,
that person is a full member of this parliament.
thank you.
There's no newcomers, there's no old members. I want you to make a ruling on this because this is a
Thank
this
you.
is a
Thank you.
discriminatory statement.
I hear you.
Thank you.
Honorable members.
No, there's a new car.
Honorable members, let me say this. On rule number 84, let me read it for you. Honorable members, rule 84. No member may use offensive, abusive, insulting, disrespectful, unbecoming or unparliamentary words or language. Honorable Direko, please, Honorable Mkhwebane is a member of this house, and let's not look at where she comes from. Thank you very much. Please proceed.
She must withdraw.
Honorable members, please, I have ruled, I cautioned Honorable Direko to please respect other members. Thank you. Honorable Ntlangwini, Honorable Direko, take your seat.
Thank you, House Chair. This abuse has been continuing since the morning up till now. And we have tolerated it and no more. She must withdraw.
No,
And
no,
you must
no,
set
no.
an example because
Honorable
this display of
Ntlangwini.
abuse, the obsession
Honorable
on the
Ntlangwini.
public protector that they feared the most must
Honorable
stop.
Ntlangwini, I will now make you to withdraw because I'm not allowing you to continue. That's not a point of order. I have ruled on the matter. And once the chair has ruled, you don't have to come and teach me how to make a ruling. Please, don't do that. Don't. Honorable Direko, proceed.
Thank you, Chair. We're living at a time where climate change disaster risks are prone. Adverse weather conditions such as flood, drought, and fires are a threat to human life, our natural biodiversity, and our social and economic infrastructure. The impact of this disaster will disrupt social and economic activities. The past disaster has resulted in a very serious and painful situation where people have lost their available properties, both residential and commercial. People lost their loved ones, and in some areas, the graves were flushed off by flooding, which is a very, very, very painful experience. The flood disaster in KwaZulu-Natal, Northwest, and Eastern Cape have demonstrated the agility of government in responding to natural disasters, but they also reflected on the weakness of the government system.
I can hear what you're saying there. I don't want to hear it. Proceed, Honorable Director.
The ad hoc committee was a critical intervention which enabled Parliament to monitor all government intervention. The Department of Cooperative Governance and the Traditional Affairs and the Department of the National Treasury have central role in supporting local municipalities to ensure that they respond to the disaster. During our first oversight visit, we realized that some of the municipalities were unable to declare the disaster, were unable to request the funding from the National Treasury, and also their disaster management centers were not operational and not equal to the task. And as a result of that, as the committee, we then engaged both National Department of COGTA together with the National Treasury to support the municipality. And after our when we go there for the second visit, we then realized that there was some positive progress that were taking place. Although it was not 100% satisfying, but there was a work that was done, which then comes to a situation where some of the EFF members were saying nothing was done, but we can confirm even the report that when we went for the second visit, there was a work that was done. Disaster financing in an area. Disaster financing is an area we need to continue to adapt to ensure.
Honorable Direko, please take your seat. Honorable Mani, what are you rising on?
Thank you, Chair. I was just checking if Honorable Direko can take a question on whether she's been to.
Don't proceed. Don't proceed. When you ask a person, when you ask me whether she can take a question, stop there. Let her respond. I will ask her. Don't go on. Honorable Direko, are you ready to take a question?
Chair, I'm not in an ANN7, so I won't take any questions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Proceed.
The National Department should also dedicate capacity to support provincial and local government to respond
Order.
administratively and in implementing the interventions. A disaster requires business unusual, and our regulations and policies should enable that eligibility. The spending capacity of the municipalities. What we have observed is that most of the municipalities were given grant for their yearly expenditures, but most of the municipalities were unable to properly account for the funds that they have given, and they were unable to properly utilize the funds that were given from Treasury. And as a result of that, it poses a challenge to give them another grant for funding, because you don't know whether they're going to utilize those funds as allocated by National Treasury, or they're going to use it for something else, which may compromise the intervention of the disaster. The National Disaster Management Center is critical, and we are confident that the government will improve its system and capacity for effective coordination. We welcome the appropriation adjustment as part of the medium-term budget policy statement, which allocated 1.5 billion for the National Disaster Management Center for municipality and the support for the disaster. We condemn lack of cooperation by the Tshwane municipality, which has negative impact on the lives of our residents. Political differences should also not result in compromising service delivery. We are equally concerned with some of the municipalities that have experienced disasters but did not claim for the money of the disaster or declare the disaster. Such municipality is the one in Free State, which is Ngwathe municipality. We have recommended that the Ngwathe municipality should investigate the cost of such an exercise, conduct proper profiling of the affected household, and engage later regularly, and also ensure that there's a geotech report and geotech report and environmental studies for future infrastructure planning and other. Sorry, Chair. For future infrastructure planning that are undertaken. The municipality should also finalize its disaster management plan as a matter of agency and explore geotechnical and geohydraulical solution in order to protect the Kopis water treatment plants against the future flooding. The other challenge which we also have is the challenge of spatial planning. Some of the women settlements are located in an area that is disaster prone. Some other disaster that we face is not necessarily that it was natural, but it's because some of our municipalities were unable to service their infrastructures. That is why we had that flood. So as a result of the lesson learned from this disaster, we all know that some of the disaster can be prevented. We need our community to be informed as to what to do when they face the disaster. We need effective government disaster management centers that will communicate properly with our communities when there's a threat of the disaster. And we also commend the the Editor General, because with the lesson learned from the COVID-19, we're then able to safeguard the money for this disaster, because at least from those lessons learned, we knew exactly what are the areas that we need to look at in order to ensure that the public purse is protected from those who will take advantage of this disaster. So during the day, we've had the DA making a lot of noise about accountability, but one wonders if they understand what they were talking about. The ad hoc committee was established to ensure that our people receive service delivery, and also that we play oversight on all the three spheres of government that are part of the disaster response, which in my own understanding is part of accountability and an effective accountability. However, the DA was like a part-time member of the committee. They were only interested in attending the KwaZulu-Natal oversight visit. But in all these other provinces, they did not have interest. So one then seems to ask the question as to, what are they talking about when they speak about oversight? Because it seems like they love grandstanding.
Thank you very much. Your time has expired. Thank you. Thank you, order, honorable members. May I now recognize the Chief Whip of the Majority Party?
Thank you, Honorable House Chairperson. I move that the report be adopted.
The motion is that the report be adopted. Are there any objections?
House Chair, can you note the objection of the EFF?
Noted. With that objection, The report is thus agreed to. I'm going to ask the secretary to read the 23rd order. Who said is the last? I didn't say it.
Consideration of report of Powers and Privileges Committee on allegations of conduct constituting contempt of parliament by members of National Assembly during State of the Nation address on 9 February 2023.
Thank you. I will ask the secretary of that committee, Honorable Swela, to introduce the report.
Honorable House Chairperson, honorable members, the Powers and Privileges Committee investigated allegations of contempt of parliament by members of the National Assembly during the State of the Nation address on the 9th February 2023. As requested by the Speaker on the 7th September 2023, the incident involved members disobeying the Speaker's authority and disrupting a joint sitting of Parliament. The affected members were Mr. Julius Malema, Honorable N.F. Shivambu, Honorable M. Dlamini, Honorable N.Q. Ndlozi, Honorable S. Tambo, and Honorable V. Pambo. In terms of Assembly Rule 214, the committee must handle contempt matters and report its findings.
Objection.
If a member is found guilty of contempt of misconduct, the committee must recommend appropriate penalty.
Honorable Sewena, please take a seat. There's a point of order.
Chairperson, point of order is that Honorable Suela referred to the president of the EFF as Mr. Sello Malema. Didn't mention honorable.
He is.
So it's honorable, like the others you've mentioned.
He is Mr. Honorable members, please do me a favor.
We must just relax.
I did not even hear what the member is saying. Honorable Suela. Honorable Suela, could you please take your seat again? Honorable member, I did not hear what you were saying. Honorable Mkhwebane, could you please repeat what your point of order?
I'm saying I heard her saying Sello Malema. So I was saying if he can address Mr. Sello Malema, Julius Malema, or Honorable.
Thank you very much.
You're clowning.
Honorable members, it is a requirement that whenever we address members, we address them as Mr. or Honorable. That's what should happen. Honorable Swela, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chairperson. I said Mr. Malema. So I can evenly say Honorable Malema because he's an honorable member. On the 26th September 2023, the committee appointed Advocate Anton Katz, a senior counsel, as the initiator for the hearings. The affected members were informed that they could be assisted by a fellow member or request legal representation from a non-member, but it will be at their cost. Notices of hearing and charges against the affected members were served on the 7th November 2023, with the hearing scheduled for 20 to 22nd November. Members were notified that they could give an explanation, either oral or in writing, with written explanation due by 16 November 2023. Each member was charged with a single charge of contempt of parliament. The attorneys of the affected members applied for a postponement of the hearing on the 18th of November 2023. Advocate Tembeka Ngogakaitobi, senior counsel, representing the affected members, argument that the committee should appoint an independent chairperson to conduct a fact-finding inquiry and refer the matter to the committee for its final dissemination. The committee could not agree with the postponement application. The initiator on behalf of the committee charged the 6 affected members with contempt of parliament, and as the chairperson, I entered a plea of not guilty in their absence. The secretary to the National Assembly, Mr. Kaso, was the only witness called to give evidence. Honorable members, having engaged with the evidence represented by the initiator, the committee finds the evidence presented persuasive in terms of the arguments and the evidence put forward. The initiator submitted that the affected members warranted a penalty that was sufficiently serious. To this end, he recommended that the penalty set out in section 12G of the Act would be appropriate. The initiator submitted that another appropriate penalty for the 6 affected members would be an order to apologize in person and physical in the House to the President, the Speaker, and the people of South Africa in terms of section 12, subsection 5C of the Act. The committee found the submission of the initiator persuasive and reached consensus that the members must be ordered to apologize as spelled out by the initiator in 5. With respect to the penalty of suspension without renomination, the committee agreed by consensus that the suspension must be for 30 days, starting from the 1st to the 29th February 2024, instead of the 10 days proposed by the initiator. The committee recommends that the National Assembly impose the following penalties with respect to the 6 affected members in order to apologize in person in the House to the President, the Speaker, and the public of South Africa. Suspension of the members without remuneration for a period of 30 days, whether or not the House and on its committee is scheduled to meet during that period, starting from the 1st to 29 February 2020, as set out in section 12, subsection 5G. Read with section 12G of the Act. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Can I inform you, or this is a reminder actually, that Rule 82 says in the House and in many plenary sessions, members must refer to one another in respectful terms. And I think Honorable Swela recognizes that, and she did that. I now recognize the Honorable the Chief Whip of the Majority Party.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chairperson. I move that the report be adopted. Thank you.
I will now recognize political parties wishing to make a declaration. The usual times will apply. The DA.
Chairperson, rights come with responsibility. Our rights are not unfettered. A person or group's rights do not automatically supersede that of another person or group. And this is equally so for members of parliament and political parties. And that is why we have a Powers, Privileges and Immunities Act. The Act does not only protect certain members' rights and privileges, but all members' rights and privileges. And the immunities provided are also not absolute, but have limitations. Section 7 of the Act is quite clear on what acts are prohibited in respect of Parliament and its members. In brief, it refers to the prohibition of acts that would improperly interfere or impede with the exercise or performance by Parliament or a House or committee or a member in exercising his or her functions as a member. It prohibits the obstruction or any threat of a member of his functions as a member, and it prohibits any act to create or take part in any disturbance within the precincts of Parliament, and it prohibits a refusal to comply with an instruction by a duly authorized person. Now, the Powers and Privileges Committee met and found the 6 members of the EFF guilty in terms of the Act after due process, and resolved on the sanctions that have to be supported or rejected by this House. Chairperson, any member of Parliament has a right to attend the SONA and to hold the President to account, but it is not the special right of only one party. The disruption of SONA impedes and interferes with the rights of all other members who enjoy that right. How many SONAs have been disrupted by the EFF since 2014? 2023 was not an
Honourable
isolated
Dr.
event.
Honourable member, excuse me. Honourable Paulsen, please. You're shouting at the top of your voice. I'm just saying, don't forget yourself as you shout on top of your voice.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, please do proceed, honourable member.
Thank you, Chair. 2023 was not an isolated event, but a regular occurrence where the rights of other members of Parliament are trampled on, citizens of the country denied the right to listen to the SONA address, and all because one party believes their rights trump everyone else's. Chairperson, the DA supports the report and the sanction, but the sad part of all of this, the reality is that most probably at SONA 2024, all of us and the public will once again be exposed to the same tired spectacle of desperation by the EFF. We support the report. Thank you.
Thank you.
You are the one who's desperate, Mos.
The EFF is the next party. The EFF, please. Yes, Honourable Tawini.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, House Chair. House Chairperson, the EFF rejects the report of the Powers and Privileges Committee into the baseless and irrational allegations of the so-called conduct constituting contempt against the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Economic Freedom Fighters, the Deputy President, Secretary General, and the Commissars. And we have approached the court for the matter to be heard on an urgent basis. The so-called contempt of Parliament was nothing but a peaceful protest. We are for peaceful protest because in all our activism, we protect without engaging in violence. Since our formation as the EFF in 2013, we have always held protests peacefully. It is called peaceful protest because we do not engage in any act that is deemed violent. The president of the EFF had both his hands visibly raised, holding a placard and simply expressing disapproval. There is no rationale and any rational person who can view this act as an act of violence. We have to accept that from time to time, Parliament will become a platform for peaceful protest, the highest political platform one can lead and protest to express disapproval, discontent, and rejection of the status quo. If anything, the manner in which armed police charged towards democratically elected members of Parliament with guns inside the sitting of Parliament was the violence we should all be scared of and we should all be talking about today. The fact that this is done to protect Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa from accountability when the former Chief Justice Sandile Ngcobo said, Mr. Ramaphosa must explain the dollars found inside his sofas and mattress as he's at his farm in Palapala, is even more troubling that members of Parliament find it very much comfortable and secured with the corruption that Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa is allegedly involved in. The ANC is abusing its majority in this House the same way it did when it protected Mr. Zuma and had to be called out by the Constitutional Court that it failed to hold
the executive accountable, and was complicit in the state capture and mismanagement of state resources. History is repeating itself today. The ANC does not want Mr. Ramaphosa to be held accountable by Parliament for Phala Phala. Instead, they are abusing committee processes, rushing to adopt irrational and nonsensical reports. We shall meet at court, and this continuous persecution of EFF leaders and members is as a result of shielding thieving and the thieves that have been not held accountable by Parliament. The ANC leaders will always be held accountable by the EFF. Every SONA is going to be disrupted for as long as no one is held accountable, for as long as the Phala Phala matter is not resolved, for as long as we have not found the source of the money that was found in the Phala Phala farm. We are going to heed the call that was made by Judge Sandelengo to say this matter must be investigated. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Member. IFP.
Thank you, Honorable House Chairperson. We cannot afford any room for the sanctity of this house to be trampled on. As leaders in our country, we want to be respected and we want our authority to carry weight. Therefore, we cannot be seen disrespecting the very institution that we want South Africans to hold in high regard. I rise to express the stance of the IFP on the recent actions taken by the Powers and Privileges Committee, of which I am a member. The committee, after affording accused members ample opportunity for explanation and defense, has sanctioned 6 members of the Economic Freedom Fighters for contravening the Powers, Privileges and Immunities Act. Unfortunately, we have gotten to a point where we need to make example of those who choose to make a mockery of our political mandate to serve this country. In our society, criminal elements are roaming around streets, causing disarray and furthering lawlessness. And every day we publicly criticize the police's inability to bring these criminals to justice. It is with this in mind that we must unapologetically call out anyone that displays lawlessness.
Honorable Majosi.
Yeah,
Why are you rising, Honorable Member?
Yeah, can I rise on a point of privilege? Because I need to understand what is
Which
criminal
rule? Which
about
rule
this
is that?
What is criminal about this action?
Hey, when I'm saying, man, wasting our time, la.
Chairperson.
Sangano must fall. Sangano must
Keep
fall.
quiet, Tunusa. Keep quiet, Tunusa.
Sangano must fall.
On
What
which
rule
point is
that?
he rising? He can't
Sangano must
be
fall.
rising without saying which point is he rising on.
Control your house.
How do you say you are mad?
Which rule? Which rule?
How does Hlengwa say?
Please mute the Honorable Hlengwa and the Honorable Modise. Could you please remove them from the platform? Honorable Member, go ahead with your objection.
Thank you, Chair. I need to understand, I'm new to this house. So I wanted to know what is the point of, what is criminal?
Honorable Member.
Shush.
Honorable Member.
I raise on the point of privilege.
Honorable Member, please address me.
Say again, sir?
Please address me. You're supposed to address me.
I apologize.
And from your objection, from your point of order,
Yes, I apologize.
I find nothing unprocedural.
I want to
So that's-
understand what is criminal about this action. Because we're creating a perception here
Honorable,
that a criminal act has been committed.
Honorable Member, can I address that after she has spoken?
Thank you.
Yeah, my new member can't just speak, Chairperson. No.
ICT, I have requested that the Honorable Modise be muted.
No. Bangiphi off.
Honorable Mentor, are you rising on a point of order?
Yes, Chair. I'm rising on a point of order. Please rule, Chair, and the member on the podium must withdraw. She says the members that are affected by this report are criminals.
Honorable Mentor, I have said I will make a ruling after this member has done her part. I will make a ruling on it. Honorable Hlangwini.
Thank you very much, House Chair. House Chair, it's very disappointing that one member gets to disrupt this house the whole from morning till now. And all of you chairpersons, we had in 3 chairpersons, and they are failing to rule on this specific member that keep on interjecting, and you are just saying he must be muted. That's one. That member must withdraw, and she must withdraw it while she's still there. That to state that members of parliament are criminals and the incoming president is a criminal. She must withdraw because she must withdraw it. She can't say members of parliament are criminals.
Thank you very much, Honorable.
Criminals.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member.
That side of the house, not to this side.
Thank you, Honorable. Thank you, Honorable Hlangwini. Honorable Majosi. Did you say these members are criminals?
No. I can repeat, Chairperson, listening is a skill, is not an
Honorable
inheritance.
Majosi.
You don't get it from a week that you are left.
Honorable Majosi.
So I can repeat.
Yeah, no, don't have to repeat. I'm asking
saying
you.
I
I'm asking you.
Honorable
Chairperson, I have my
I'm
hand up.
asking
I have
whether
my hand up.
you did. Did you
Point
say
of
it?
order.
I did not say that.
Okay, fine. If you did not say it, I'll make a follow-up and make a ruling. I'll make a follow-up once we've listened to the answer.
Should I go?
So you can proceed.
And every day we publicly criticize the police's inability to bring these criminals to justice. It is with this in mind that we must unapologetically call out anyone that displays lawlessness regardless of who they are and what position they occupy.
Honorable Majority.
On a point of order, Chair.
There's a point of order from the Honorable Mkalipi. Honorable Mkalipi.
Please.
No, Chair, I'll allow the chairperson, the national chairperson to come. Thanks.
Honorable Singh, your hand was up. Honorable Singh.
Honorable Chairperson.
Hey.
Yes, what's your point of order, Honorable Singh?
Chairperson, my point of order is that you indicated to the House that you will make a ruling after listening to the member and listening and reading Hansard. I don't think you should be cajoled now into trying to make a ruling when you still have to listen. And the member is quite clear. The member has not called anybody a criminal. It's absolutely abundantly clear that she has not done that. And I think she is being unnecessarily harassed by members of the House in that regard.
Thank you, Honorable Singh. It is for that reason I wanted to check with the member whether she did say that or not. And she definitely put it very clear that she did not. However, I'm still at liberty to go to Hansard and check and come back with a feedback on this matter. That does not militate against her continuing with her speech until she's finished.
Chairperson, can
I was going to call the Honorable Bongo because he also had his hand up. Honorable Bongo, can I hear you?
But Chair, you asked me if I have a point of order. I said, let me allow my chairperson, national chair, and you don't allow her.
Honorable Mkalipi, I did not see the hand of the Honorable Mente, but at the moment I'm requesting Honorable Bongo to make his point.
No, Chair, my hand was not up.
Okay. Honorable Mente.
Chair, you ruled that you will go and listen to Hansard. The member continues with her speech and she continues to say in relation to police and what was happening on the day that we cannot continue lawlessness. We cannot allow lawlessness to continue in the house by criminals. And now that we must still say we must go to Hansard. She must withdraw.
Chairperson, the national chairperson is correct that this
Honorable,
Chairperson,
is that honorable? Honorable members, please.
Chairperson, my hand
Yes,
is up,
indeed.
Chairperson.
Wait, honorable member Obanelo.
It's Honorable Kaiser, Chairperson.
No.
He's not recognized.
I'm busy making a ruling. I will give you a chance. I'll give you a chance.
Oh, great. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Honorable members, I really don't think we need to be doing this all the time. I have made a ruling on this matter, and I want the member to continue to proceed with the speech. I've made a ruling. I'll definitely come back with a feedback on it. So I don't have to repeat that, honestly. Honorable Majosi.
Chairperson.
Okay, sorry, Honorable Ceza, what's your point of order?
Chairperson, I implore you that I remind the House about Chapter 2 of the Constitution of this country that says that in Section 17, everyone has a right to peacefully and unarmed to assemble, to demonstrate, to picket, and to present petitions. This
Honorable
member insinuating
Honorable Ceza.
her taking a platform and insinuating that it is criminal, whereas the Constitution...
Chairperson, that is a point of debate.
No, Honorable
It's wrong. It must be ruled.
Point of order, Chair.
Why is he replying to her speech, Chairperson?
Point of order, Chair.
And why do you feel pains to can respond when you are not spoken to by the chairperson when?
Well, Ceza, if you go on like this, I'm going to mute your mic. I'm going to ask the ICT to mute your mic. Please, don't do that. And you know that you're not supposed to do that. Honorable Deputy Chief Whip of the ANC.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chairperson. On a point of procedure, I think we should proceed with the debate. So protect our rights as well, Honorable Chairperson, that we've been sitting the whole day here in the House. So the item on the order paper now is the declarations on the report of the powers and privileges. We cannot have members of Parliament disrupting this sitting at this stage. So if they had an issue, they should have part of the proceedings of the hearing of this matter. Honorable House Chairperson, please, can we proceed?
Thank you very
Those who want
much.
to disrupt must be muted or kicked out of this house. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Point taken, honorable member. Honorable members, can we proceed on this matter? And thank you very much. I will not allow any kind of behavior again. Honorable Majosi, please do your part.
Thank you, Honorable House Chairperson. The IFP family supports the sanctions imposed by the committee, reinforcing the principle that accountability and adherence to regulations are paramount of such smooth functioning of our legislative processes. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I will indeed revisit the Hansard and come back with a feedback tomorrow. So we don't have to entertain anything. Okay. The honorable member, you can take the platform.
Honorable Chair, I want to say that the Freedom Front Plus supports the report, the full report. But I also want to say, this is too little, too late. We've heard in this debate how many times disruptions took place in sittings. And Honorable Chair, whether we like it or not, the impression created by these sanctions and this report is that the governing party, because of the fact that it was disrupted where the president is involved, that suddenly action must be taken. We must be honest towards ourselves. Why make such double standards and have such double standards? I want to say, and my message to the honorable members of the EFF, and specifically to their leader, which I call the Commander-in-Chief, the Honorable Malema. Honorable Chair, you refer to him as a Commander-in-Chief. Now I want to say to the Honorable Malema, a Commander-in-Chief protects its members